electricity cap. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a masterclass in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, there's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action.
Hello everyone, Meteorologist Mike Linden here, coming at you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. It is Friday, May 16th, and we are tracking severe weather yet again. Let's jump right into the action. We have got several tornado warnings already underway right now in parts of Missouri. You can see these red boxes here. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. So let's jump right in. Before we talk about the threat at large, I want to talk to you about what's going on in the immediacy. Of course, we are streaming live across all of the MyRadar platforms. I've got the chats pulled up in front of me. Jack, I'm hearing that there's an echo coming through. All right, already fixed. Thank you so much. All right, so let's take a look here at the first tornado warning here. This one, we've got 23 minutes to go, and this is for Crawford and Washington counties in Missouri here. Right now, this is just radar indicated. You can see here that here at the southern side of the storm is where that rotation is, at least at its present moment. We'll do a little more forensic meteorology in just a moment. People are saying on TikTok there's 2 speaking. I think the audio issues are good to go. This is radar indicated as it stands right now. Let me know in the chat on TikTok if things are sounding funky. Let's take a look at this one here. We have got 7 minutes to go. This is radar indicated as well. Jack, they're saying 2 voices coming through on TikTok. Should be fine. Okay. All right. People asking if you're cooked. We, maybe. 7 minutes on this tornado warning. This one is for northeastern Shannon County. Then we've got this one down here on the left-hand side. This is in effect for southeastern Shannon County as well. This is radar indicated. This would be the one that the National Weather Service seemingly is convinced is going to continue to be a threat here as it pushes eastward here. What's going on, Glow? How are you? This one is going to push toward the Winona and Van Buren area. That's 52 minutes to go here on this one for Carter and Wayne counties until 3 o'clock Eastern. I'm going to switch to the velocity product for a moment. And yeah, I mean, you can see here to the west, southwest of Winona is where we are seeing the rotation as it stands right now. So let me get you some more. Okay, thanks, Jack. Glow says the audio still echoing. I just had my director in my ear saying that things are sounding good on TikTok. 950 people here live in Winona. You need to be in your safe place here along Interstate 60 in Missouri. This is right now the area that we are clued into the most as it stands. Given, Jack, they're saying double voices. Things are not good on TikTok. If you need to look at my computer, Jack, I think it's TikTok Studio specifically. Is it good now? You guys hear me okay? It says, oh yeah, you got a delayed echo. Seems like there's a delay. Good now. I don't know. Okay, cool. So this is all part of a moderate risk for severe weather today. You'll see if I zoom out a little bit, it is a fairly large area of the southern United States today, particularly parts of Kentucky, parts of Tennessee, Illinois, Indiana. There are multiple states that are at risk for severe weather today. That moderate color, that red color, that is a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center's scale. And the breakdown from the Storm Prediction Center today used some pretty staunch language there. So the summary from the Storm Prediction Center rather is a regional outbreak of severe thunderstorms is likely this afternoon into tonight across parts of the mid-Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys. This will include intense supercells with strong, potentially long-track tornadoes and very large hail. We're talking, 3-inch in diameter hail. The threat for damaging winds in excess of 75 miles per hour will increase into the evening as storms grow into larger clusters. So right now things are going to be rather discrete, meaning we're going to see the storms that are kind of off by themselves. We're not even seeing that as much at this present moment in time. A lot of what we are finding right now is, if I go back to the map here, a lot of what we're finding now are, well, no, I was going to say it looked more linear there in the velocity, but disregard. Things right now, you've got storms that are kind of off by themselves. You've got this cell to the south of St. Louis and then one farther to the south on its way to Cape Girardeau. Now, for folks that live in St. Louis, you aren't under a tornado warning as it stands right now, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look more and see if those storms have any indication of rotation that are approaching St. Louis here, the former home of the Rams. Not trying to rub salt in the wounds there, folks. All right, so let's take a look. I'm going to have to switch to another radar. It might be a little too close to St. Louis. So I'm using these products here on our per station feature, being able to see exactly what we're finding right here. Rotation within a storm. So in this case, green is representative of winds going toward the radar site. Red is our winds going away from it. I'm sorry, Vixen's Brush. Listen, I support Arsenal, a team in the Premier League who are owned by the Cronkies. Not a fan. So we are aligned in that sense. Anyway, jumping back to the radar here, green is winds going toward the radar, red away from it. So when you're starting to see kind of the polar opposites of the winds here, it's giving us an indication that there is spin present within the atmosphere. Now, that is one ingredient that you need in order for us to determine whether or not there is a tornado present. Another one is going to be the correlation coefficient. This is going to show us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. Now, there's nothing that jumps out at me just yet, but today, based on that description and based on the atmosphere at large, we are very likely going to see a tornado at some point. So if you stick around in the stream, you will see exactly what I'm looking for there in the correlation coefficient product. But again, for all of you that are under risk for tornadoes today, you need to have a safe place to go. That's going to be ideally a tornado shelter, or a basement. I live here in Florida. We don't have basements, but on the first floor of your house, apartment building, what have you, you want to be on that first floor, and you want to put as much of the interior between yourself and the outside as possible. If you're in a room with windows, you're in the wrong room. If you're in a gymnasium at a school, you're in the wrong room. If you're in a church and you have stained glass windows in the chapel, you are in the wrong room. Okay, so folks are saying tornado on the ground here in Ellington. I mean, this is that tornado warning here that I told you that I was most concerned about when we began the stream. And yeah, right here over Winona, we talked about this here. This is where we are seeing the rotation as it stands right now. So let's take a look at the correlation coefficient product, see if we find anything. Not quite just yet. I'm using the Paducah radar here. We're kind of in a weird spot where we're caught between multiple radars, but I'm using one now to the west. We'll see what we can see. Again, it's right here. Now, as it stands right now, this is just radar indicated. I don't have anything from the National Weather Service to indicate that there is a tornado on the ground that I'm missing. So it's very easy in days like today to get kind of caught up. But I can tell you for sure that this right here to the east of Winona, right here along I-60, is most certainly an area that we need to pay very close attention to. So this is pushing eastward toward Low Wassee, between that and Van Buren. So there's a couple little small communities here along this section of I-60. Low Wassee, W-A-S-S-I-E, Fremont, and then we arrive in Van Buren. So these are very small rural communities here on its way to Low Wassee here. I mean, gosh, this is an unincorporated community there in the Ozarks. How's Missouri looking? We're looking at it right now. So again, this one could become something. We're going to keep a close eye on it here. In the meantime, I will remind you that if you haven't already, to download the MyRadar app. It is completely free to do so. Of course, you can track storms just like I'm doing here, and all sorts of great stuff in the app. The app is completely free to download on iOS, Android. I'm using it here on Windows. Lots of great stuff. So I'm just looking to see if I can find a tower camera so I can show you guys what it is that I am looking at here. And unfortunately, we're in a part of Missouri here that is quite rural. So I'm trying my best to see if I can find it. Willow Springs, right? That's what I'm trying to get close to. I'm kind of jumping between the two here. It looks like I don't have... That's Poplar Bluff. We'll have some feeds from storm chasers later today. Yeah, I'm kind of caught between two areas. I mean, I doubt Poplar Bluff is now. That camera is not helping us out at all. How about this one? No. So I don't have a camera to show you just yet. We are waiting, of course, for Meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci will be joining us a little bit later in the stream here, and Storm Chaser Jordan Hall will also be joining us. So I don't have a tower camera just yet, although, let me see if this version has updated. It hasn't. Let me check here on the iPad. We're not going to leave this storm as it stands right now. All of the other tornado warnings have begun to expire. St. Louis, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, so you need to stay on guard, but it's right here, the storm that we are watching along I-60 moving through Winona, or just now east of Winona along I-60 in Missouri, that is of greatest concern. So I'm going to take a look here on the iPad version of the app and see if we have any storm chasers in the area. Going to take a moment for those to populate in. Jack, I'll let you know if we need to switch. And if you're just joining us, of course, I'm coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I'm also joined by Jack, our director. We will be with you for as long as it takes, uninterrupted, mind you. So whether you're watching us in the app, on YouTube, on X, Facebook, Twitch, you should not be running into any kind of advertising. All right. Oh, thank you very much. Swim on TikTok says, I've had the app for years. It's fantastic. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And hey, let me know where it is that you're watching from in whatever chat that you are joining us from. Let me know where you're watching from. Josh says the MyRadar app is awesome. I have a few on my phone, and it's hands down the best. Thank you very much, Josh. Appreciate it. It's US 60, not... You are correct. It is not I-60. Thank you very much. The name checks out. Trucking Adventures. You're right. Apologies. It is US 60, not Interstate 60. You are absolutely correct. Thank you very much for that. We got Coco watching from Michigan. What an active day that was yesterday for y'all up in Michigan. Hope you're doing okay. We've got a couple people here on TikTok watching from Ohio, Missouri, Indianapolis. Hope you're all doing all right. And hey, Linda, thank you very much for that gift on TikTok. Thank you so much. I'll try my best to keep up with everything as much as I can. As I'm sure you could imagine, there is a lot going on across all of our platforms that we are watching on. But I am here with you, and my goal is to stay with you for really as long as it takes. So let me jump over to a chat here that I am in to see whether or not folks are talking about there being anything on the ground. Stand by. So, not seeing that yet. Which office issued this? Paducah, Kentucky. Yeah, because we're right there. It looks like they are going to issue a mesoscale discussion here soon. And what that is are effectively little notes. Yeah, Jack, take the Windows PC, the web browser for a second. Oh, let me put that in full screen here. All right. So I'm on the SPC's website here. I don't know if TikTok you guys can see this or not. Let me get you guys a peek behind the camera there. Okay. Oops. Cool. All right. So on the SPC's website, over here on the right-hand side, you see all products, watches, MDs. You want to click on MDs. These are mesoscale discussions. And let me know in the chat if this is something that you'd like to see in the MyRadar app. But effectively what these are little notes that the Storm Prediction Center can kind of update things in real time. So this mesoscale came out, what time is it? Came out roughly 12 or 13 minutes ago related to a tornado watch. So it looks like they are going to, let's see what they're saying. A threat of very large hail and occasional tornadoes persist for the watch area will spread east. You are under a tornado warning, by the way, until 7 o'clock tonight. Another watch will likely be needed soon, to push it more to the east. I'll show you that watch area momentarily. In fact, you can see it right above my head on the iPad. It's those yellow boxes there. Those are in effect until 7 o'clock Central Time. Now, really interesting is this number right here. 4 inches of hail, 4-inch size hail. You guys see that? Most probable peak intensity. I mean, that is as close to max as it gets on their scale. Of course, tornado between 120 and 150 miles per hour would be rather significant too. Winds between 65 and 80. I mean, those are some potent winds there. But greater than 4-inch in diameter hail. I mean, that is a large hailstone. In fact, let me grab this one. Stand by. Let me show you something. This is a 3D model of a hailstone that meteorologist Matthew Capucci got in Texas. This was last year. And this is, I believe, a little bit greater than 4 inches in diameter. So effectively, he picked up the hailstone, froze it, and then we had it. I actually 3D printed this myself. This is what that hailstone looks like. I mean, look at this thing, right? For scale. I mean, here's a koozie, little MyRadar koozie. Look at the size, right? This is the level of hail that we are talking today, at least from that mesoscale discussion. Pretty bananas. All right, Jack, you can bring it back to the app here. I at least wanted to show folks the mesoscale discussion. That is what they mean by very large hail. So we're back to this tornado warning here. Let's see if we have it confirmed. No, it's just radar indicated. Although if we go to the correlation coefficient, perhaps that will give us an indication. So there's a little bit of something right here, okay? So amidst all of the red color there, that blue color shows us that there's something being lofted vertically into the atmosphere that doesn't necessarily belong there. So red is effectively showing us rain, because rain, for the most part, has the same shape and kind of look to it. But then if you were to throw something, a foreign object into the mix, this product is able to kind of determine that, hey, that's not rain, that's something else. It's not able to tell me what that product is or what that object is, but it is able to tell us that it doesn't belong there, or it's something that isn't typically there. So, you know, if I go back a couple of scans, you can see that right there you have that blue color. Then again, I jog it out again, it's still kind of there, and now it's even more so there amidst all of the rain, all of the red, that being rain. So this is giving us an indication that there is potentially a tornado on the ground here. We would definitely have a stronger signal if this kind of begins to fill in a little bit. So if you do live in Van Buren, you need to be in your safe place right away. This is passing over some very rural parts of the Ozarks here, between Low Wassee, north of Fremont, and west of Van Buren along US 60 here in Missouri. This is radar indicated, but I can tell you that from right now, looking at that correlation coefficient, and then again, when you look at the velocity product here, this is showing us there's absolutely something there, something really tightening up. This is the only tornado warning as it stands right now. We had one off near Atlantic City earlier today. That threat has subsided, but there's rotation all up and down this line of storms, but it's this one down here that has me most concerned. So we are going to stay with it here. I'm using the Paducah radar if you want to follow along with me. This is the per station radar feature in the MyRadar app. The app is completely free to download, but if you want to track storms like this and use all of the individual radar sites, it's a premium feature that you can unlock in the settings menu. It looks like the little gear, and then right here under premium subscription, you can click that. And if you don't have it, you can activate a free 3-day trial right now, and that'll get you through the weekend here. Trucking saying bring up someone's drone video. I don't have the rights to pull up that video, so unfortunately I can't do that. So the rotation really tightened up here near west of Van Buren. So you saw that happen in real time. We do have something showing up on correlation coefficient. So I am more than willing to be able to say that you need to treat this as if there's a tornado on the ground here. We've got right in here what's called a BWER. You see, you got all this pink color right here, and then right around it, you've got that hook echo coming in on the backside. This is what you need in a supercell to be able to put down a tornado. But then it's that green color, kind of right in the middle of the yellow. It's almost a bit of a void. That stands for a BWER, Bounded Weak Echo Region. And what's happening is that the updraft is so powerful in this thunderstorm that even though there is precipitation, there is rain, that the updraft is so strong that it's keeping it suspended mid-air. So this is showing you that, you know, if the train here is on the track, it is absolutely chugging along and having no problem doing so. All right. So again, there is more than likely something on the ground here, just west of Van Buren on the way to House Creek. This is a very, very small and unincorporated area of Missouri here. Little Mill Creek Road, Rector Drive, the Houses Creek Church. You need to be in your safe place right away. This is not confirmed yet, is it? Still radar indicated. But to me, I mean, I just walked through everything with it. Looks like we have a new tornado warning here for up into Ellington. This is in effect for the next 32 minutes. This is for southeastern Iron County and east central Reynolds County in Missouri for the next 32 minutes until 3 o'clock Central Time. It's radar indicated right now. Got nothing on the correlation coefficient, but let's see what's going on here with reflectivity. So I'm going to look around at all of our products, see what we got. How about differential? No. So again, another BWER here, the evil donut hole, if you will. And this is just west of Ellington. This is the area of rotation that they're concerned about down here. Yeah, I hear you, Jack. Okay, so southwest of Ellington, there is, I'm hearing a lot of noise in the hallway there, Jack. Exchange and Owl's Bend, Dislet in Missouri. These are very rural communities here. Becca says, how's Omaha, Nebraska looking? With all due respect, Emma, we're going to be looking at Missouri right now, being that there are active tornado warnings. So if you stick around, perhaps we'll talk about Omaha as things develop. Okay? But we're back to Van Buren down here because this is the most striking velocity scan here. We still have the bounded weak echo region. Again, it's that evil donut hole, if you will, the BWER. So you need to be in your safe place, particularly if you live in Van Buren. This is, again, if I go back to the correlation coefficient, I mean, there's something on the ground here. This could very well be the funnel that's trying its best to come down, hit the ground. I mean, that's right on top and west of Van Buren right now. It's still radar indicated, but I'm not seeing anything that tells me from the National Weather Service about them updating us. This is the Paducah office. I mean, I'm not seeing anything from their chat to suggest whether or not there's anything on the ground. Janet, what's going on? Jay, what's going on? How are you guys doing? I don't have any storm chasers in the area. All the ones right now. We've got Jordan Hall up near... He looks like he's on the way. He's in Carbondale. Jordan will be joining us at some point throughout the stream. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is also out there too. I would imagine that as it stands right now, he is taking a bit of a nap prior to what's likely to be a very long evening. Kayla is asking about Minnesota. We're certainly not going to be looking at Minnesota right now with active tornado warnings going on, Kayla. Sorry about that. All right, but now that rotation for this one up here is really tightening up. Again, you don't have to be a meteorologist to see the colors jumping out at you, right? Green in this instance is our winds going toward the radar site. So in this case, it's Paducah, Kentucky, east of where we are right now, east of Annapolis, Missouri. So green are the winds going toward it. Red are the winds going away from the radar, right? And this is showing us that right here, north of Ellington, you have a tightening happening, right? You have that rotation within the supercell thunderstorm. So that's one clue. We'll switch to the correlation coefficient product, and this would show us whether or not there is anything touching the ground that's lofting debris into the air. So again, not seeing anything there just yet. It is just radar indicated, but that is most definitely tightening up, as is the storm down here in Van Buren. And if I look again at the correlation coefficient, doing a lot of jumping around between the products, you can still see that there's a little something there on the correlation coefficient product. Not a super strong signal, but a signal nonetheless. So we're going to keep an eye on both of these storms here as things continue to develop. Let me know if you guys have any questions in the chat, and I will try my best to answer them as those questions come in to us. All right. Of course, we are streaming live across all of our social media platforms. That includes Facebook, the MyRadar app, Twitch, TikTok, YouTube. We are everywhere. The goal is to get that information to people wherever they may happen to be. If you're watching us, by the way, on TikTok, we'd appreciate it if you were to follow us. There's 70-something people in here right now. We'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. That would be really awesome. It is completely free to do so. That way you always know whenever we drop a new TikTok, or of course whenever we go live. Let me turn on that goal. We'd really appreciate it again. And if you were to also share the live stream too, we want to make sure that if you know people that live in this general area, that they are able to get the information to be able to take action if need be. Jay Mamas has been a follower since Hurricane Milton with the heart. Thank you very much for that. My daughter does this in soccer when she scores goals. Okay, so it looks like we have someone spamming the share function. Those videos are funny. I have seen those, but hey, buddy, I'm gonna have to mute you. All right. So unclear if that's gonna keep him muted the whole time. Chris P. Noodle. Great name. But if that's not going to fix it, then I'm going to have to block him, unfortunately. Okay. All right. Lulu says, my friend is parked in Missouri waiting for it to pass. I'm updating her. So when you say parked, parked where? You certainly don't want to be in an underpass. I know that sounds counterintuitive. You know, you'll stay dry, sure, but those winds will come ripping through there. It is absolutely not a safe place to be. So we have the tightening rotation west of Annapolis and over Van Buren, Missouri as well. These are two areas that really stand out most to me, particularly in the correlation coefficient product north of Van Buren there, where there's not much going on there. Someone says that they were excited to see Jaden Pappenheim. I don't know who that is, but if they stream through Severe Studios, we have a partnership with Severe Studios where their streamers are able to stream into the MyRadar app, which is really awesome. So perhaps that's where you saw Jaden, although if that is the case now, I don't see him streaming. All right. We have got a tornado warning for St. Louis, Missouri that just came in. So let's take a look here. So we're going to switch up to the St. Louis radar here. So the city of St. Louis is now under a tornado warning. This is for the next 40 minutes here. It's radar indicated. This goes for Madison, St. Clair, St. Louis, and central St. Louis counties. This is for the next 40 minutes. All right. So if you know somebody that lives in St. Louis, now is the time to make sure that they are aware of what is going on. So again, share the live stream wherever it is that you happen to be watching from. Let's take a look at what's going on here. So I would imagine that this was the St. Louis office that issued it. Yes, it was. So we're using the St. Louis radar. This is the storm off to the west here. And as it stands, this is now pushing just east of the National Weather Service radar, but it's very likely this cell here that's right over the top of Maryland Heights. And this is pushing just to the east of Creve Coeur Airport, west of Overland and Breckenridge Hills. Let's take a look here at the correlation coefficient product. Not seeing anything that jumps out to me, but when it comes to the velocity scan, it's a little patchy there. Let's switch to the terminal radar here, see if I can find anything. And as it stands right now, I mean, I assume that this is what they're looking at down here. It hasn't entered into the risk area yet, west of Town and Country, Des Peres, and Crystal Lake Park, where you're seeing, again, the winds kind of, the green within the red. That's showing us, again, that you've got winds acting on opposite directions with different speeds. And that is effectively showing you the rotation. So let's keep a close eye on this. Again, this is the city of St. Louis that is under this tornado warning. We also have tornado warnings to the south as well for Van Buren, so we certainly don't want to miss that. All right. Someone says, referring to that person before, is on Team Dominator. Oh, want to read Timmer's, guys. Yeah. Trucking says, look at the hook in Van Buren. Yeah, we've got a lot of storms here going on right now. I mean, it's absolutely very impressive on radar. This is what Trucking on YouTube is talking about here. So you've got this V shape here, which is called the V notch. That's effectively the big, tallest part of the cloud here. As the storms begin to convect vertically, they hit a point in the atmosphere where they kind of slide out because they cease to condense. And then what happens is you're on the rear end, you have that the effectively what we call the rear flank downdraft here, the backside of the storm that begins to curve and kind of hook in toward the storm. This would be where you would find the tornado, right down into here, so over Van Buren. And to your point that if I go back a couple of scans here, you can see that we do still have the hook on earlier scans, but it really begins to look a lot more pronounced as we continue to advance, particularly even right now on the latest scan. And again, velocity suggests that we've got some twist there. And again, with the correlation coefficient product, it's a little less so now, but there is absolutely something there. It is not confirmed yet, still radar indicated, although I would treat it very seriously. North there in Annapolis, Again, you've got rotation to your west, so if you do live in Annapolis, day arc, you need to be in your safe place. But let's head back up to the St. Louis Metro here, which again is under a tornado warning right now. So, of course, St. Louis, one of the great American cities there in the Midwest. We're going to keep a very close eye on this. Chesapeake Sailor says, thanks for all you do. Have been a tool for many safe passage on the water. Hey, we've got some awesome marine features coming soon for you boaters. So that storm down in Van Buren, by the way, from emergency management, we have reports of tennis ball size hail. So I'm going to show you another product here. We're going to go back to Paducah. And that hook really, really showing up. I'm going to switch to the vertically integrated liquid product. And this is showing us what is otherwise known as VIL, vertically integrated liquid. So what happens with these storms, right, is that they are convecting so furiously, that's air moving vertically in the atmosphere, that the air is so cold as it goes higher into the atmosphere, right, that the freezing is happening in multiple portions of the atmosphere, and it continues to freeze, more water, freeze, more water, freeze, more water, freeze, as it continues to get lifted. This is showing us just a big bad monster hail core here, right? So as we talked about earlier, hail this size, right? Upwards of 4 inches in diameter is possible today. You certainly don't want to be outside. There are reports right now of tennis ball size hail near that storm right there. If we look at the storm here up in St. Louis, big old hail core there too. Let's see what we've got going on there. Tennis ball sized hail reported there as well. Let me see if I can get you a look at this thing on a tower camera. Luckily for us, there are lots of tower cameras available to us there in Missouri. That's not showing us anything. It's up there near. There are so many tower cameras. Holy Toledo. So it'd be up here. Just rain. People out on the roads. Not great. There are so many tower cameras here to choose from here in Missouri, courtesy of the Missouri Department of Transportation and the Gateway Guide. So I am just looking to see if I can spot this thing on the tower cameras here. Wish their site was a little larger here. It's not great. So let's switch back to reflectivity here. Let's keep it on velocity. There's the rotation. It is just west of downtown St. Louis City right now. I mean, it is right there. I gotta find a tower camera here that's going to show it to us. So many people on the road. Of course, what time is it? It's 3:30 in the afternoon on Friday, so people are most definitely going to be getting on the road to head home from work. Oh, lots of traffic on the road there in Missouri. Just keep it there, Jack, on keep it there. I'm still looking for the camera here as best I can. Everything, all these tower cameras are looking at the street rather than like off into the distance. A lot of traffic on the road right now. That tower camera is kind of bouncing in the breeze there. It'd be one of these. I'm trying to find it, guys, to be able to show you something. I don't have anything on the cameras other than the fact that they are bouncing, and if this thing were indeed to touch down, there's just too many people on the road right now. It's not ideal. Jack, if you want to switch to the web browser computer here momentarily. Okay, so here's a camera. This is at 20th Street looking east in Missouri, courtesy of MoDOT. So, I mean, you've got downtown St. Louis right there in the background of the image. But I'm seeing a wall cloud here from emergency officials, but nothing here on this particular camera. So we're going to keep looking here. But it's here on the western side of the city where we are most likely to be able to see something. That's not going to help me, those cameras. So, Jack, you can switch back to the app until I find something. All right. Someone said, how fast are they moving? They're definitely moving here. We can see that in the app. They are moving at 50 miles per hour. So, again, the benefit, not benefit to Mother Nature, of course, is that it doesn't have to follow the laws of traffic, right? It pushing. Holy cow. Switch to the web browser computer again, Jack. This is 64th at Hampton West in MoDOT. Look at that. That camera is bouncing in the breeze there. All right. So again, unclear whether or not we have got anything on the ground. I will let you know if that changes here. Right now, it's radar indicated rotation. That rotation is just to the west. Jack, if you can pull up the picture-in-picture, too, of the app. We always want to have the radar data up there for people. Right over top of Richmond Heights, south of University City. Perhaps, Jack, if you want to switch them, maybe take the app there in full and put the tower camera there in the picture-in-picture. So this is just west of St. Louis proper, there along I-64 and I-44, just west of I-70. Okay? We've got reports of golf ball-sized hail there as well. Tennis ball-sized hail, as I mentioned earlier. Oh my gosh, tons of hail. Some quarter-sized, marble-sized. This thing's taken power lines down, which we'll look at the power outages here in just a moment. Okay, and I see a picture here. I can't show these pictures to you. They're from the National Weather Service chat here from Emergency Management. Okay. National Weather Service is saying we got a storm on the ground, folks. So this is on the ground. Has this updated? It says radar indicated, but this is a storm on the ground according to meteorologists from the National Weather Service there in St. Louis. There it is. This is on the ground here. See this blue color? That is the tornado on the ground here. So you need to be in your safe place. This is just pushing north of downtown St. Louis here. Jack, I'm going to look for another camera. So if you take that picture-in-picture down, we have got a tornado on the ground. It looks like that this tornado warning is about to be updated here for St. Louis proper here. Again, I couldn't tell you the last time off the top of my mind that St. Louis proper was hit by a tornado, but they are staring down that reality right now. You need to be in your safe place. If you can hear me, folks, if you wouldn't mind sharing this live stream, we want to make sure that folks that live in St. Louis, the gateway city, are aware of the fact that there is a tornado on the ground, a very dangerous tornado, according to folks from the National Weather Service meteorology team. So I am trying my best to find this storm on a tower camera to be able to get a look at it here. Those are all under an overpass, but you can see the rotation clear as day here on the whatchamacallit, the velocity scan. Gosh, what am I trying to say? I'm working to see if I can find it here. Again, I got the chat here. National Weather Service saying debris is up to 6,000 feet in this thing, and so we're going to see that here on the correlation coefficient, and that's it right there. We talked about how when you see that blue color, this is the tornado right here. Out ahead of it, that's very likely debris that's being lofted by the tornado right here and then exiting it to the east as it falls down. So again, you can see it right here, the chain of rocks canal and Mississippi River. This thing is pushing east toward you at this moment. That is the tornado right there. Holy cow. Look at that. Look at that rotation. This is downtown right here along 64. And I am working to find you guys a camera here that I would be able to show you from the Missouri Department of Transportation. There's a million cameras there, and of course I can't find one that is showing the storm. We had it we had one just bouncing around before, but it's not necessarily. This thing is lifting. It's going to cross the river here soon. All right. You need to be in your safe place. I would imagine that we are going to start seeing some power outages here. Let me turn on that layer in the app. It's just going to be a little hard to see right now. Got power outages to the south. But we are absolutely staying here for St. Louis. This thing is about to jump the river. It looks like, if anything, that downtown is going to be spared. This thing is pushing north right now. Okay, I'm getting close here with cameras. Oh, geez, there is a full-on traffic jam over there. All right. Someone's saying, where is it on the ground? It's north of downtown St. Louis right now. Debris up to 6,000 feet. Have they upgraded it yet? Radar confirmed tornado. Yep, damaging tornado. It's not a PDS. I'm a little surprised. But it is indeed upgraded. I'm trying to find a camera. No, that one ain't it. Folks, I'm determined to get you guys a camera here. I'm determined to get you a tower camera to be able to show you this storm as best I can. There aren't any storm chasers in the area. So this is going to be our best way of getting the ground truth of it all. All right. Someone said, can the tornado be in New Hampshire? What are you talking about? Again, for those of you that are just joining us, there is a tornado on the ground in St. Louis, Missouri. All right, there's the rotation. It's about to cross Interstate 70. There it goes. Just crossed Interstate 70, and it looks like it's hopping the Mississippi River right now. It's right in here. Can you see where we've got the dry notch just west of Granite City? So this is the drier air being sucked into and wrapping around the base of the storm there, or base of the wall cloud, I should say. Right? This is, again, remember that the winds here and the velocity product, in this instance, we're using the radar that's to its west. So red is wind going away from it, whereas the green is wind going toward the radar. So that's that twist that we are seeing, okay? The storm to the south, as I talked about, is not as pronounced, although we are hearing reports of a funnel cloud here. So it looks like the storm might have lifted, but this is it. I mean, this is it right here. It's kicked up some debris here east of North Broadway and Hall Street. We already had indications that that debris is upwards of 6,000 feet in the air west of Granite City. So you most definitely need to be in your safe place if you live in St. Louis. Jack, we should consider doing the push here soon. If you've got that ready to rock, let me know if you have that queued up. Yeah, do that, and we'll probably do it when we get our first PDS. Again, we're going to be with you through the evening, folks. This is not going to be our only tornado of the day, but this is most definitely one in a major metropolitan area. Of course, St. Louis ain't no small city, right? Shout out Larry Hughes. If you know, you know. Okay. As a reminder, folks, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. we are tracking severe weather here moving through the Midwest. We have a tornado warning for the city of St. Louis. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground just north of the city, confirmed golf ball size hail. Someone said that's not very far from the St. Louis Arch. Good point. Where is that? The Gateway Arch. No, so that's east of downtown. That's down here. So it's moving north. Golly, look at that rotational couplet there. So it's pushing north of the arch, right? So the arch, if you're familiar, is down here near East St. Louis. It's like right down here where my mouse cursor is. You guys can see that, right? Let me know in the chat if you guys can see my mouse cursor. I'm moving it around like a silly person over here. Let me know wherever you're watching. Say yes. Give me a number 1, a W. Yes. Okay, good. So the arch is down here, right? The tornado is up here near the Chain of Rocks Canal and Granite City. Right up here. What if we switch to the terminal radar from the airport there? Yeah, I mean, again, you can see it right here. There's your rotation, clear as day. Switch back to the St. Louis. Here's our, again, if I zoom out, right? I know this looks like a big, meteorologist Matthew Capucci likes to say that this product looks like a bucket of spilled paint, right? And that is what it looks like. Red is showing us, again, objects that are of similar shape, which is rain. Jack, it looks like we lost the screen share over here. Weird. The iPad, I fixed it. I just saw an advertisement for Apple TV over here. And then, see this blue here, this is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically. So again, the red is effectively objects that this product is familiar with, that being rain, as it looks very similar. So there's no way of me being able to tell you what exactly this is, but it does not belong there. It is a foreign object, right, that has been lofted vertically into the air. In this instance, it could be realistically anything. It could be, it's debris. What did you say? Oh, Capucci's here. All right, perfect. So again, that's, I mean, he's like the specter that haunts over our live streams here. The correlation coefficient product looks like a bucket of spilled paint. That is straight from Matthew Capucci. He says that all the time. And that's absolutely what it looks like. But again, we are tracking this confirmed tornado on the ground just north of the city of St. Louis. Golf ball-sized hail. We're hearing reports of quarter-sized hail as well. Trees down as well, according to local emergency management too. So again, this is a very real situation. If you live in Granite City, Nameoki, I'm trying my best here with the names. If I'm mispronouncing it, let me know. And Pontoon Beach, you need to be in your safe place. There is a tornado just to the west of you that is pushing its way north and east of you. You need to be in your safe place. Again, that's going to be a tornado shelter, ideally. If you don't have one, it's going to be your basement. If you don't have a basement, it's going to be the lowest floor of your home. That is where you need to be. All right. We don't have any storm chasers in the area for St. Louis. All of the ones are more to the south, although Jordan Hall is kind of splitting the difference there. But he is not in St. Louis proper. Again, St. Louis under a tornado watch, under a tornado warning as well. Let me know if you guys are watching on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Jack, I'm sure that push is fine. Don't send it yet, though. We're going to wait for PDS. Okay, so this thing's about to push into Illinois here. And of course, that's where it's going to leave us in terms of being able to see this thing on a tower camera. I'm trying my best to...
It did appear on the St. Louis Arch Cam.
What did you say?
It did appear on the Gateway Arch Cam.
It did? What?
It did. Yeah, we just tweeted actually from the MyRadar account some footage showing that. Not necessarily from the Arch Cam, but there are other photos showing it from the Arch Cam too. So it is confirmed both visually and via radar. But Glen Carbon's next in line, Maryville and Troy. And for a time, this thing probably had winds at least in the EF2 range, meaning it's a significant tornado. All tornadoes obviously dangerous and damaging. This one, a significant tornado. And I would not be surprised to see more of these sort of higher end tornadoes throughout the day today. Also very concerning, 2 cells right now moving through southeast Missouri into Illinois, all being positioned to intercept those near or just east of Cape Girardeau in the next little while too. But definitely a pretty concerning setup with multiple strong supercells pushing through. And Mike, you know, it's not even 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We had baseballs and softballs falling from these storms shortly after noontime. It's now 3 p.m. Peak heating still has another 2 to 3 hours to go. I see no reason why these storms would not continue to maintain themselves or intensify as we head throughout the next little while.
For sure. Capucci, you'd be proud. I've been showing off, I don't know if you can see it, I've been showing off your hailstone here. The one in my hand here. This one, Capucci, what is it? 4.34 inches in diameter, something like that, right?
4.63. And actually, the one that I found 2 weeks ago near Guthrie, Texas, was 4.74. So even bigger than that. And the crazy thing, the one that I found in Guthrie, actually more massive too, because it was more round.
Yeah. So again, here's a koozie, right? Here's, you know, better example. I'll hold up an iPhone. This is an iPhone 16 Pro Max here. That's the size of the hailstone, right? Obviously thicker, thicker than the phone. Not fun if this thing were to bonk you on the head, right? That's why when Capucci is chasing events like this, he has a hard hat, literally, with him to protect his head.
People think I'm crazy for having a helmet, but you've got to in situations like this. I even actually wear it inside the vehicle, just in the off chance something manages to break the windshield and come through, which, hey, you can never really rule out. It's always a concern of mine. That and safety glasses. Don't want to get glass anywhere near the body.
So we're going to come back to the St. Louis one again. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground that it's lifting toward Edwardsville, Illinois right now. But we're going to come right back to it. I want to show you guys the 2 other storms that we have here in Missouri. The south along US 67 here. Right now we have rotation north of Day Arc. Another 43 minutes to go there. That is radar indicated rotation. You can most certainly see it right here. Again, the green representing winds going toward the radar, red away from it. Then just to the south, west of Williamsville and Lake Wapapello, there is another tornado warning in effect there. Just radar indicated, another 43 minutes to go there, so you need to be prepared to act. And then we have this little teeny tiny tornado warning off to its west that is in more rural Missouri. This is in effect for the next 27 minutes, radar indicated as well, but you can see the rotation right here. I know it's not showing up as red, it's showing up as this bluish color. That is, again, still showing us that rotational difference. Meanwhile, as I was looking at it, the National Weather Service has expanded that tornado warning to now include parts of Crawford and Washington counties until 3:45 Central Time, radar indicated as it stands right now. In fact, Jack, if you want to pull up, oh, strange, the wording for the post on X didn't update, but whatever, strange. Let's pull it up here. This is from Live Cam Chaser. Pull up the web browser computer for a moment here, Jack. So this is on our X account here. There's the tornado. Capucci wrote, at times rain-wrapped. Most definitely rain-wrapped there. You guys see it? Look at that thing. Yeah, so I guess there was confusion, Capucci. People were saying that the arch got hit. The arch camera, of course, is up very high, so was able to get a look at it there. All right. Thank you, Jack, for taking that. Let's switch back to the app. Thank you. Someone asking where was that? That was in St. Louis, Missouri. In fact, let's go back to that storm now. Again, it is pushing east of the city. St. Louis St. Louis proper is no longer in that tornado warning, but we are now looking at this. It's radar indicated, so that means that the storm has lifted a little bit here, but that still does not mean that you are not out of the woods. In fact, look at that. The power outage is just updated here, just west of that. So numerous power outages now in effect here for St. Louis County. Let's see the number here, 33,000 customers. That's 7% of the people that live in St. Louis County are without power right now. Up here, St. Charles, we've got 3,600 customers. This is a free feature, by the way, in the MyRadar app for you guys to check for yourself. You go into the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards there. Toward the very bottom is just power outages. You just toggle that on, and then things will update. Let me get you the exact number of all of the people here in Missouri that are without power right now. The total number is 64,784. Meanwhile, by the way, up in Michigan, you can see that a ton of people up here in Michigan from yesterday's severe weather are still without power, 224,000 customers. And remember that a customer is not necessarily an indication of the true human impact. I live at my house with my wife and my 2 kids, but we still count as one customer. But there's 4 people that are impacted, right? So even though that number up in Michigan is 224,000 customers, the number of people that are impacted likely much, 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 much higher. Okay? So we're still looking here at this storm that was a confirmed tornado moving through St. Louis. There was the tornado right there on the correlation coefficient scan. There you can see it moving through Granite City and lifting kind of north and east up toward Glen Carbon. And it seems like it's lifted a little bit here. Capucci, are you still on the call? Where are you going to be today? Well, the one here in Des Arc, this is radar confirmed, or this is confirmed by law enforcement. Damaging tornado on the ground here. So let's move south of here. We've got this one on the ground. This is, let me switch to a different radar. Let's switch to Paducah. So we can see it right here. Let's switch to the correlation coefficient product. And it's this teeny tiny little blue here. That is our tornado on the ground just east of Des Arc along Missouri 143 here, just west of the St. Francis River and State Highway F. Well, you're seeing up north of it here, I know what you're thinking, like, hey, Mike, that looks exactly like what's down south there. But what's very likely happening is that debris is being lofted vertically as the tornado touches down, and then that debris gets carried northward here. Something that Capucci was talking a lot about today in this forecast video that we pushed out was going to be the directional profiles of the wind. And in order for us to really get the tornado outbreak to kind of unfold as it stands, we need more easterly winds, right, Capucci? That's what you were talking about today?
Southerly winds at the surface will do the job, but if you can have even a little bit of an easterly component that really just kind of chafes with the air above, and you get the overturning and the spinning of the storms, and that's exactly the recipe to get any rotating supercells and potentially vigorously rotating supercells. And Mike, one thing that's worth noting, we're seeing less in the way of due southerly winds, and I'm noticing a little bit more easterly wind at the surface than the models were projecting. And so to me, that says, you know what, we're potentially going to either overachieve or at least fulfill the forecast. So I do think there is certainly reason to be concerned with these. And, you know, I think some of the failure modes that we were hoping would take over aren't taking over. In other words, things are lining up for a very significant event.
Yeah, mind you that, you know, Central Time, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We haven't even hit the hottest point of the day, right? If there's any silver lining there, Capucci, what does it look like near you? Do you have blue sky? Is it cloudy? The image we looked at earlier over St. Louis was a little more socked in, so I guess that kind of helped put a bit of a cap on our upper bound limits there.
Well, right now I'll say that we would be clear, but we actually now have the anvil of these storms moving overhead. So the upper level anvils have been surfing a jet stream wind sometimes more than about 100 miles downstream, which just goes to show you how strong the jet stream is. It's literally like blowing the top of the storm.
Let's look at it. Let's look at it here. So I'm going to go into the layers menu, and in MyRadar, you have two options for the winds: winds at the ground and winds at aloft, the jet stream, the air upstairs. Meteorologist that I work with in Kentucky. Big shout out to Chris Bailey. Going to be a big day for the folks in Kentucky as well. That'll be a little bit later this evening. So this is a look at the winds at the surface here. I'm going to zoom out. So you can see that we've got winds at the surface coming in from the south and kind of southwest here. But then, as Capucci was just alluding to, if we switch to the jet stream, that's the air upstairs. Remember, at the surface, it's coming in from the southwest. But if we go aloft, you've got the winds really strongly coming in from the west and blowing eastward, right? So this is that differential equation, not equation. This is the difference that you need, again, for that wind shear. You need winds moving in opposite directions or moving against one another, different heights, different speeds. And this is what you are getting here from Mother Nature today. If I zoom out here, you can see again those winds coming in hard and fast here from the southwest, but our strongest winds aloft right now are positioned from Springfield, Missouri, up towards Cincinnati, Ohio there, and up northward, even up near Chicago. But you have the winds at the surface here near Cape Girardeau, just west of where Capucci is right now. Those winds coming in, again, almost truly from the south in some spots. So not so great, as Capucci alluded to, not a lot of off-ramps here. Okay? Just let us know, too, Capucci, when we've got your camera. I see Jaden Pappenheim is streaming here.
It's been up for a while, so I don't know what the deal is.
No, I probably haven't, Jack hasn't pulled it in over here.
Oh.
Capucci's shot. Yeah, I'm not seeing him in the Storm Chasers layer.
Let me update my location.
Yeah, that probably is it. Oh, I see Jordan shot and I see Capucci shot. That's beautiful where you are, Capucci.
Yeah, so that's just the milky white overcast of the anvils overhead. I'm getting an amazing mammatus display here, too. And when I turn in just a sec, you'll be able to see the edge of the anvil to the south. So you can just barely see some blue skies down by the horizon. That's the edge of the anvil. And it goes to show you how crisp the upper levels are. And qualitatively, I can tell you, anytime I see an anvil with a really crisp edge, that to me usually results in a pretty impressive storm. And I would not be at all surprised if that's the case this time too. So there are those two supercells approaching Cape Girardeau. I'm racing to Cape Girardeau, and then I'm going to sort of make the call and figure out if I should go north or south.
Yeah, it looks like both of them. The one in Des Arc, that one is confirmed by law enforcement there south of Annapolis, and then this one to the south, that's still radar indicated, but the rotation there is super tight.
Yeah.
So it's, oh man, it's you know what? They've put another little tornado warning south of the one of Des Arc. Or is it that they put one to the north? It looks like they split the difference there, kind of covered them all.
It's at the edge of a CWA or a county warning area boundary. And so the Weather Service in one locale jurisdiction can only issue so far, and they want to make the box complete. So the other Weather Service office has to kind of patch the gap, so to speak.
All right. Oh, so someone on Twitch saying Jaden Pappenheim, I guess, joined the Severe Studios network yesterday. Yeah, so if you guys can see it above my head, I'm streaming TikTok. You're not able to see this here, being that I'm very nervous about showing you guys footage of people driving. TikTok's AI does not like that at all. Even though Capucci is driving very safely, he's got his camera mounted. It's not like he's holding it out the windshield. But in the app here, another feature. Again, if you look at the stack of cards on the toolbar there, that's the layers menu. And then you toggle on video storm chasers. This will plot all these little buttons on the map. Those are storm chasers. And what you do is you tap on it. There's Jaden Pappenheim. Then we tap on Jaden. And then bang, there's his camera, courtesy of our partners at Severe Studios. Isn't that neat? And what you can do is you can actually make it picture in picture as well. Oh no, that feature that is being repaired, but you're able to put that feature, or put the camera rather, wherever you want to on the map and follow along as the storms move in. There's Capucci. He's just right near Cape Girardeau and Jonesboro. So there's Capucci's camera.
And Mike, if we take my shot, you'll be able to see very clearly the incredible mammatus with these anvils overhead.
Let's do it. Oh yeah, take that full for a second, Jack, and then bring the radar
And the
up.
amazing part is, I'm still like 75 miles away from the storms, which is just...
So the cloud structure that you're seeing just there at the top of the screen, we got to update the location, by the way, Jack. That says he's in Illinois. He's definitely not. The mammatus clouds there at the top, it looks like that kind of, how would you describe it, Capucci? It's almost like river rocks, the kind of look there. Bubble wrap, perfect.
Yeah,
now,
it looks very, yeah.
It gets its name, right? Mammary, right? Like, you know, if you took science class, you know what I'm talking about here. Or udders, right? But you typically see this on the rear side or after the worst of the storms have pushed through, as cooler air begins to sink down toward the base of the cloud and forms those little pouches that you're seeing there. Now, that's not always the case that it is indicative of the worst has already passed you, because of course there could still be storms coming in from the west, right? But at least from that particular storm cell that we are looking at there, Capucci's looking at the back side of it. Always incredibly striking photos. And then I know Capucci has seen many mammatus clouds. If you catch them right at golden hour, right as the sun is setting, and you have the backscattering of the UV rays, they just look so incredibly neat when it comes to cloud structure. But, you know, it is 4:15 Eastern, 3:15 Central. There's still so much more to go here. So looks like both tornadoes
road
here.
Network here, I have to say, is quite poor. So I wanted to get to Cape Girardeau, but there's actually only one road to Cape Girardeau from my location because it's across the river. So what I'm going to try to do is you know, normally I try to split the difference between two storms as long as possible to give myself more of a choice. Today, just given the road network, I have to choose the southern cell. Otherwise, I'd be run over by the giant hail from the northern cell en route, and it just get messy, and I'd fall behind. So what I'm going to do now is head to the town of Sykeston and position myself to be ready for that southern storm. And hopefully, I'll get there a little early, such that we can get a long time view of this storm.
Someone on Twitch, Capucci, that was watching you yesterday said you had the craziest land spout they've ever seen.
Yeah, and we streamed it live for over 30 minutes on the MyRadar app, which is amazing to think, A, just how far technology has come that we're able to do that, and B, I don't know of any other weather app out there that sends their meteorologists out and can live stream tornadoes in real time. So, you know, we try to cover the viewers in all bases at MyRadar. And we certainly had a really cool land spout the other day. And the nice thing, too, you know, we can give you supplemental information and supplemental explanations in real time. So we were narrating the land spout as it was happening.
Capucci, we've got people asking in the chat, what is a land spout?
Yeah, great question. So land spout is a species of tornado. And I say species because not all tornadoes are made equally. Some form via different processes. Most begin as cloud-based rotation. When the winds change speed and direction with height, it kind of plays a game of tug of war with the clouds, and any clouds that grow tall enough to feel multiple or to span multiple layers of atmosphere will rotate. And that's how you get a supercell to form and a supercell tornado. And those will be the case today. A land spout's different. A land spout starts when you have a little whirl near the ground. Think about those little leaf nados that we have, just little surface whirls, nothing big. But it moves beneath a rapidly developing cumulus cloud or the updraft of a storm. And that updraft, the upward motion, vertically stretches it and tightens it into a vortex. And it's usually the equivalent of like an EF0, maybe EF1 tornado. And that's exactly what happened the other day in Nebraska.
All right, we've got someone on TikTok asking about Arkansas. Right now, there are no active tornadoes in Arkansas. You are under at least parts of it, just north of Searcy, Russellsville, Harrison, Fort Smith. You are under a tornado watch until I believe it's 7 o'clock Central Time. Yeah, but right now we're going to be focusing on the areas that are dealing with active tornado warnings, which there are only 3 of them. Capucci, did you see the tornado warning that we had out near Trenton, New Jersey this morning, like Atlantic City?
I did, and we had one near Georgetown, Delaware, too. Anytime you have a northwest low environment this time of year in the mid-Atlantic, you get storms that tend to overachieve a little bit. Storms just love to feel the northwest flow.
I was at the eye doctor this morning, Capucci, and one of the folks in the office was saying, they were asking me about hurricane season, which, of course, June 1st, guys, it's almost here. And you know, they were like, what can you tell me about this summer? And I said, well, it's going to be hot, you know? And then she was saying, like, oh, she's at the point where she wants to move because she's sick of the crazy weather in Florida. She's like, I'm thinking Delaware. And of course, I was like, well, I mean, geographically, it's small, right? You know, but you can still get severe weather. You can still get snow, obviously. And then lo and behold, a little tornado warning up there today in Delaware. So here near Lake Wapapello, looks like the hashtag not a sponsor, looks like the Pepsi logo down here on the radar. It's still radar indicated right to the south, or just to the west of Puxico. Let's see if we've got anything.
Hop off for just a second.
No, you're good. You're good. You go do your thing. So that was meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who's going to be joining us throughout the evening tonight. Storm Chaser Jordan Hall is out there as well. He'll be joining us too as the night progresses. We've got a new tornado warning here. This is that same storm that did produce a tornado. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, misspoke. Let's take a look at this one here. This is in, I believe it's Illinois. It was issued by the Missouri office, but this is for Illinois. Bond, Clinton, Fayette, and Marion counties in effect for the next 39 minutes. It is radar indicated. It is right over the Carlisle Reservoir there. So let's switch to the St. Louis radar, and you can see it right here. So this is our V notch. It's shaped like a V, right? That's the top of the cloud that's hitting the highest point that it can condense and kind of hits its ceiling and slides, right? Now, here on the backside of it, here you have your hook happening down here. This is where we're likely to find the tornado. Now, right in here, it's not perfectly concealed, but can you see these little green squares here? This one right here, for example, and right here, this is what's called a bounded weak echo region, or BWER, a donut hole on the radar. And what that means, in a supercell thunderstorm, you have your updraft and you have your downdraft. The updraft is, of course, what is feeding the storm, kind of right here now. And what that effectively means is that the updraft is so powerful that even though the storm is, there's precipitation, there's rain in the storm, that the updraft is so powerful that it's suspending the rain mid-air. Now, the good news is I'm not seeing any indications of significant velocity here. It's right here, south of Tamalco. So there's spin, but as for anything on the ground, that is not the case just yet. Okay? As a reminder, I hope you are all doing well here this afternoon. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm streaming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, I'm joined by Jack, our director behind the scenes. You can see meteorologist Matthew Capucci's camera there on your screen as well. He will be joining us in and out as the evening progresses. Storm Chaser Jordan Hall is out there as well. Jack, if you can put his camera up too. I know he's not moving around, but if you can put his camera right up next to Capucci, that way we have it. That would be awesome. It is going to cover the app. Can you put the picture in pictures, Jack, over on the left side, so that way we can see the toolbar on the Windows app? Are you able to do that? Just let me know. At least for right now. Heard. Yeah, is it easy to switch back if need be? Gotcha. Yeah, just because it's covering the toolbar. because ideally I'd like to leave them up. All right, looks like we have a new tornado warning here for this one back here in Missouri. No, that's 21. All right, that just fooled me. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 tornado warnings now. As a reminder, folks, we are under a moderate risk for severe weather. We are just on the western side of that moderate risk. For the folks that are watching in the live stream that are from Kentucky, Evansville, Indiana, Clarksville, Tennessee, Nashville, the storms are likely to come to you a little bit later this afternoon into the evening, if not overnight tonight. Okay? So things are going to get cooking here over the next couple of hours. In fact, if I bring that back down, let me just turn it off for a moment. Turn it off. Right here, you see these yellow boxes? And I'm going to turn those up. See the yellow boxes? That is a tornado watch. It looks like that has now been expanded to include Louisville and Indianapolis. That is new. So Louisville is under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock Central Time. Indianapolis, Muncie, home to Ball State, are under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. Central Time as well. Same thing goes with Bowling Green, Kentucky. Evansville and Owensboro, also 10 p.m. Paducah included in that as well. So the tornado warning has now been expanded and pushed eastward and northward to include Indianapolis, Urbana, Lafayette, Muncie, Louisville, Elizabethtown, Bowling Green, Hopkinsville, Evansville. Till 10 o'clock Central Time, that's 11 o'clock Eastern over where we are. Okay? Busy, busy, busy. We will be here with you. All right. Keeping an eye on this storm here west of Patoka. So if you live in Vernon, Patoka, Tamalco, you need to be prepared to act here. It is radar indicated as it stands right now, but on velocity, you can see the rotation right here. All right. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Coco says, do you think Michigan will get hit? Not tonight. Likely not. And you guys had it yesterday. You guys need a break. All right. Fatima on YouTube says, is it most likely going to reach Winchester and Muncie, Indiana? I got not that we're under a tornado watch. Yes, you are under a tornado watch. You need to be prepared to act. Remember, a watch isn't a guarantee that you're going to get a tornado, but all the ingredients are there. In fact, we can ask Gail, the MyRadar AI assistant here that is in beta in the Windows app. Let's ask Gail, what is the difference between a tornado watch and tornado warning? So Gail is here in beta in Windows. It is coming to iOS and to Android for our premium subscribers. And you're able to get some really cool weather information here. It's going to answer weather-related questions. So this is going to give us a breakdown between tornado watch and warning. Here you go. They are both meant to inform the public about potential for tornadoes, but they're different. Tornado watch. This means that weather conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes in and near the watch area. It does not mean a tornado has been spotted, just that one could form. You should stay alert, review your safety plans, and be ready to act. Warning. That means a warning. A tornado has been sighted or indicated by weather radar. There is imminent danger to life and property. Right? So thanks, Gail. Appreciate it. There you go. All right. If you guys are watching on TikTok, hey, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. There's quite a few people in here. We are on the way to 120,000 followers, which is just incredibly awesome. We'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us, share the live stream as well. That way, you always know whenever we drop a new TikTok, or of course whenever we go live. It's totally free. It's somewhere above my head here. Just to hit follow. We'd really appreciate it very, very much. Thank you kindly. All right. And of course, we are coming to you live across all of the MyRadar social media platforms, including in the MyRadar app. Let me know in the chat where it is that you are joining us from.
Joining from Missouri, or actually the Illinois-Missouri border.
Well, I believe that that's meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is back on the call.
Indeed, yeah. So I'm approaching the town of Mounds and Cairo in extreme southern Illinois, so a little southeast of Cape Girardeau. And what I'm doing is actually taking the highway a little bit westward right now to be in the path of that southern supercell. And, you know, Mike, I know you've been showing folks that we have multiple tornado warnings in a row. We have one near the town of Advance, that's the southernmost cell, and then one near Marcan, the one that has a few other storms nearby. I'm choosing the southernmost cell because on a day like today, you know, it has nothing to the south, which to me says, hey, it can gobble up an uninterrupted supply of warm, moist air and potentially become a long track significant tornado if it does spawn a tornado. I do think it's getting its act together right now. I mean, it is tornado warned. This is for the cell, the southernmost of the line that's approaching Bell City with a circulation near Puxico farther southwest. Advance about to get in on some big hail. And then Orrin and Morley on the Missouri side of the river are about to get some big hail as well. I'm just east of that. And, you know, the cell structure continues to improve. And Mike, one thing that's really striking for me where I am right now, east and downwind, downstream of this storm, is just how dark it is. It's tough to appreciate on the camera shot because the camera adjusts itself automatically to allow more light in. Mm-hmm. But to me, it doesn't look like 3:30 in the afternoon. It looks like it's, you know, supper time. It's noticeably darker than it was even a little while ago. And I still have another probably 30 minutes to go before I'm really in the meat and potatoes of this storm. But it's no surprise. It has storm tops well over 50,000 feet, and those storm tops continue to grow. It's warned for softball-sized hail. And we know that the setup today is basically as textbook and perfect as it gets in this part of the world to get giant hail. And the reason for that is that you have obviously very cold temperatures at the mid levels of the atmosphere, what's called the hail growth region. You have a lot of oomph, upward moving air in the hail growth region. And so you're able to suspend hailstones until they get to mammoth sizes. And Mike, the other thing people sometimes forget, you actually need just a little bit of dry air at the mid levels because dry air is actually heavier than moist air. And so when you introduce surface moist air, it can punch up very quickly through that dry air. And that's how you get hail to kind of ascend even more and to get parcels of air to rise even more.
Oh, I think I lost Capucci. Yeah, I think we lost Capucci. He's, again, driving through pretty rural Missouri there. Oh, nope. All right, we'll get him back. As he was alluding to...
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
I hear you now, Capucci. It looks like you went through a dead spot there for a moment.
Indeed, and what I will say for the editors is that oftentimes the Starlink has a tough time in the vicinity of storms. So if there ever is a way that we can do a phone signal. But anyway, Mike, is there any way we could show the echo tops looking at the Paducah radar?
Yeah, that's what I was just using here. So I'm using the Paducah radar. This is, again, another per station feature. You see the yellow and orange colors here? If we highlight, I'm using, again, the Windows product, but if you hover over the legend, you can get an idea of what that color effectively means. So to Capucci's point, I mean, you're talking 56 some odd thousand feet tall. That's a big monster storm.
Yeah, and the southern one, oftentimes when I'm trying to figure out which storm to choose, I always look at echo tops because, you know, the height of a storm doesn't lie. The height of the storm is directly proportional to intensity. And that southern one is just going, you know, it's kind of going nuclear at this point. It doesn't really have any limiting factors. I think the next hour or so it's going to develop what we call a steady state mesocyclone, meaning the rotating part of the storm can just kind of be self-sufficient and thrive for a while. And that's the recipe to get a long track tornado. And I would not be surprised on a day like today if the southernmost in the line of storms wins out. So I'm approaching the town of Cairo in extreme southern Illinois, about to cross the river into Missouri. And we're going to see what we get. But I can tell you, Mike, it's a mean storm just based on how tall the storm is.
Yeah, let's also not forget another product here. If I click the selected product and select vertically integrated liquid, this is showing us our hail core. And to your point, Capucci, that is a monster hail core. Given that we know that the storm is incredibly tall, of course, it's bringing moisture higher into the vertical profile of the storm. You know, as the water rises, it freezes, and then more water accretes on top of that and freezes, and it continues to grow and grow and grow and grow until it comes crashing down. But right now, its updraft is very powerful to the point where, again, as Capucci alluded to, it's very tall. This is the echo tops here. And remember, as a storm, or as the radar is looking down through looking through the storm here, and on satellite with infrared, it's looking for the tops of the clouds, which are typically the coldest. But in this indication, again, in the Windows app, all you do is hover over the legend. You guys can see it, right? If I move it left and right, you can see the colors changing. We're soon releasing a feature where you're going to be able to inspect things right on the map, which is exciting. But you can do this in iOS and on Android by just putting your finger over the color and dragging left and right. I'm doing it on the iPad next to me here. But that particular storm, very tall, between 50 and 60,000 feet tall. To Capucci's point, it is off by itself. There's nothing getting in the way. You need to be prepared to act here. There is nothing on the ground just yet, but this thing is like a train on the tracks here, just chugging along. There's nothing to its south, nothing to its west.
And Mike, what worries me too is how quickly it's moving east as well. I mean, where I am right now, I'll probably be in the storm itself in the next 30 minutes. And, you know, it doesn't look that bad outside yet. And I want to make sure that on days like today, people aren't waiting for environmental cues. They're not waiting first for the dark skies, the thunder, and the hail, and all that stuff to seek shelter, because two things are important to note. Number one, these storms are moving east at 50 miles per hour. You can't get east at 50 miles an hour on any road around these parts. You don't have an east-west highway, so you're not going to catch up to it, and you're not going to outrun it. And so I want to make sure people seek shelter as soon as the warnings are issued, because things will change fast. And number two, Mike, with the structure of a hook echo, if a storm is moving due east, you could be in the path of the hook and miss what's called the forward flank downdraft, or all the rain and the hail northeast of the hook, because it's a little north of you. And so theoretically, you could be, you know, just north of Sikeston, Missouri, near the town of Blodgett, for example, and only get the hook, only get the spinning part. Sorry, Siri's interrupting me. You could theoretically only get the rotating part of the storm and miss out on all the rain and still wind up with the tornado, especially given the motion today. So it's really important people seek shelter as soon as a warning comes out for their location.
We are, of course, streaming live in the MyRadar app and across all of the MyRadar platforms. So wherever that you are watching from, please let me know. I will try my best to answer as many of your questions as they come into us. We've got Matthew Capucci's camera up. If you want to see him, go to youtube.com/myradar. You can see his camera. When he gets out of his car, or when he parks, I might be able to show you on TikTok. But as we're driving, we're just not gonna happen on TikTok, folks. But he is on the southern storm here that is near Advance, Brownwood, Bell City in Missouri, that you can see here is just off on its lonesome. Yes, Capucci.
Mark my words, by about 5:45 Central Time, Paducah will be under a tornado warning from the same storm. Given the environment, I see no real limiting factors for it anytime soon. I think Paducah is going to get this storm just before 6 o'clock, and I think we'll be talking tornado warnings in the city of Paducah. So if anyone here has friends or relatives in Paducah, text them. Let them know that we have a hunch it's going to be nasty in Paducah during the evening commute. If they can leave work a little early, it's probably a good night to do so.
Wise words there, especially when you consider the fact that it is, I mean, what? It's 3:38 over there. So you're saying near 6 o'clock. You want to talk about lead time? We're giving you a considerable amount of lead time. Trying to
That's
see
what we
it.
do at MyRadar. We want to make sure that folks are, I mean, we're keeping folks ahead of the storm. And Mike, I think that Paducah quite literally is ahead of the storm.
Most definitely is literally ahead of the storm there. All right. I'm just trying to see if I can get a look at on the regional tower cameras there, but not quite. We're going to keep an eye on this storm here. Let me know in the chat where you guys are watching from. What's up, Todd? I see you. Anna on YouTube says it's super sunny in Cesar. Now Capucci has me worried. Cesar, Missouri? Is that what you're talking about, Anna?
Sounds to me like a case of self-destruct sunshine. And actually, if we take the live stream right now, just in case anyone's curious as to where we are, I'm in the town of Cairo. So I'm actually crossing the river right now into the state of Missouri. So we are crossing into Missouri, getting in position to intercept the supercell that is the southernmost of the line of storms. And here we go. This is I believe it's the Ohio River that we're crossing. And as I tilt the camera right, you'll be, oh, that's not right. Well, anyway, momentarily when the highway curves right, you'll be able to better see the dark skies looming with this supercell that we are approaching. So I'm in the Missouri, yes, right now. My GPS just told me. And we are approaching the town of, I believe, Charleston and eventually Sikeston, Missouri.
All right. This storm really looking like a pretty potent hook echo there, Capucci. One thing I haven't mentioned a lot about is the storm mode that we are going to see today. Now, a big indicator again, or big reason as to why this storm is this setup is a moderate risk, that being a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale, is because these storms are expected to remain rather discrete, meaning singular, off by itself. Supercell thunderstorms do not want to share the available energy with anything around them. They are very selfish in that regard. So if storms become a bit more linear, you start to see them kind of link together or begin to bow out. That's going to happen tonight as we lose the prime heating of the day. And that is, of course, still very dangerous and can present very destructive winds, straight line winds just coming through like a wall. But in this instance, when these storms are by themselves, they're able to develop, they're able to strengthen without anything around them kind of diminishing or taking away from their long-term development. So that's why, again, Capucci gave you that indication that this storm that is here just to the southwest of Cape Girardeau is likely to impact somewhere close to Paducah later, over the course of the next 3 hours or so, given that the only storm near this right now is to its very north. And that's going to begin to lift north and east toward Altenburg and Sand Ridge. And very soon here, this storm will be just completely alone.
And Mike, one thing that's worth mentioning too, sometimes the northern storm can actually help put down some cool air that nudges the southern storm and nudges in from the backside and helps tighten the circulation. And so if we get any storms forming behind our southern storm, there's a chance that happens.
A long night for the folks of the Midwest.
Definitely. Definitely. I can already see the edge of the anvil here. And, Mike, if we can take my shot, this is the storm. This is the leading edge of the storm. Let me know when the shot's queued up and I'll narrate a little bit more.
It's there.
But you can
it's there.
In fact,
Capucci, if you want to take over for just a moment, I'm going to go grab some caffeine here. So, Jack, if you want to, I'm just going to go grab something. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Capucci.
most definitely. And so for the folks at home, what you're looking at is the edge of the storm that I'm chasing, the edge of that southernmost storm. I am just past the river into southeastern Missouri right now, near the boot heel. And this is the storm nearing Bell City, Morley, and Blodgett. But what you're seeing right now is at the surface, you see those kind of dark clouds down there, little, somewhat puffy ones. That's inflow, more moist air rushing in to fuel the storm. But then notice aloft, it looks a little crisp, and I'll tilt the camera just a tad. It looks a little crisp up there. That's the anvil. That's air exiting the storms at about 50, almost 60,000 feet. It's almost like a ceiling to the atmosphere. The storm itself is like a chimney. It's taking air up so quickly that it goes up it hits what's called the tropopause, or the ceiling of the lower atmosphere, and then flattens out and expands horizontally. And that's what we're seeing right now at this juncture. And, you know, when we see an anvil this crisp, that's usually a sign, to me anyway, that it's an intense storm and that the day is going to sort of perform as expected. Sometimes when I storm chase, I see anvils that look a little, you know, wispy or a little hairy on the sides. When I say hairy, I don't mean, you know, hairy. I mean, like, literally, they look like they have hairs coming out. And that's usually a sign of dry air eroding the edge of the anvils. I don't see that today. I see a very crisp edge to this thunderstorm anvil, which to me is definitely an ominous sign. So right now I am on Interstate 57 South, mile marker 16.6, and I'm heading the direction of Sykeston. So this storm is moving pretty much due east, maybe a hair south of due east. It's moving towards Sykeston, but it's more likely to actually cross my location in the town of Charleston, Dealstadt, Wyatt, Wickliffe, and then cross into Kentucky, and may very well approach the city of Paducah in the next maybe 2.5 hours too. So definitely a concern I have. The anvil itself and the precipitation associated with it is actually already reaching into southern Illinois. So that goes to show you how not only tall these storms are, but how wide-reaching they are. The actual storm itself is about 30-ish miles wide, so it's a pretty good-sized supercell. And, you know, different things determine the size of a storm. When you have a supercell this big, in my experience, it is not only an efficient tornado producer, but also big supercells tend to be great at producing giant hail. It is warned for 3-inch hail. Hey, Mike. So the storm is warned for 3-inch hail. I think the most likely place to see hail is Orrin and eventually Morley, Blodgett, and then actually right where I am between Cairo and Charleston. So Cairo, Illinois, and then just across the river, the state line, Charleston in southeast Missouri. But the highway where I'm on right now, Interstate 57, I'm planning for some large to giant hail in the next little while. That's a concern I have, Mike. Yep.
Storm that we're looking at here near Puxico that just passed over Puxico and advance. Yep. So Puxico, we've got ping pong sized hail there, and then in advance, which is kind of up here on the northern side of the anvil, is reporting golf ball sized hail. So wow. Let's see here. Let's look at the Ville. And again, there's your hail core. So for the folks that are up in advance, right, you guys can see this here on the radar. Up in advance, that's just on the northern edge of the hail core. The real big stuff is right in here. It's just very possible that given as powerful as this updraft is, that the hailstones have not fallen from it, right? I know Capucci, it's like meteorological plinko with those hailstones working their way. It's, I guess, meteorological plinko, but in the opposite direction. Instead of the plinko pucks falling down, the hailstones are kind of going up and then eventually fall down.
It's like a great experiment you can do at home. Have you ever taken a ping pong ball and tried to float it with a hair dryer?
Oh, all the time. I was doing that yesterday.
I was going to say, who doesn't? Well, if you're looking for a cool classroom demonstration on hail, that's a good one. And by the way, just for awareness, my shot's going to get quite a bit better, and we'll see a lot more in about 90 seconds. So the highway curves due west, and then it might be worth us taking my shot in about 90 seconds, because then we'll be able to see the updraft of the storm as it comes into more clear view. Yeah,
we've got it pulled up. Jack, if you want to just take it for when he... okay, I was going to say when he calls for it, just take it. We've got the radar pulled up too. See, I guess, Jack, when you take the tower cameras, or when we take those cameras up in full, then it would make sense to put the radar in the bottom right, but it's all good. All good. So we roll on. Of course, it is a moderate risk for severe weather today, a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. In fact, you can see it right here behind me. That is the moderate risk area. It's a big old bullseye there for Evansville, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky. Very, very busy day. And afternoon and evening and overnight for the folks of the Midwest. But we are here live. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar, coming to you live from the beautiful MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I'm joined by meteorologist Matt Capucci. You can see his shot up right now. For those of you that are watching on TikTok, I can't show you driving footage due to TikTok's AI not taken too kindly to showing dash camera. But if you want to see that, you can go to youtube.com/MyRadar to see that. Either way, Matt Capucci has been out on the road now for like a month, and he still has several more weeks to go of storm chasing, but I don't think he'd rather be anywhere else chasing all of the crazy stuff that Mother Nature has to throw at you. We've got storm chaser Jordan Hall as well. He is on the road. I can't see his location, Jack. The sound levels are kind of covering it. I can't see it, but Jordan is on the road as well, and we will take his shot. I was speaking to Jordan earlier today, and his goal is to bring you guys live a drone shot of a tornado on the ground. So we'll see if we're able to capture that. We'll see, right? And of course, I've got Jack in the back as well on the ones and twos, our fearless director, making sure all the everything looks good, sounds good, and all the sort. So we will be with you throughout. Of course, download the MyRadar app if you haven't already. That is what I've got behind me. I've got it above my head. You've got it on the screen there. It's completely free to download. iOS, Android, Windows, Xbox, Apple TV. It's not on Mac OS, but you can download the iPad version onto a Mac computer if you have the Apple silicone chips. You can also bring MyRadar into the car with Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, and with Google built in. Gosh, what platform? And we're on the Amazon Alexa platform as well. So anywhere where you can get an app, you can find MyRadar. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that the app is completely free to download. You can do so much in the app for free, but there are also premium features that if you want to be able to use the per station radar as I'm using here, the hurricane tracker, historical radar, the routecast features, you want to use Gale, our weather AI assistant. It is all under the premium feature subscription, and you can access that for free for 3 days by going into the settings menu. It looks like that little gear on the toolbar, and then under premium subscription, I already have it unlocked here, but you can click that and unlock your free trial today. Off my soapbox there.
And Mike?
Yes.
Just to give you an update, we have parked, and we're now actually looking at the rotating updraft, so it's
all right,
tough
Jack,
to appreciate.
We can take that on TikTok too, if we can. Now that we're parked.
So it looks far away right now, but it's probably only about 20 minutes away from reaching us. And what strikes me, Mike, look just to the left of the updraft tower. It is clear, it is nice, it is sunny just to the south. And that to me says it still has a ton of warm, moist air out of the south that it's grabbing and ingesting. And you're going to see this thing spiral towards us over the next roughly 20-ish minutes. And, it's towering to about 50,000 feet. You can even see those slightly darker clouds out ahead in the foreground. That's warm, moist air. That's inflow rushing in. And I can tell you the winds right now are pretty breezy, pretty blustery, feeding this thing. It's like a chimney in the atmosphere. And you may actually see me step outside just exactly as I say.
Of course, we don't have his microphone.
One sec. I think I actually have my audio connected, so I couldn't hear you for a sec. But yeah, I'm stepping outside right now, and I can tell you, A, visibly, it looks pretty nasty. You might be able to see me in the field right now. But B, you probably hear the winds around me. It's, the crops are showing the wind breezing right into the storm.
Oh, now we see you.
It's sucking in all this warm, moist air.
Jack, you might have to drop Jordan's shot for a moment. And then there's Capucci. There he is. What a shot that is, huh?
Yeah, I found the only clearing. I mean, I'm in southeast Missouri, which, if anyone knows, even though it's flat, it's tough to find clearings. But this appears to be just
turn around
empty
and
fields.
turn around and wave to TikTok. There he is. You guys can see him.
Yep.
All right, there we go. What a shot there. Now this storm's moving, by the way, at 50 miles per hour. It's still just radar indicated. The hazard is for 3-inch hail, given the hail core. Again, reports of ping pong size hail.
And Mike, if I can, I want to show folks a couple cool things. Number one, and y'all can still hear me, correct?
Oh yeah.
We're going to do this funny weatherman style. So I'm going to point to stuff, and you'll probably see it on the stream. Might be delayed a second, but in any case, number one, notice there are a couple weird little wavy things at the mid-levels. It looks like they're like 3 or 4 almost ripple-type things. I feel like that's just because the updraft is rushing up so quickly, it's creating almost ripples. It's like if you were to drop a stone in a pond, you get ripples fanning out. I think the atmosphere is kind of behaving the same right now. Now, number two, if you look in the right over here, to the north, you see some clouds in the foreground, smaller little, shredded, ragged clouds, kind of grayish. They're rushing to the right very quick. That's literally inflow, or moist air coming from left to right, south to north, fueling this storm. The whole storm is spinning counterclockwise. It's kind of, spinning like this. Well, I guess you're going to see my my little spin a few seconds after. But in any case, ahead of the storm, it pulls in air out of the south. Behind the storm, the winds will do a 180 and pull in cool air from behind. But the number three, just my goodness, look at the side of the anvil. It's so crisp. And Mike, we were talking earlier on qualitatively, when I'm storm chasing, if I see an anvil cloud that looks kind of shredded and kind of, rough on the edges, I think to myself, wow, there's probably some dry air eroding the storm. That's not a factor today. Look how crisp the edge of the anvil is. You go from just clear blue sky to boom, thunderstorm anvil very quickly. And to me, that's a sign that it's not really struggling against dry air at all. It looks pretty charged up, and it looks ripe to overachieve.
It is most definitely a heck of a storm there. Oops, I'm sorry.
It's beautiful from a distance, but my goodness, I can only imagine how rough it is underneath.
This is a heck. Oh, I was going to say, yeah, starting to lose it there. Of course, we're using several cellular and Wi-Fi tools there to be able to bring Capucci's shot to you, bonded, of course. What a supercell that! Yeah, look how clear it is on the west side there. The west on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? It is so sunny, and folks, you got to understand that when you have a clearing like that, and you have a setup, and you have the ingredients that we are talking about today, it means that the ground is just getting cooked by the sun, which of course is boosting the convection, of course, the vertical motion of the air from the ground up into the cloud. By the way, Capucci, Bollinger County, Missouri, we have reports of baseball-sized hail.
I'm not surprised. And Mike, what's interesting? This storm is moving directly at us. So not only are we getting an amazing time lapse, but I mean, you and I can sit here and we'll watch this thing come right at us. The baseball, so to me, it's producing larger hail now, just based on radar. That's going to pass just to my north, but the rotating part of the storm is moving directly at me. And so, I mean, you can see it right there. That's the rotating, that's the spinning updraft, and that's what's coming towards us.
There's a tornado reported, Capucci.
Minutes.
That tornado is reportedly on the ground, according to some reports. Now, it still says radar indicated here on the warning, but we have got that's from the National Weather Service, reported tornado. So this should update. That tornado is on the ground here. Let's see. Nothing really stands out at me in the correlation coefficient. Capucci, are you seeing anything that's jumping out to you? The velocity is again, we've been saying this all along. It's just to the west of Van Duser, down right here, southwest of Oran. This is where, if we are seeing the tornado, where it would be, right here.
I'm wondering if it'll be better for me to stay in place, just because the road network to get there isn't great, and we're in a really good position here. So like that, if there's a tornado on the ground, it's going to come probably within 2 miles of us in the next little while. So I think this might be one of those rare situations where we hold our position and just let it come to us, because, like we're talking about, Mike, these things are moving at close to 60 miles per hour at times.
Capucci, can you show the folks on TikTok, being that we got your shot up here, can you show the folks your hard hat?
Oh, yeah. It'll take a sec, just because there's a brief delay, but
Just hold it. Just keep it held up there for a couple seconds there.
Oh, I'm getting it. Can you hear that? I'm getting a tornado warning in my phone from the National Weather Service.
No, so did they update it?
They at least extended it to where I am.
Oh yeah, no, there's the extension. Yep, 46 minutes. That's it until 4:45 Central Time. Confirmed tornado. Yep, that's it.
I can't see it yet from my location, but look how much that supercell structure's improved. Like you're seeing, I mean, the rotating updraft is obvious, and it's looking increasingly ominous too. Can you sort of see the striations on the side?
Yes. Striations, by the way, he's talking about like the lines, the grooves of it being kind of stretched a little bit there.
Yep.
For the record, Capucci, before we get to that again, Van Dusser, Haywood City, Morley, Bayadget, Dealstadt, Bertrand, Charleston, and then the Cairo Regional Airport and Cairo itself. You need to be in your safe place. To Capucci's point that he made about an hour ago at this point, not in Paducah, and Paducah's not under a warning, but you are downline of this thing. Anyway, go ahead, Capucci. Van Dusser up next, though.
I'm on the roof of the car right now.
Pardon?
But my gosh, I mean, I'm on the roof of the car right now, which is why you can't see me. I'm standing up trying to see the tornado from my vantage point. It's
on the ground. It is on the ground. I'm seeing a picture from emergency management. It is on the ground near Scott County and the Stoddard County line. County Road 593. I mean, this is it.
I believe I can see it or a lowering in the distance. So we'll see it very soon from my vantage point here. Mike, this is one of the very few times I'm looking at the entire storm and I can see like the flanking line, the puffy clouds on the left are literally exploding into the storm and rapidly rotating. So it's amazing how quickly the storm is becoming even more organized than it was. And Mike, you know that I'm a pretty conservative forecaster. I don't say this often. I do believe this will be a long track, strong to potentially violent tornado, just given the orientation of where this storm is, just given the environment it's moving into, and just given what I'm seeing with my eyes.
Are you able, is your camera on its mount there able to get removed? Are you able to kind of point at it if need be?
Once we get closer, yes. For now, okay. I don't think it would add too much.
No worries. Did you guys see his hard hat on TikTok, by the way? Or anybody in the chat? Did you guys see Capucci's hard hat? They didn't see it, Capucci.
We'll fix that soon.
Oh, yeah, you're on top of the car. My goal is going to be to intercept this storm on the highway. Yeah, I mean, given the smaller little roads here. Sean on Facebook says, I was looking at the vertically integrated liquid. It's very impressive. Yeah, I mean, that's a big monster hail core there. You know, it looks, Capucci, that we have two potential areas of rotation here. The one up near Morley and then the one south of Van Dusser. The one south of Van Dusser, that is our confirmed tornado. But then up here to the north, almost two additional areas of spin, west of Morley, west of Haywood City. Let's see if we can see it on the correlation coefficient. Not quite, but it's right here near Van Dusser. This could very well be it right here on the correlation coefficient product, but we're going to continue to look at it here. Morgan asking, is there a site to find live update photos people take of severe weather, not just radar? Well, Morgan, you should follow us on our social media platforms, not just on TikTok. You should follow us everywhere. Capucci is probably going to be posting some stuff here very shortly to the MyRadar X account related to the storm that he is looking at there. Sheena says, I don't see nothing. It's all a waiting game here. I mean, Capucci is trying to position himself best to be able to document this storm as it continues to trek eastward. This part of the United States doesn't have a very accessible road network. This is a very rural part of what am I trying to say? Of Illinois. Missouri, I should say. But yeah, this thing creeping closer to Paducah here. I'm using the Paducah radar here to see it. Pushing into Haywood City now and Blodgett. You need to be in your safe place right now if you are in Blodgett, Missouri, that is. Home to 213 people from the census in 2010. They're probably overdue. Very small little community. I mean, the colloquialism is made, it's a one traffic light town. There's not many of them here. You got a Dollar General, a fire department, a post office, and a community center. Oh, and here's a restaurant. What is that? Pizza. That sounds awesome. EMS reporting 2 tornadoes. Again, the ones up near Morley, that one that we were talking about here. Those are those 2 funnels. Someone said on TikTok, very tough to make roads in that area. I mean, exactly, right? But Capucci, as a storm chaser, or I should say as a meteorologist, his job is to be able to scientifically document what is happening and to give you guys the ground truth necessary to be able to take to take action to protect yourself, your family, and your property, right? And so with the roads that are difficult, right, to develop or to travel on, he's not trying to put himself in a position where he's putting himself at risk that goes counter to that goal of being able to scientifically document the storm. Are you trying to say something, Capucci? Go ahead.
You know why. In any case, we're actually going to reposition a little farther north to the town of Dealstadt. It's only a couple miles away.
Drop the camera on TikTok. We don't want to show driving. There it is. All right, TikTok. So when he is
Oh yeah, so this is why. You guys can't see this, but look, I mean, someone just put a pile of dirt in the road. It says road closed, and there's a pile of dirt.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
This is why I'm very careful about what roads I choose. Okay, we're going to go back downtown, and we're going to try again. I'll have to floor it backwards.
Oh my God, yeah, pile of dirt. That is like a pile of rocks and bricks.
Very soon, we'll be able to see the tornado. If you give it about 3 or 4 minutes, would be my guess. All right. Just given positionality. But now I'm trying to go backwards down this road.
Ooh, Jack, take Jordan shot. Take Jordan shot. He's droning right now.
Does he have it?
All right, so we're looking at Jordan shot. This is Bertrand, Missouri. Jordan, yeah, everyone is chasing the. All of the chasers are on this storm right here. So, Jack, if you want to take Jordan Capucci's shot as well, let's keep them up at the same time here.
I can see the edge of the wall cloud, and I'm sure that within the next few minutes, we're probably going to get a tornado.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see it here on Jordan's shot. Jack, you can take this on TikTok, by the way. It's a drone. Stand by, TikTok. There you go. We might have frozen, though. This is a very tall storm, mind you, so even the connectivity that Jordan has is struggling.
Yeah, I can say the Starlink's been having a rough time, too, just because, it's trying to go through 50,000 feet of cloud cover.
Right. Yeah, Jordan looks to be frozen here. But I want to see if we can get Jordan in on the stream to talk about his shot there. Let me send him a text.
I can see the rotating wall cloud from my vantage point. You won't see it on stream until I turn left momentarily.
Just texting Jordan. Okay, so we'll double back to Jordan. Oh, wait. I think his shot's back up again. Jack, switch him. Because we're showing driving on TikTok. Not a fan. Got to be quick here. Can't be showing the dash cam. there we go. All right, let's take Jordan's shot on TikTok there. I want to see if we can. It's still very frozen. Okay, it's okay. All right, so then just leave. Let me know when you see something. I see it every now and again. Refreshing. Can you guys see the iPad above my head? The iPad version of the app? Look at all the storm chasers, Capucci and Jordan included, that are all on this storm right here. Right? Capucci mentioned he's repositioning to deal stat. Sounds very German. Dealstadt. Uh, 161 people according to the 2010 census. A very small community there. There's a bar and grill there, Capucci. I mean, I'm hungry. Keep talking about food. There's Capucci's shot. Let's see who's out ahead.
I'm sure very soon if I can find a clearing.
John Posillo is out ahead of that. His shot is frozen too. It looks like everybody is struggling with getting through. Freddie McKinney, his shot's frozen too. And then there's Jordan. Jack, take Jordan's shot. I think he has the funnel. Hang on. Oh, it is great. Oh, I just saw it for a second there in the app. It looks like every
shot.
All right, take Capucci's, but not on TikTok.
Cloud, and I have what may be a tornado. We'll see it in just.
Someone's asking to check Pennsylvania. We will not be checking Pennsylvania. We will be talking about where the tornadoes are. Sorry about that. Okay, I see what Capucci's talking about here.
Okay, wait for me to pass the tree. Yeah, okay. Oh, big tornado. Wow. Huge tornado right now. Can y'all see it?
I see the trees. I think we might be behind.
Take my shot.
It's full.
My shot. I need everyone
It's full.
Take my
there
shot
it is.
Hold my shot.
There it is.
Huge tornado approaching Dealstadt. If you're in Dealstadt, going to seek shelter now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, vehicle outdoors, you want to get to a location, protecting yourself from flying. Dealstadt. This now on the ground, like whatever building you're in, and avoiding tornado with winds probably over 130 miles per hour, about to cross the highway, out to Blanchett. If you're in Blanchett, a large, potentially violent tornado is moving the direction of Dealstadt. You'll see it better in just a moment. We're turning right in about 2.3 miles, so in under 3 minutes. But large, potentially violent tornado. Mike, is now getting much bigger. It is a big stovepipe tornado. We're looking at this thing.
Send the push, Jack.
It's a very clear tornado. Again, everyone's seeking shelter now in whatever building they're in, lowest floor and avoiding windows. Enormous cone tornado now. It's a very powerful one, too.
Yep.
If you're just joining right now, we are tracking a huge tornado approaching Dealstadt.
Yep, we need to change, Jack, you got to change his location as well. But yeah, right there in the center of your shot, that is a tornado. I know TikTok, I can't show it to you. Jack, show it to him briefly. Show it to him real briefly, because we can't see the road, so the AI probably won't catch it. You guys can see that now on TikTok. There it is. That is the tornado that is on the ground approaching Dealstadt right now. Again, a very small rural community of Missouri. 161 people from the most recent census data I have. It's right there on the right-hand side of the screen, the tornado in and of itself. It's kind of covered by the trees. Go ahead, Capucci.
You'll see in just a sec. Mike, it's a shapeshifter, too. Right now, it's becoming a bit more of a slender cone funnel, and I'm seeing multiple circulations. It's tough to tell if there's a second tornado developing nearby, too. But that thing, huge tornado. Classic supercell structure.
Oh, yep, there it is. We have Capucci's going in and out. Of course, as we talked about, this is a nearly 60,000.
The camera briefly became blurred. We'll fix that in just a sec. I'm turning right in under half a mile, and then we're going to actually parallel this and try to get on a paved road and be in a position to intercept it. So again, Dealstadt, this is a potentially significant tornado, very likely a significant tornado, EF2 strength or greater. And I'm confident saying it has winds over 130 miles per hour. It's kind of cycling right now. Unclear if it's, wow, oh my. The person in front of me, I'm hoping will move a little bit more quickly to put us in a position to safely intercept.
The heights of this thing is up to 60,000 feet. I mean, this is a huge thunderstorm.
Oh yeah, and Mike, look in front of me, just the inflow tail. Now,
We're losing Capucci. Jack, take the camera away from TikTok when we're seeing the road there. Don't want to show the double yellows. Thank you very much. Okay, so when we hear Capucci again, we will take him. We're not going to go away from his shot. TikTok, you guys can watch his stream. Go to youtube.com/myradar to watch it, or you can go into the MyRadar app. You can go to our Facebook page. You can go to Twitch. I can't show you the driving footage for very long on TikTok, given that the AI does not like the fact that he is driving. Even though he's doing so obviously safely, it thinks he's, you know, breaking traffic laws. Oh. You keep
going to get as close as we can while doing so safely, but we're in a position to get a really good.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that right there in the center of the screen. Oh, remember, guys, this is a 60,000 foot tall thunderstorm. So all of the cellular connectivity, all the Wi-Fi connectivity that we're using to show you guys this
over there, yes,
is having to go through this very tall cloud. It's on the left-hand side of the screen. There it is. You can see the rope. To Capucci's point, this thing has shifted. This thing has shifted shapes like 4 or 5 times since we've got it on camera here.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. We're going to close in on it. Reball with it yet. I can't tell if it has or has not hit anything big yet, but nonetheless. All right, I'm trying to multitask here, and the multitasking sometimes is a little challenging. Trying to find a good place to pull over. Obviously, there aren't many great places. I'm going to pull over as soon as I can. I believe I'm in the town of Dealstadt now, and the tornado I can't tell if it's roping out or what it's doing. We're going to do our best to get through this town.
I just saw another chaser shot there, Capucci. Yeah, it is roping out big time right now.
Sirens are blaring, obviously, in the town of Dealstadt. And we'll have a better view in just a sec. I'm in Dealstadt, and the possible tornado, well, not possible tornado, the tornado is possibly moving right towards me. I'll have it in just a sec. It appears that the rope out may be complete, but I can't tell. Well, you know, it's still on the ground right now. It's on the ground right next to me, actually. So I'm going to pull into this field, and you'll be able to see it in a sec. Okay, so there it is right in front of us in Dealstadt.
Someone asked, where is this? This is in Dealstadt, Missouri. This is the MyRadar app. You can download it for free, iOS, Android, Windows. And we are watching meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is following this thing live. He is zooming into it, folks. Jack, you can take his shot while he's not driving onto TikTok. So y'all on TikTok can see this too. Bear with us, guys. You just had it for a moment. There's nothing else in the way of this storm, though, just southwest of the Cairo Regional Airport.
You know, the tornadoes.
Capucci is right underneath this thing, right? That being the cloud base. So obviously the connectivity that we have to talk to him is difficult. But we have his shot. I don't know, Capucci, if you're connected to the Starlink there with Wi-Fi calling. All right, let's drop the camera, Jack, on TikTok. Perfect. So this thing is approaching I-57 north of Charleston, Missouri, west of Wilson City. The Cairo Regional Airport is at risk. Reports of debris falling from the clouds there. Do we see it on correlation coefficient? Not really. So it looks like it was really strong there for a moment and is now weakening. Did they upgrade this? It is a PDS tornado warning now. So PDS standing for particularly dangerous situation. Jack, it looks like we got Jordan shot up there. Is it frozen? Oh, he was droning there for a second. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the drone shot there. All right, so Jack, let's take the radar in full while everyone else is frozen there. We've got Jordan shot there too, if you can pull that up as well. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is chasing that storm that just now pushed east of Dealstat, southwest of the Cairo Regional Airport.
We're going to do our best to get back on the highway and try to intercept near Cairo or Wycliffe. The thing wants to cycle. I don't know if anyone can hear me right now because the internet sucks, but that's all right. I mean, I'm not shy. The internet here is a very challenging situation. We're doing our best, but yeah, the internet's very tricky, and even with Starlink, it's challenging at times. So we're doing our best.
It's a 60,000
coverage.
It's a gigantic storm.
Yeah. I mean, I can't fault Starlink for not working during a tornado, but in any case, it seems like my audio is back. We are racing east towards Cairo. I'm looking out the left window right now. The tornado appears to have at least a sensation, which makes me think that it's trying to recycle. So, if you're in Cairo, if you want to be sure, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as possibly can. But the entire storm, I believe, is trying to recycle. And sometimes when you have a storm, this can end right now. So we're really on a goal. From cloud as strong as it was, even about 10.
Yep, we're losing Capucci and Capucci again. We got his camera shot up there. All right. Did you do the push, Jack? Okay. All right. Well, hope you're all having as good of a night as you can. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We're coming at you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I'm joined by meteorologist Matthew Capucci. He's out in the field having some comms issues here being that the tornado that he is on that you can see on your screen here, that thunderstorm, if we switch to the enhanced echo tops here, this is a product that's showing us the height of the cloud. You can see this kind of darker yellow color. I'm using the Windows product, but you can do this on the on iOS and Android by dragging your finger across the legend. And this will effectively show you how tall this cloud is. I mean, between 55 and near 60,000 feet. It's very, very tall. Soon we're releasing a tool where you're going to be able to inspect objects on the map, by the way. But let's switch over to velocity. You can see the rotation right here. Of course, green is representative of winds going toward the radar. Red is representative of winds going away from it. This is a PDS tornado warning. PDS standing for particularly dangerous situation. You saw earlier, we had the tornado on camera from meteorologist Matt Capucci. You saw it as a big wedge, right? That's where it's effectively as wide as it is at the top as it is at the bottom. Then it shifted to more of a cone where it's taller at the top, more narrow at the bottom. And then it started roping out, meaning, you know, the swirly, squiggly, kind of noodly shape. So this storm, if we look again at radar, it is all by itself. There is nothing nearby. I mean, you got these storms to the north here. In fact, this one near Jonesboro here, we have not talked about. This one here near Jonesboro, Arkansas. This guy here also off by itself. And to me, let's look at this a little bit more. We've got 35 minutes to go here on this. This is radar indicated. It is not a PDS like the one to its south, but Jonesboro, Arkansas is in the tornado warning area here. Let's take a look at the velocity. I mean, it certainly sticks out. The rotation is right here. Again, green representative winds going toward the radar, red away from it. So it's that twist where you're starting to see that rotation occurring. If we look at the correlation coefficient product, this would show us whether or not there's anything on the ground. And the good news is that for both of our tornado warned storms, nothing is jumping out at me in terms of any kind of debris signature. This would indicate that the tornado, let alone is on the ground, but is quite powerful enough to loft debris. Now the PDS tornado warning rather to the south, this one down here, this was a confirmed tornado at one point, lofting debris to about 6,000 feet. Okay, this one to its north, to me, it's got the quote, the look, right? There's nothing away. It just got even, worse, right? Where you're seeing now the hook happening here. It's very likely here on the backside that we are beginning to see the wall cloud, which is that sudden lowering of the cloud base where you often see a tornado come. So that's that hook echo that the radar is picking up on in real time, okay? So let's see the velocity signature now, see if it tightened up a little bit. It's still a little messy, but the velocity down here, these winds are whipping down here right now, pushing into Cairo. You need to be in your safe place. Again, that is a PDS tornado warning. That is the tornado that Capucci is on. Jack, if you want to take it in full just for a second there. I can't show you on TikTok, folks. I can't show you any driving footage, but take Capucci in full here for a moment. And that is the storm that he is looking at. He's not in Dealstadt anymore. He's moving east. Probably closer to Cairo. So we'll potentially be able to show you that storm as it becomes more visible. But it's coming in and out. We have your shot up right now. Yeah, his audio is coming in and out. Jordan isn't able to join for that exact same reason. But this guy up here near Jonesboro, Cobden, Alto Pass is now part of that tornado warning for the next 32 minutes. It is radar indicated. Do we see anything in the spectrum width? This is showing us chaotic movement. So, I mean, a little bit right up here, but our tornado would be occurring down here.
Can anyone hear me right now? If anyone can hear me.
Yes.
Okay.
You're coming in and out.
I've tried to, say it a couple times on the Zoom, but I know it's a little tricky given the spotty cell network.
Are you connected to Wi-Fi calling on your phone?
Yep. The Wi-Fi calling at times has even been spotty, just given
Okay.
the challenges of Starlink.
Understood.
So if at all possible, I would love it if at some point, if we get disconnected again, just give me a phone call, because the phone network is proving more reliable than either Starlink or anything else. We're doing our best to reposition quickly with this storm and get up to Cairo ASAP.
So Capucci is pushing through Charleston, Missouri right here, up to the Cairo Regional Airport. He is on this big honkin' hook echo here. If you guys are just joining us via the push notification that came in from the MyRadar app, I hope you are all safe. Again, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. The National Weather Service has now extended that tornado warning, and Capucci, if you had put a bet on it, you would have you'd be cashing that bet. Paducah, Kentucky, now under a tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado. Now, it is a PDS for the warning to the west, right? That does include Cairo and Mound City in addition to Mounds. But then east of that, Wickliffe, La Center, Keville, and the Barkley Regional Airport, in addition to Paducah and Brookport, are under a quote-unquote normal tornado warning, so not a PDS. That is until, what's the time here? 5:15 Central Time. So Capucci was bang on the money saying that Paducah would be under a tornado warning from this storm, and they are indeed. Real briefly, we've got a tornado warning up here. This is in Illinois, Jasper and Richland counties for the next 15 minutes. It's radar indicated as it stands right now. Not seeing anything on the ground. We will get back to that if need be. But it's this big honkin' hook echo down here that is under a PDS tornado warning. That's what you're looking at here on camera. It looks like Capucci is approaching the base of that supercell there.
Yeah, I'm directly beneath the hook echo right now. And
is that the wall cloud on the left side?
That's the wall cloud. We're going to see if it drops another one here. I can tell you it's a ground scraping meso. I'm directly beneath it and going to try to get up to Cairo. And we're going to encounter hail soon. But, you know, the funnel cloud is directly over me. Funnel cloud is now directly over me. And I'm actually going to stop at the side of the highway right here because I think it's about to drop right in front of us. And if it does, obviously, we'll be here to bring it to you. I see semi-tractor trailers driving by, not realizing what they're driving into. But we're going to treat this like a tornado is in the process of forming, and it very well may be. I mean, look how quickly those clouds are moving. You see an obvious funnel right there. The funnel is forming. It's trying to get going, and we may be seconds away from getting a tornado. So, you know, folks are rushing north. I'm tilting my camera up to try to see it a little bit better. But, yeah, this is the mesocyclone. This is the rotating part of the storm, and it may be about to produce a tornado here near Cairo.
Holy Toledo, look at that shot. Well, so he's pulled over, Jack. You can take his shot on TikTok.
My goodness, the motion on it is just incredible.
Yeah, look at the spin at the top there. Golly, look at that. So folks on TikTok, you might be, everyone that's watching, we might be getting a tornado before our very eyes here. Remember, it's a tornado. It is not a tornado until the moment the funnel cloud touches down. That's what we need. Look at the motion on that thing. Golly. Hey, for those of you that are watching on TikTok, we really appreciate it if you're enjoying the live stream to follow us here. It is completely free to do so. And please, if you could, share the live stream to people that live in Cairo, Barlow, La Center, Keyville. Is that, let me make double check here, that Keville, that's Kentucky. So La Center, Barlow, Keyville, Kentucky, near the Barkley Regional Airport, and of course Paducah. Please share the live stream if you know anyone that lives in any of those communities. Metropolis, Brookport, Kentucky, Lone Oak. You are downline of this storm. Jackie's driving again. Let's drop that shot. Capucci's shot is very blue all of a sudden. What happened?
I switched the white balance briefly just to show some better structure. And because sometimes when I have it on auto mode, it focuses on the rain. So once I'm out of the rain, we'll be able to see it better.
It's very blue. It's very blue.
It's a weird function on this new camera that I got, but you know, we're doing everything we can to route to.
If anything, it helps
Paducah.
with the contrast a little bit. You know, you can see it. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're about to get into some hail soon.
So for the record, again, this thunderstorm is between 50 and 60,000 feet tall. We saw reports earlier today of golf ball-sized hail from this particular storm. Let me see what the folks in Paducah are talking about here.
Send it to Corey.
We got quarter-inch hail and $half hail in Mound City. So you can see the rain picking up now on Capucci's camera. Mander says, I live there. It's crazy right now. Where do you live? In Paducah? You live in Kentucky? What's up, Todd? We've been streaming for about 2.5 hours. We're still going to go. StormSync on Twitch asking about Bowling Green, Kentucky. So Bowling Green, where the heck? I got to get my bearings straight here. Yeah, Bowling Green is out ahead of it. You are under a tornado watch, but for right now, Paducah is under the gun here. This thing is approaching the radar big time. Did they upgrade this yet? No, but they did upgrade it to confirm tornado. Unless that was there. It possibly could have been. Someone said, I'm in Ohio. Is this headed our way late tonight? This particular storm, no. Well, I would say be prepared, right? In Kentucky or in Ohio, y'all are under an enhanced risk. That includes Columbus, Cincinnati, and then the rest of the state, including Cleveland, Toledo, Ohio, Akron, Ohio. You are under a slight risk. So this should start to bow out and become more of a straight line wind event for y'all overnight tonight. But Capucci's shot is just nuts here. So much rain. Of course, it's very blue because of his white balance. I'm not going to ask him to hold up a piece of paper and white balance it while he's driving. Just give it a moment until he's parked here, or we can get that switched.
Yeah, we'll see it better and shortly. It's weird with the settings of this camera. I can have it on either auto or manual, but auto, there's something wrong with the white balance. In any case, I'm back into Illinois and I'm about to hop on to the Kentucky side, but incredibly heavy rain and we'll likely get some hail soon too. I'm hoping to not get any baseballs right now, but just given the limited road network, we may have to push through some hail in order to get to where we're going. One of the tricky things with this, you know.
I mean, Capucci has now driven through like 4 states all in an hour. This is the kind of that part of the world where they all connect. I mean, yeah. He might even have Tennessee part of the mix later today. Jack, you might have to update his location there too. What's up, all y'all on Twitch that are watching? I'm in the Cleveland area. Yeah, Cleveland way up to the north. In fact, I was talking to somebody today about Cedar Point. If you know, you know. Shout out to Tommy Boy. Had no idea that Cedar Point was purchased by Six Flags, but what a great amusement park that is. Now, again, I live here in Orlando. Theme parks are kind of our thing down here. But if you're into roller coasters, Cedar Point and Kings Island in Ohio, definitely the vibe. All right, so again, we're keeping an eye here on the storm that Capucci is on. I know it looks like that he's in the Blue Man group here.
Wow, I'm seeing baseball-sized hail on the ground here. Yeah, they just got baseball-sized hail here near Mound City, all over the ground.
Is it driving you nuts that you can't get out and grab one?
I want to, but truth be told, the storm's moving so fast that I just need to get next to the circulation again.
And for those of you, just so you understand, when Capucci says the storm is moving fast, Capucci is stuck behind a boat, right? Like, he has to follow the laws of traffic. I'm not saying that he should be speeding, but you know, there are speed limits in place for cars. Mother Nature doesn't have a speed limit. In fact, this storm is moving even faster than it was even 30 minutes ago. It's now moving east at 55 miles per hour. So even a 5 mile per hour difference is just the reason why you're seeing this storm racing toward Brookport and Paducah, Kentucky right now.
And we're seeing people pull underneath the overpasses. We're not supposed to do that. That's a threat to everybody, and it's very selfish to do, too. If there's a tornado, it's going to be somewhere nearby where we're trying to get to the good side of the storm, but it's a little tricky from this vantage point.
We got golf ball size hail reports coming in from Mound City as well. So $50, $50 and golf ball sized. And then as Capucci just touched on before, baseball sized. Now, again, if you guys can see my camera shot, this is a real scale hailstone that Capucci got in Texas last year that measures greater than roughly 4.5 inches in diameter. So not this large, but, you know, that's a big honking hailstorm or hailstone there, right? So, I mean, a baseball, if I like had it in my hand, right? This is my favorite one that Capucci has gotten. It reminds me of the cordyceps fungus from The Last of Us. Do you guys agree? Am I crazy? It looks like a clicker head, right? So if I put it over my head, right? This one's awesome.
Wow, visibility is tough on this road network and in this part of the world. My golly.
Someone on TikTok said, "Don't tell him to grab one." He's prioritizing showing you guys or being able to document this tornado rather than pulling over and stopping for hail. But you think he's joking? He has a freezer in his car, so if he were to get a hailstone, he'd be able to put it in the freezer and keep it with him. But you know. He puts maybe a little too much faith in some of these freezers in these regional hotels and motels across Middle America, where he's lost a couple of hailstones.
I know I've lost a loved one. By loved one, I mean a hailstone.
We saw that live during a meeting, folks. He was like, "Look at my hailstones!" Opens up the freezer and there's just water everywhere. Terrible.
All right, so we're coming to the backside of the wall cloud. It's tricky to tell from this vantage point. And just given the lack of contrast right now, if anything is on the ground, I can't confirm it. Plus, you know, there's some cars that I'd like to pass soon. But I can tell you, we're definitely in the rotating part of the storm. And, I mean, I'm seeing a couple questionable areas all around me. There may be one to my right. I'm looking out the left, northwards. But, yeah, I mean, that's one tricky thing. A, being a little far from the radars. But B, being near the actual rotation itself, it's almost a little easy to get disoriented at times. If I was a betting man, I'd say the circulation is up here on the right, and I'm hoping that we get some better viewing once we're out of town. We're going to drop down towards Wycliffe and then follow the storm pretty closely from there. So dropping down to Wycliffe and following the storm. The fact that it's not an updated or PDS to me says maybe it's lifted, maybe it's cycling, but given the magnitude of the environment in Kentucky, I'm sure that this thing will produce one or more additional tornadoes.
It's so darn close to the Paducah radar, too.
Yeah, sometimes when you're that close to the radar, you get what's called the cone of silence, where you can almost see, oh, that's some dirt. Thank goodness there's no one on the side of the road. I would have splashed the heck out of them.
I switched, though, Capucci. I'm using the radar that's near Hopkinsville, and the hook is super duper pronounced. There. I mean, you guys can see it. It's right here over Cairo. I mean, there's nothing around. There's nothing around it. That storm near Jonesboro kind of petered out a little bit. And in fact, given the environment, Capucci, that we're under, it's just that one tornado warning to the north in Illinois that I believe is going to expire here very soon. Let me look at that. Yeah, another 3 minutes to go. So it's kind of just this guy down here, and it is so isolated from everything else. Right? I mean, there's nothing to its west, east, south, and the storms to the north, I mean, shouldn't impact it all that much other than, to your point, Capucci, some of that cold air exhaust that could help nudge it and kind of keep it in line for Paducah here, which perhaps is the reason why you're seeing the orientation of those polygons for become a bit flatter, if that makes sense to you guys, if you're looking at it on the map. Oh, look, we can actually see Capucci's shot here. What a beautiful church that he just passed on the right-hand side there.
Yeah, so I'm on the backside of the hook, and we just got to get through all this rain in order to see it better. So I'm going to drop south towards Wycliffe and then parallel this thing, honestly, into the city of Paducah. I'm hoping I can beat it to Paducah. I don't know. It's a 45-minute journey. And how long does the warning go, Mike?
The warning, the one for Paducah that you are under, you got 32 minutes to go. You guys in the chat can hear Capucci, right? Someone on Twitch just said, can you radio Capucci? He's been talking this whole time. We should be able to hear him.
Huh, that's weird. I didn't realize earlier on.
Yeah, everyone can hear you. Everyone can hear you. You're good.
I don't think you knew this part, but earlier on I was yammering for like 5-10 minutes, fully on mute. My bad. But
that's all good.
In any case, yeah, so I'm going to be near the son of Wycliffe soon, which you can see is in the southern end of that tip. So my goal is to, get to Wycliffe and then parallel the storm from the south, just hoping I can get in front of the hook. But given the road network here, it's tricky. We're about to cross the river again. No one wants to let us go. Please, people, let us go. Be good neighbors. Come on.
Man, those roads are...
Only there are a lot of cars. It's like storm chasing the jungles.
Is your windshield cracked in the bottom right?
Yeah, I hit a bird. Well, actually, the bird hit me. I was driving on the roadway legally, and the bird flew through my airspace. I'm going to tilt the camera right, just so you can see the hook a little better from up here in the sky as we cross the river. See if we get anything. Well, I cannot confirm a tornado, but I can confirm it's eerie looking out there, that's for sure. There really are not many crossings of the river. That's one of the complicating factors, too.
Someone on Twitch is familiar with how we're doing things. Folks, he's not only using Starlink, he's got a couple of other means of broadcasting a signal that are all bonded together. The issue is that this particular storm is so huge that even with the greatest connectivity in the world, it's got to go through an incredibly tall storm to get that signal broadcast. And if he's right underneath it, it could, of course, limit his connectivity here. But we've still got him.
It's a miracle what technology can do these days. So yeah, I saw a funnel when I was crossing. Again, no confirmation of anything down right now. The Weather Service is still saying observed, but that was as of 4:27, and a lot can change in 17 minutes. So, unclear if there's still anything on the ground. Oh, wow, you're about to see a beautiful rainbow. Of course, I don't like rainbows. They're often
we got a lot of people watching us.
Storm,
Kabuchi, we got a lot of people watching us on Twitch. They're asking some awesome questions right now. Someone said, how close have you been to a tornado? And then someone responds by saying, the man drives into hurricanes. Well, I mean, if you guys were watching us live last year, Kapuchi, what storm was that? Helene or Milton, where you were in the eye and you had to park at the gas station and just kind of rode things out? Was that Milton? I can't recall. Uh-oh. Did we lose him? I see his shot still. Yeah, it's spotty. For sure. Yeah, I think it was Milton. And he does indeed save frogs. He is a friend of the frogs. Gives them names. If you follow him on Instagram. All right.
Hear me. I would love it if the folks in the studio could tell me, because that would be much more... Okay. That'd be a better long-term solution today, just in case I cut out, because even connecting to Starlink, there are a lot of outages every...
We got you.
Yeah. I can't even get radar data at the moment.
Someone says you should be lucky that it was just a little bird, because if you remember, Jordan Hall lost his windshield to a turkey. Yes, he did. That was very dangerous of a situation that happened to Jordan. Stone turkeys.
Which I have no sympathy for, because they have wings. They can just fly over the road.
Yeah.
If I had wings, I would never wait at a crosswalk ever again. I just float up and over.
Capucci, did you hear what I was asking you before? What hurricane were you at that gas station where you rode things out? Was that Milton?
That was Helene.
Helene? I was going to say.
In downtown Sarasota, but I've been fringed by 2 tornadoes before. One was a QLCS one, and that was a super strong one, but it was either that or damaging straight line winds outside of the nearest town.
Yeah.
And I figured it would be better to be in town near people than the alternative.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Hey, the dopest on Twitch. MyRadar has the best meteorologists and live tracking of storms and storm chasers. You're welcome. It says, I just wish the app notified me when the HQ goes live. That feature exists. If you go into the notifications and you go into the settings menu, you go to notifications. I'm using Windows here, but it's the same on all of them. You just go to video and make sure that you have live streams videos toggled on, or important video. It looks a little different on each platform. That way you'll be notified if we send a push alert to where you live. You have to be, of course, sharing your location with the app in order for us to accurately deliver that stuff to you. We're not storing your location for nefarious purposes. We need to know it in order to be able to give you accurate alerting. That's all that is being used for. So if you want to know whenever we go live, whenever there's a relevant forecast for where you live, make sure that you have those video notifications toggled on. That's going to be your best way to be able to receive those.
God, come on, people.
So Capucci is right underneath this thing.
Things about
Jordan is having some connectivity issues too. We got reports of golf ball sized hail. Yeah, of course, as Capucci said, baseball sized hail. And I see y'all asking about, did Cairo get hit? The storm did push through Cairo. I'm not seeing any reports that are coming in for Cairo, pardon me. Someone says, I used to live in Quat County, New Mexico. Shout out. Green or red chili? What's your preference? And a tornado, I mean when you, Mike, go live. Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Oh, you mean, okay. You mean like no matter where you live, if the, like let's just say you're in, Alaska and you wanted to be notified when we're going live. That's what you're talking about? Quat County. That's what you're talking about, right? Whenever the app is live, period. That's what you mean, I assume. I can pass that along to the developers. I think the concern would be that not everybody necessarily wants that, right? But something to pass along for sure. Storm Sync asking, is anything going to happen in Bowling Green, Kentucky? You are under a tornado watch tonight. And Bowling Green is, of course, downline of this storm that we're watching right here. So we'll see. I mean, just look how just solo dolo it is. Now, that one up here near Illinois, about to cross into Indiana, that refuses to go away. This one, 24 minutes to go, by the way. Lawrence County, Crawford, and Jasper counties. Richland County, too, until 5:15 Central Time. That one up there just continues to chug along. It's got some decent rotation in there too, just to the south of St. Marie, west of Flat Rock, and southwest of Palestine and Robinson. You need to be in your safe place. This is just radar indicated as it stands right now, but that storm is just a little storm that could right now. Refuses to go away. Whereas this one down here that is approaching Paducah right now, this is the storm that was a PDS about 45 minutes ago. Again, PDS standing for particularly dangerous situation. It is still a confirmed tornado here, but as to whether or not there is anything on the ground right now remains to be seen. We've got meteorologist Matthew Capucci, his shot, where his shot is struggling. Even Jordan's shot, he's nearby too. This is just a part of the world where things are really struggling. Once we get Capucci's shot back up, we'll bring him back into the fold here. But he is frantically chasing this right now. Hang on, I got to let the developers know something here. Gotcha. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. I wish you guys could hear Jack too. I think it's the behind the scenes stuff is so cool. Let me see. In the Storm Chasers, there's a couple of folks out there. You got Chris Hall. His shot's struggling too. It seems like it's just being right underneath this guy. Everyone is struggling. Yeah, Jordan's shot keeps going in and out. There's Freddie McKinney, again, courtesy of our partners at Severe Studios. He's on the backside of the storm. Let's see what else we got here. We got a few more chasers. There's Tim Purrington. He's on the backside. And then who's that? That's John Pasillo. He's on the backside of it as well. So looks like everyone, it looks like for the folks that are on the backside of the storm, where of course the storm is racing out ahead of them, their shots are good, but there's nothing necessarily to show. For both Capucci and Jordan, they're out ahead of it, but it looks like, being that the storm is just so significantly tall, that the signal is really, really struggling to get out. By the way, you can see the height of the storm here in the per station radar in selected product here. I'm just going to pick enhanced echo tops. This is showing us the height of the cloud. And if you hover over the legend here, you are able to see kind of what the color indicates on the map. So that storm is, again, roughly 56 or so thousand feet tall. Very big. So it still has a very pronounced hook here, just to the south of La Center, southwest of Kevel, and west of the airport there. But the rotation is not all that prevalent. Baseball-sized hail near Barlow. I mean, Capucci reported the baseball-sized hail as well. That's big, right? I mean, I showed you the example of the hailstone before. This guy here is larger than a baseball. This is it's greater than 4.5 inches. This is a real model that Capucci had 3D scanned from a hailstone that he captured in Texas last year, and then I 3D printed it. But, I mean, for those of you that watch The Last of Us, I think it looks like a clicker, right? It's like a cordyceps fungus. But this is a large hailstone, right? So the stones that you're seeing out there probably cut the top off there, and there's your baseball. That's still a very large hailstone, right? And we can see that as well if we go to the vertically integrated liquid product. And boom, there you go, west of the airport. Big old hail core there. Of course, you have this super powerful updraft that is pulling in all of that pulling in all of the moisture, and the rain is not allowed to fall toward the surface here. So it just continues to get pulled vertically into the storm. It freezes, and then more water effectively latches on and freezes and freezes and freezes. It's like onions, right? They have layers. Shout out to Shrek. StormSync says confirmed tornado. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the warning, it says it right in there, here. Source: weather spotters confirmed tornado. It says it right in there. Sean says it looks like everyone is on that one storm that's going into Paducah. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is, again, we talk a lot about storm mode, right? And by mode, we're talking kind of about the environment that the storms are present in. And right now, if I zoom out, you can see that, and just for a moment here, I'm just going to put on the high def radar, right? And if I pause it here, right? So there you go. The storms are very scattered in the sense that they are all alone. They're discrete supercell thunderstorms, meaning that they don't have to share the available energy with any of the storms that are around them. Now, later tonight, things will go very linear, where you'll start to see a line of storms forming. That's like when you pull back on a bow, and then the tops and bottoms of that bow bend in toward your hands. That effectively what's happening is the radar beam is sending out, the beam is going away from the Doppler in and of itself, and then it's reflecting back toward the radar. But by the time that it arrives back at home base, it's moving so fast that it gives that bowing shape. That is super de-duper indicative of very powerful winds rushing out ahead of the storm. That's what we call outflow. That's why if you've ever, been standing somewhere, you're seeing a thunderstorm coming to you, and then you start to feel those winds picking up. It's either that outflow or it is the inflow being pulled in toward the storms. But particularly when you're seeing that bending shape, that is super indicative, again, of the strong winds. Texas Realtor, I almost said Rattler, which I guess would make sense too, right? Any signs of the cap breaking over Dallas-Fort Worth yet? Today? I'd be a little surprised, to be quite honest. What they're talking about by the cap it's a temperature like inversion in that sense, right? Where it's effectively this layer in the atmosphere that is, it's like a low ceiling, right? It's like going to stretch, getting up out of bed in the morning, and you go to stretch and all you can get is here, right? That sucks because you want to get that nice big stretch. But with the cap, it's like a little ceiling. It's like being trapped in a box, right? You're not able to get above that point, which will again prevent the supercell development from happening. So that's what we're talking about in terms of the cap breaking. If that cap were to break and not be present, then you get explosive growth, supercells, yada yada. So on and so forth. This thing is approaching the radar here. I mean, it is right west of the Paducah radar. And if I switch to it, you notice how you're starting to see the cone of silence, right here. And everything kind of gets a little warped around it because it's so close to the radar. But if I switch to this one here, south of Hopkinsville, we can see that this thing is on a beeline here for the radar. Let's see. For one, the correlation coefficient, not showing us anything being lofted. This was a confirmed tornado on the ground earlier. I don't think there's anything on the ground right now. But let's see whether or not this thing makes contact with the radar. Hope you're all having a pleasant evening as best you can. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We are coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Just trying to see what's going on. Oh my gosh, that thing is approaching the radar. Let me see. I'm looking at some chatter here. It looks like hail here is smashing up windows. Holy cow, that's a large hailstone. Pea-size hail up here in Metropolis. And again, if I switch to the vertically integrated liquid, Metropolis is on just the green color would probably be indicative of that pea-size hail. The white color here, those are the big baseballs that we'd be finding. So if you live here, let alone the fact that you've got a tornado coming to you, a tornado-warned storm, I should say, big hail, huge hail. Not, I guess, not technically huge, very large hail. John Vaquero says, who's in line after Paducah? I'm in Louisville. So I'll say this. I don't think this storm that we're looking at here has any signs of just going away anytime soon. It is 5 o'clock Central Time. I mean, it is the prime heating of the day. Let me turn the temperatures on. What do we got? I mean, it's 78 degrees, right? 83 down here in Mayfield. What if we look at the forecast? Let me pull that up here as soon as that loads here. Golf ball sized hail in Heath. Let me zoom in here. Well, I know that the dew points are quite high as well. I'm in Paducah getting hail now. Yeah, I mean, you're again, if I switch back to the vertically integrated liquid product, you are on the outskirts of this big hail core. So odds are, if you're seeing hail now in Paducah, you're going to be getting much larger hail here within the next 20 to 30 minutes. All right, so the couplet is right on top of the radar right now. It is right on top of the radar. So let's see what happens here. Central Ohio, you guys are under a slight risk later. I would say, well, I mean, unless you're in Columbus. Columbus is under an enhanced risk. I would say that you guys are looking more at straight line winds later this evening, overnight tonight. So let's see what happens here. How much more do we have in this? I feel like they're going to keep extending it. 12 minutes to go. I mean, I would expect it to get extended to Calvert City, Smithland, and kind of going there against US 60. All right. You know, I haven't even looked at I need to go to the SPC. Have they issued any new mesoscale discussions here? I want to see. That was a while ago. Oh no, that's for Maryland. That's not what. Okay. Just talking out loud, folks. Ignore me. I mean, don't, but you know what I'm saying. All right. Helen says, looking for Baltimore, Maryland. Baltimore just got a warning. I mean, yeah, you guys are probably under a severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, yeah, look at that. Wait a minute. We'll go back to Baltimore in just a second. I just want to bring to the attention that folks that, again, live in Paducah, I was just saying Smithland, Calvert City, that are going to be under a tornado warning momentarily. And there you go. So you are under this tornado warning. I think that the National Weather Service, this is just me, your friendly meteorologist here, just talking out loud. I think that they are going to continue to issue tornado warnings on this storm for quite a while. Princeton, Nortonville, Crofton, Morton's Gap, I would expect this thing to keep trucking eastward. This thing is in a super favorable environment where the air is moist, the winds are pushing in from the south and west. I mean, here's a look here at the, at the dew point. Let's see what we got. Dew point at 70, right? That's like tropical oppressive humidity. The dew point, just a little fun fact for you here. If you see relative humidity being spoken about, relative humidity is exactly that. It's relative, right? It is not an absolute. So if you're a normie, you might like relative humidity. But the real ones know dew point is what you want to look at. Dew point is the temperature at which the air becomes saturated, right? So when you take in the temperature, which here for just north of Princeton is 81 degrees, okay? It's 81 degrees. That is your air temperature, but the humidity, rather, or the dew point is at 70, meaning that at 70 degrees, the air has become fully saturated. So that's some thick, the air you can wear, right? So when you take that 81 degrees and you take that 70 degree dew point, you get the feels like temperature, or the heat index. So it feels more like 83, but it's that like, that feeling like you're wearing a shirt full of just humid air. It sucks, right? Listen, I live in Florida. It's about to get crazy humid here, but 70 degree dew point, you're feeling that. That is storm fuel for this environment, right? If we go to the winds, I've got the ground-based winds on. I'm going to show you ground and the air upstairs here, right? So there's your winds at the ground coming in from the south, big time, the south and west, okay? So that's down at the surface. We go to the jet stream, the air upstairs. Remember, the winds at the surface are coming in from the south. Look at the winds upstairs, almost straight up from the west. So you have major league shear here, where you have winds that are differing with height, direction, and speed. That's how you get this. That's how you get spin. So again, this storm here, I think you're going to continue to see. We looked at the moisture, which again is buoyancy in the atmosphere. We're looking at the winds at both the surface and aloft. I think you're just going to continue to see thunderstorm warnings for this storm pushing eastward. We will come right back to that. I want to make sure that I'm not missing. Again, there's still rotation there, but it hasn't come down yet. But you need to be in your safe place if you live in Paducah, Smithland, Calvert City, Catawba, Eddyville. You are downline of this. You need to be in your safe place very soon. Now, for folks that were talking about Baltimore, we got tornado warnings in the DMV. Let's go over here. Let's look at this storm. I think you're mainly seeing this because of the, look at that right there, west of Edgemere. Certainly didn't think we'd be talking about a tornado warning up there in Baltimore. Radar indicated, so nothing on the ground. For those of you that are watching from Baltimore, shout out to the Queen City, or the Queen State and the Queen City. I used to go to Ocean City, Maryland as a kid. Maryland is awesome. For those of you that have never been, highly recommend going to Maryland. Their baseball stadium for the Orioles is beautiful. Highly recommend. But this is just radar indicated. It's right there. So it's getting real close to the water. So not much longer now, and this thing's going to jump over the water. Shout out to the Delmarva Peninsula. How about that? A lot of power outages here, too. In fact, let's see how many people are out there in Maryland. It's roughly 19,000 customers without power. I would imagine if we start to see some power outages there for Towson, Baltimore, Annapolis, and even the nation's capital, D.C., you'll start to see those numbers tick up there. Still 212,000 people, by the way, without power up here in Michigan from yesterday's severe weather outbreak. And then now in Missouri, that number has climbed. Now you're seeing the power outages for St. Louis here. Missouri now up to roughly 109,000 customers without power. Remember, that's not a person, because I live in a house with my wife and my 2 kids. That's 4 people, but we count as 1 customer. So the human impact largely much higher. If you want to see power outages to yourself, in the layers menu there on the toolbar of MyRadar, you just scroll down, toggle on power outages, and then you just click on it, and it tells you everything you need to know. Oops. Tells you everything you need to know about that particular outage. So for example, here in St. Louis in Madison County, you can see 17,000 customers without power there, right? You're going to see this number continue to tick up here, okay? Anyway, I see you guys saying Capucci is back up. He is. We're going to wait until we have him reliably to be able to talk to you guys, and when we have something on camera. But Jack, if you want to pull up his shot, put it on the bottom bar there, we'll be able to show you. He's on that storm moving through Paducah. Again, as I told you, I don't think that this storm is going to go away anytime soon. 5 more minutes to go on this storm up here near Palestine and Merman. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it. That's another one I would expect will continue to see the warning persist. Okay, I don't know why my hand's been up this whole time, or my arm. So much hail from this event I'm seeing from the National Weather Service chatter. Sean says the MyRadar app has everything at your fingertips. You're darn right. And it's totally free to download. I mean, it's right here on my shirt. It's the label that pays me. I'd say it even if I didn't work for MyRadar. It's free. Download it. Again, the features I'm using here, per station radar, hurricane tracker, getting rid of the ads, routecast. These are all premium features, but if you want to give that a rep for yourself, you go into the settings menu. It looks like the little cog wheel on the bottom there, and under premium subscription, you click on that and you can activate a free trial for 3 days. From there, it's either monthly or annually. And we're always adding new stuff to the premium features all the time, including our AI weather assistant, Gale. If you know weather, you know where that name came from. But this is only on Windows right now. We can ask Gale all sorts of weather-related questions. Do you guys have any questions that you'd like me to ask Gale? Let me know in the chat, and I'll ask anything you'd like. Again, it's got to be weather-related. The dopest. Great question. Do you think that we're in a weird spot between La Nina and El Nino causing all these tornadoes? Not necessarily. And what do you think tornado season is going to look like? We are dropping a video on that on June 1 for the start of hurricane season. So look for that video. Steph said scary movie. Like the movie Scary Movie? Gale is a wind, by the way. That's where the name came from. But let's ask it a question. Let's just say New Warren near Perryville, Kentucky, y'all are saying. Yeah, I mean, it's the same storm here. So it looks like the rotation has just now pushed through Paducah. Again, still not seeing anything which is good on the correlation coefficient. This is now radar indicated, right? So there's nothing necessarily on the ground. Daphne keeps spamming, is the tornado hitting Nashville? No. No, not right now. I would certainly let you know if there was a tornado hitting one of the most populous southern cities. You're not even under, that's Evansville, geez. You're not even under a severe thunderstorm warning at all. You're not under a tornado watch. Don't be scared, be prepared, right? Anything touchdown in Baltimore? No, it was radar indicated. Oh, I see the one you're talking about up here near Perryville. It's that same storm, guys. I keep telling you. I got to turn the power outages off for a moment here. I keep telling you, this environment is so favorable given the humidity, the moisture that is in the air, given our wind shear profiles, that these storms that are by themselves are just going to keep trucking. So that one in Perryville, right here is radar indicated. You got another 31 minutes to go there. So if you live along Interstate 55 here, just north of Perryville, you need to be in your safe place. But boy, this one here, just over Paducah, look just how rogue it is. There's nothing around it, right? I can't ask Gail if a tornado is going to happen in Bowling Green. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Give me a question. Had anything touched down in Baltimore? No, it's radar indicated as far as I can tell. I don't have any reports of anything touching down there. Me. Oh, but Camden Yards is they are under a rain delay, the Baltimore Orioles, as I'm sure you could imagine. So yeah, there was tornadic circulation there as we saw, but nothing that touched down. Woo, the video is crazy, big lightning and everything, but no, nothing touched down. Oh, here's a great question to ask Gail. What's the difference between a land spout and a dust devil? Let's ask. What's the difference between a land spout and a dust devil? All right, so we'll ask Gail there. Takes a moment to think about what you're asking. We'll get our answer. This Gale is in beta right now for Windows, but is soon coming to iOS and Android. It will be a premium feature. And there you go. A land spout and a dust devil are both rotating columns of air. Oops. But they form in very different ways and have distinct characteristics. Land spout is a type of tornado that forms from the ground up, usually beneath developing cumulus clouds or weak thunderstorms. It does not require a strong rotating thunderstorm like typical tornadoes, yada, yada, yada. And dust devil. Dust devil is a small, rapidly rotating column of air that forms on clear, hot days when the ground heats up quickly. They are not associated with thunderstorms or clouds. Instead, they form in fair weather. They are usually harmless, although strong ones can cause major damage. Shout out to Gail. Gail's dope. And is in beta right now. A lot of cool stuff coming with Gail. One of my favorite features that we have developed in my 6 years that I've been with MyRadar. Love Gail. Shout out Gail. Someone from Twitch. Hello from Norway. What's going on? Martin Odegaard. That's my guy. Shout out to all the Norwegians watching in the chat. Said, interesting watching this as we don't get tornadoes there. Yeah, no kidding. But tornadoes, I want you to understand, Feedy, anytime, anywhere. Just telling you. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Anytime, anywhere. You can ask the folks that live in Eastern Kentucky in the mountains, in Liberty Center. Not Liberty Center. Holy cow, that's in Ohio. Where the heck? The EF3 touchdown in Eastern Kentucky. It's escaping me right now. Yeah, touchdown in the mountains of Eastern Kentucky in EF3, right? Hit a school. Why can't I? West Liberty. I knew Liberty was in there. West Liberty. Thank you. Yes, Bourbon Brine. West Liberty. I was there multiple times covering that story when I worked in Kentucky. People in Eastern Kentucky, when I talked to them there, always said there's no way tornadoes touching down in here. There's no way. Tornadoes only happen where it's flat, maybe near Lexington. It ain't happening here in Eastern Kentucky. It's just not happening. And then it does, right? Anytime, anywhere, tornadoes, even in Norway. Someone says, did it happen in the mountains? Yes, and I believe that did we pass the anniversary of the West Liberty tornado? Hang on. I know it was in March. March 2nd, yeah. Golly, 2012. I am getting old. Holy crap. Yeah, that was a crazy tornado outbreak in Kentucky, but that hit a school, West Liberty Elementary. When I covered it, when I worked at a TV station in Kentucky, big shout out to WKYT in Lexington. Very eerie reporting from outside the school where you still saw the children's decorations hanging in the wall, and the school was still there. Obviously, they moved all the kids to another beautiful school that they built, but that old elementary still there. Very spooky. I just got chills. It was so eerie when I was there for the first time, and you saw all the like kids decorations because it was close to St. Patrick's Day, so there was a bunch of St. Patrick's Day decorations. So March 2012. So that was in the mountains of Eastern Kentucky. So not impossible that you see a tornado in the mountains. Brittany says, the per station radar doesn't work on your phone and I have the premium subscription. This is going to sound silly. In the layers menu there, do you have radar turned on at the very top? The little toggle? Like, notice it went away when I turned it off and then turn it on? Check that. Let me know. I know it's silly. Storm Sync, my local weather channel, says the storms coming to Bowling Green have recharged. I mean, listen, as I've continued to tell you guys, it is in a super favorable environment. Capucci is on that storm. If you're looking, I can't show it to you on TikTok because he's driving, but if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on any of the other platforms where I can show you, or in the MyRadar app, you can see his shot there. This is a big supercell thunderstorm. We're going to bring Capucci back in when we've got something to show on his shot there, but he's on it. It's moving so fast. It was moving at 55 miles per hour previously. And let's see. It is still moving at 55. But remember, it doesn't have to stop at traffic lights. It doesn't have to, change lanes. Mother Nature is flying 55, right? Sean, I missed what you said there. You said forever etched in your mind. I don't know what you're talking about. Does Gale do Linux? Like, does Gale code? No, the Gale is meant for weather-related assistance. H. Dizzy, what's up? How are you tonight? This storm just will not go away here. I'm making sure that I'm not missing any other tornado warnings here. You've got the one to the west. Baltimore, not under a tornado warning anymore. Folks up in Indianapolis, you're not under any warnings just yet, but you do have storms starting to fire to your south and west over near Bloomington right now, home of the Hoosiers. But we're not there just yet. So this tornado warning, again, similar situation for this one up here near Perryville, where the atmosphere is so favorable that they're just going to keep chugging along here, right? Mind you, by the way, you can see that yellow box there. I have it kind of just drawn, but let me fill it in. This is a tornado watch, right? For Bowling Green, Hopkinsville, Louisville, until 10 o'clock Central Time. It is 5 o'clock Central Time. You got 5 more hours to go of favorable tornadic development. This is why you don't be scared, be prepared. And then as the expression goes, if you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail, right? said it's favorable to recharge because of humidity and temperatures. I said that, dog. I said that like 45 minutes ago. Yeah, I mean, the moisture coming in from the Gulf, as we talked about. I mean, let me show you in the winds again. We're looking at the layers menu here. I'm going to turn the winds on. Let me switch to the grounds, because in MyRadar, this is free, by the way. We got winds at the ground, wind upstairs, the air upstairs, okay? Look at the direction in which the air is coming from, right? It's coming in from the south, right up from the Gulf Coast, okay? So that air is hot, it's humid, a lot of moisture there, and it's flowing in from the south, okay? As that is flowing in from the south, mind you, we've got this big honking cold front cutting in from the west. And remember, the front with these little pips, that is showing you the direction at which the air mass is moving. That line is the front, the literal front of the air mass as it moves. Cold air is heavy. It sinks to the ground. So if you imagine this is the ground here, here's your cold front, just a straight diagonal line to the ground, and it just cuts in kind of like a snowplow. But as it does that, warm air rises along that cold front higher and higher, higher, and gives you thunderstorm development, okay? Now, that's our wind at the surface. Look at the air upstairs, right? It's like the marionette, like a puppet, right? Look at the air upstairs, racing in from the west and southwest. So at the surface, we have winds from the south. Up above, you got winds coming in from the west, southwest. So that is differing winds with height and speed, intensity, and direction. That's what we call wind shear, and that is what you need to get this spin. Okay? So we have the Gulf providing incredibly moist air coming in. You also have again, the wind shear and the fact that these storms are solo. There's nothing else around, okay? So later tonight, things will become rather linear, where you'll see just a line of storms, what we call a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system. That is just a line with embedded kinks of spin in there, right? This storm mode, though, is discrete, meaning these storms are by themselves. Our storm here that earlier today put down a tornado west of Paducah over Missouri. We streamed it to you live. You saw it on Capucci's Shot if you were with us earlier this evening. That was a PDS tornado warning, and it is still trucking because given the favorable environment, there's nothing getting in the way. These storms do not want to share the available energy with anything else around it. They're very, very selfish in that regard. I will get off my soapbox now. All right, so we've got a couple again of our tornado warnings, and this is kind of the setup that we're dealing with right now with this three-pack of tornado warnings. They're all holdovers from previous tornado warnings, but given the fact that they're just chugging along here, the National Weather Service just continues to extend the warnings. So you need to treat them as such, right? If we look at the rotation, let me switch to the Paducah radar so we can look back here. Here's the rotation for Perryville. So again, if you live along I-55 or in Perryville, you need to be in your safe place right now. You can see the rotation there. It's just radar indicated. There's nothing on the ground, as far as I can tell, although it's certainly trying. So again, you need to be in your safe place. Basement, first floor, lowest floor in your home, away from windows. Okay? And if we switch back up here and we look at the little storm that could here crossing into Indiana here soon, you have almost two little areas of rotation just to the southwest of the Sullivan County Airport, west of US 41. Radar indicated rotation there too. Oh God, I hope I'm not losing my voice. Not again. I brought a second energy drink with me here. I'm not ready to crack that thing open yet. Like the recommended amount of caffeine is like 400 milligrams. I'm probably over 200 something total today, and that's another 2. It's a little much. So here's the rotation that is tightening up near Calvert City, okay? Let's see if that's the storm that Capucci's on. We'll see if we can get anything there. It's just radar indicated right now west of Grand Rivers here. Southwest of Calvert City. But again, on the velocity product, that's showing us winds going toward the radar, red going winds away from the radar, southwest of Calvert City. Okay? So not seeing anything just yet there that would suggest that there is a tornado on the ground. But it's got the look, right? So we're not going to go away from it, okay? The Dopest says, got to get some lemon and honey tea for your voice. I hear ya. I lost my voice when I was streaming last time. I think it's because I didn't drink enough water. So that's probably really what it is. You got to stay hydrated, man. It's important. Irony's not lost on me as I drink something that dehydrates you. That's not lost on me. There's water in there, you know? Someone's saying that's baby caffeine based on what I drink. Probably about 400. 400 is like the daily recommended amount. Plus, you know, eventually I got to be able to go to sleep. But I don't know. I feel like I can drink espresso and go to bed, you know? H. Dizzy, you're welcome. Thank you very much. I'm here to educate and keep y'all informed as best I can. All right. We've been going for a while. Jack, do you know how many viewers have been in that came into the app? I see the current number now. Do you have an idea of how many we've had total and then how many came in from that push? I'd be curious to know. All good. All good. Let's see. Let me know where you guys are watching from, by the way. I'm getting the number here, Jack. 3 Red Bulls. No, I think Red Bull has like 200 milligrams of caffeine. I think Red Bulls doesn't taste very good. Hey, you want to sponsor us, though? We're here for it. I got the number, Jack. It's good. It's very good. Not a Red Bull guy. I have a Ghost in the refrigerator. Big fan. Big fan. Although I think Dr. Pepper Keurig just bought them. So like they're losing all of their licensed stuff. So like the Sour Patch Kids one, hashtag not a sponsor. They're going away, which sucks because they're great. So this storm here, again, still super favorable. It's losing the hooking at the bottom there, but the rotation is still here over Calvert City. Guys are screaming about Lancaster, Ohio. There's nothing in Ohio. Although that's where you're watching from. Shout out Ohio. Ohio University alumni here. Go Bobcats. I don't like that team from Columbus, though. Sorry. Yeah, Aiden, I don't know. They might be losing all of their... I don't know if they're just losing the Sour Patch Kid. The Swedish Fish one was my favorite, and that one is going away, unfortunately, because of something with the acquisition from Dr. Pepper or whatever. So, I don't know. If you got a Dr. Pepper flavored energy drink, now we're talking. Now that's dangerous. Now we're talking. Wait, Anna, you're Ohio University? What year did you graduate? Maybe we had some crossover. Folks, I guess I should remind you, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We are coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, we are tracking a moderate risk for severe. Graduated in 2011. So did I, Anna. So did I. What was your major? Severe thunderstorm watch up for Dallas, by the way. That is until midnight Central Time. If that cap breaks, we could get some stronger storm development there. But let me show you the moderate risk here. Lexington, Kentucky, Louisville, Evansville, Cape Girardeau, Bowling Green, Nashville, all under a moderate risk for severe storm development. That's a 4 out of 5 on their scale, pardon me. The night is young, very young. I mean, gosh, it's 5:30 Central Time. Holy, you're an overachiever. Sociology and criminology with a major in Spanish and music. It was broadcast journalism, specialization in meteorology. But shout out to Ohio University. Met my wife there. So Ohio University, very important to the Linden family. I was East Green my freshman year, for what it's worth, and then South Green sophomore year. Someone saying a Dr. Pepper energy drink would be amazing. That's what I'm saying, Aiden. They bought, Dr. Pepper Keurig bought Ghost. So it's possible, right? I've lived in the South for now a lot of my life. I grew up in New York. I don't know, do I have an accent? Do you think? I don't know. But Dr. Pepper, very popular in the South. Just saying. You were in Shively freshman year. I was in Washington? Yeah. So around the corner from you. So you ate at the old Shively too. That was when it was, what was it, grab and go? They would give you like so much food. So much food. Small world. Shout out to the Bobcats. Aiden says very popular in the Midwest as well. I think it's like the second most popular soda, right? Behind Coca-Cola? I think so. Aubrey asking about Greenwood, Indiana. I assume you're talking about this storm up here. So Indianapolis is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Big shout out to Pat McAfee. Not a tornado warning, mind you. I will let you know if it does go in that direction, but you need to be prepared. Muncie, Indianapolis, you're all under a tornado watch through 10 o'clock tonight. Central Time, that is, right? So that's another 5 hours to go. Okay? But this little guy up here just will not go away. Oops, that's the terminal radar, which has high resolution imagery, but it's very small. This one's starting to get a little interesting here. Again, it's the little storm that could here. None of my local news stations are streaming right now in Indianapolis, and I don't have cable, so I really appreciate your coverage. You're welcome, Chase. Thanks for joining us, man. Be sure to subscribe. And hey, click that thumbs up button. We'd really appreciate it. There's some huge content creators on YouTube that cover weather, and they do a fantastic job, right? But we are trying to provide you an alternative, right? That tornado warning until 7 o'clock Eastern time. So we're at the point here in Kentucky where we're starting to cross from Central to Eastern time here. So this one here, another 24 minutes to go. And you can really start seeing the hooking here happening south of Sullivan. Let's take a look at the velocity and see if we can get anything there. So there's the velocity just to the east of US 41, southwest of Duggar and Cass. So it's radar indicated. There's nothing confirmed yet. We haven't had a confirmed tornado in a good bit here. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible by any stretch. I mean, this is what a tornado warning means, right? That a tornado is imminent, right? So we've got a couple of them there. Let's jump back down here to our guy east of Paducah, being that is that's the biggest supercell we got, and that's Capucci Shot. Jack, can we take Capucci Shot up on the screen as well? As you can see it, he's just socked in by the rain there. A lot of comments coming in here. Let me see here. Todd says, I like to log on when I see you, Mike. My phone. I don't know what you mean, Todd, but I appreciate you joining us. Thank you. H. Dizzy, one of my favorite sports teams. I grew up in New York, so I'm a Knicks fan, which, what a time to be alive. I grew up with some terrible Knicks teams. Terrible, terrible basketball. But myself and Pope Leo, big fans of the Nova Knicks. big shout out to the Knicks this season. So the Knicks, I'm a New York Giants fan. I like Arsenal in the Premier League. Of course, I support the Orlando Magic. They mean that they're our local team. And of course, Orlando City as well. Those would be my favorite sports teams. Brittany says, we're in Bloomington. Me and my son are waiting for the action to start. Looks stormy. Yeah, I mean, you have got the tornado warning that is up there crossing over from Illinois into Indiana right now. The Dopa says, remember, TikTok likes... Yeah, help boost the live. I haven't even said that even once. Hey, if you guys are on TikTok and you're watching us and you're enjoying the coverage, I mean, I see all y'all that are in here. We'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us, help us reach our goal of 120,000 followers. Listen, we're not Keith Lee, we're not Queso, but hey, we'd appreciate the love nonetheless. Follow us, we'd really appreciate it. Share the live stream as well. And hey, tap on the screen too and show us your support that way. We're at 11,000 likes so far. That is awesome. And thank you to everyone that's been sending little gifts. Mindy, Brenda, Misty, Steven, Vicky, Barbara, Linda, Chris. Thank you so much for your continued support. Appreciate it very, very much. Let me go back to the chat. Sorry. Anna says, yes, with Beth, very small world, always not to talk to fellow Bobcats. Anna, shout out to you, class of 2011. I have not even been back to OU since I graduated. I used to work in television, and if you are unaware with how local television works, it's like the circus or like minor league baseball. Every 2-3 years, you're packing up, moving to the next market. So I've worked in Athens, Ohio for the PBS station there, WOUB. I then moved to Washington State, where I worked for several years. That's where my dogs are from. Then I moved to Kentucky, where I worked for several years. Then I moved to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and worked in the Scranton market, where one of my children was born. And then I moved here to Orlando, Florida, where I've worked in TV here locally. But of course, now I ply my trade for the MyRadar app. So I've moved all over the country. I haven't had time to go back to Athens, Anna, but I got to go. I got 2 kids now. That's crazy. Darty, thank you very much. Works well in Virginia Beach. Hey, shout out. H Dizzy Bing Bong. Yeah, that's right. A Grizzlies fan. Oh man. Got to get John Morant to stop doing his nonsense. He is unbelievable. What a basketball player John Morant is. Sean says, Mike, I got to get one of those MyRadar t-shirts in a large. Sean, follow me on X and send me a DM. All right. We've got Capucci in the feed. He is back. Mr. Capucci. We have just been talking about how favorable of an environment these supercells are in. We have that one in Indiana and then the one in Kentucky that just refused to go away. And you were ahead of the curve, Capucci, on the one saying that it would impact Paducah. Well, now it's pushing toward Morton's Gap, White Plains, and Crofton. It just refuses to go away.
Yeah, and I got to say, the one that just impacted Paducah, they were super fortunate to not get a tornado, but Royals from the Storm Prediction Center has issued a mesoscale discussion for that cell, warning that it very well could produce a strong tornado. And it's kind of unusual for the Storm Prediction Center to issue something on the storm scale. Usually they talk about a broader area. They're explicitly saying this storm in particular has potential to produce significant tornadoes in the next hour to 3 hours. And so if I lived in Crofton right now, Crofton's not under a tornado warning yet. They have nothing yet. But Crofton's in the direct path. Given the environment, I'd say, you know what, if Mimon needs some extra time, needs, 30 minutes, an hour to go pick her up and get to a shelter, maybe now is the time. If you have mobility challenges, you take a little longer to get to shelter, now might be a good time. If nothing else, this storm will be tornado warned when it gets to Crofton. Even if it doesn't produce, it's still going to produce destructive winds and large damaging hail. And, truth be told, with the environment today, we see no reason why it's going to weaken anytime soon. And Mike, the other concerning thing, these storms are still very much discrete. They're alone, they're isolated. We haven't seen quite as many storms form as some of the models were depicting, which is a blessing and a curse. It's a good thing because fewer people are getting storms right now. It's a bad thing because the storms now stay discrete, alone, isolated for longer, and subsequently they have a better chance of producing a tornado. Now, if we take my shot, you might notice I'm actually driving into sunshine right now. I've abandoned the storm in Kentucky because it's just moving over such poor road networks that I would inevitably fall behind to catch it. However, we noticed that new tornado warned storm up in Illinois. And that one, I checked mesoanalysis, it still has a little area where dew points are over like 70 degrees where it can try to feed off of. And so to that end, I'd say the one in Illinois does have a chance of doing warning yet. Carbondale's only in the hail and the wind producing part of the storm, but still something to very much be mindful of.
Yeah, I mean, it's we've talked a lot about, while you were away, we talked a lot about the environment and how all of the ingredients are there for these things to just continue on for a long time, right? And the fact remains that even though these are just radar indicated, they're still tornado warnings, right? Which means that the threat is imminent. Yeah. So you need to take that very seriously. Of course, I'm keeping things light and providing a little levity for people. I mean, gosh, we've been streaming for 3.5 hours, right? So got to find a way to stay entertaining, right? But either way, if you're under a tornado warning, you need to take that very seriously. And to your point, Capucci, with people that have mobility issues, and giving you guys extra lead time, as Capucci just alluded to, for the folks in Crofton, Kentucky, you're not under a tornado warning right now, but you have an excessive amount of lead time, being that this storm just continues to train east. It is getting stronger as I'm looking at it here. But if you live in a mobile home or you live somewhere where you don't have a safe place to go, Jack, if you just want to take the web browser for just a moment, you can keep Capucci's shot up too. This is a website from Dr. Craig Ceci. It's called findyourtornadoshelter.com. This is a complete passion project from Dr. Ceci, who has crowdsourced all of this information for these tornado shelters. It's truly amazing, right? So you can scroll in here and we can go and we can look at Bowling Green, for example, here. So it looks like there's not a ton of tornado shelters there, but there are some. So if we click on this one here, it tells you Warren County, Kentucky. It gives you the address. There's 2 shelters. You can even bring a pet if it's on a leash or has a cage. How about this one here, south of Bowling Green? Pet friendly as well, not easily accessible from I-65. This is at the Bowling Green Basil Griffin Park. This is a fantastic website that I cannot recommend enough. You should bookmark this website if you do live in a mobile home, because remember, mobile homes become mobile. They are not a safe place to be. If a tornado comes rolling by, you need a permanent foundation in the ground, okay? Fantastic website, findyourtornadoshelter.com. All right. Jack, you can go back to the radar here. We've got Capucci shot up. So Capucci has been just chasing this storm for hours now, seemingly all the way back to Missouri. He's now in the Bluegrass State. And Capucci, as I continue to talk, this thing continues to look meaner by the moment. Let's see. I mean...
Yeah, you know, Mike, one thing I think is rather interesting, it briefly fell behind its own outflow. In other words, it was a little outflow dominant, exhaling more air than it was ingesting for just a little while. What it really needs is a more southeasterly component to those surface winds. If it can find that, then it's going to produce a tornado very quickly. If it can't, it might struggle for a little while. It's still a very mean storm. It's dropping baseballs. It's spinning robustly at the mid-levels. The question is, to what extent can we get that spin down to the low levels? And that will depend on the low-level winds, if we can get any southeasterlies. So I'm very intrigued by that cell farther north, though. So that second cell farther north that's heading towards Carbondale, I'm going to intercept that one about an hour from now.
So looking at the what am I trying to say here? The winds there for where that spin is. Let's see. We've got,
and that latest scan that just came in, to me, looks more alarming. It looks to me like even as we speak, it's having a better time tightening its spin.
All right, let me switch. Turn the winds off.
You're
talking about the one up in Indiana?
Sorry, I'm back to the one farther south. I think now, I would not be surprised if Crofton got a strong tornado in an hour from now. Just given the environment and given everything else I'm looking at.
It looks like it has a little itty-bitty, teeny little correlation coefficient that it's trying just to the west of the Paradise Cemetery there, east of Woodlands Trace National Scenic Byway. Of course, the correlation coefficient shows us objects that are being lofted vertically, right? Most of this is rain, but that's what the red color is, because it has a very similar, consistent shape. but the correlation coefficient is tracking objects that are being lofted vertically that don't belong there. We also have something that Capucci loves to point out all that often, and as do I, this little green here surrounded by the reds and the oranges and the yellows. This is a BWER, or a bounded weak echo region, the evil donut hole in meteorology. And what that is effectively the updraft of this storm is so powerful, and believe me, that checks out by looking at this storm here. The updraft is so powerful that the rain, the precipitation that's falling, can't. It's being suspended mid-air by that updraft. Basically, that is the telltale sign that we have got a powerful, powerful storm. And we can see that here if we look just a couple of frames back. Look at how it was kind of raggedy looking-ish right there over Paducah. And now all of a sudden it is crisp, gotten its act together in a hurry, right? So we'll keep an eye on things. The rotation is present. It's been there the whole time here. We shall see if Crofton gets added into this tornado warning next. I would assume it will. And you should almost act like it should. Let me look at the chat here.
Yeah, if you're in Crofton, I'd say treat this like a tornado warning. Absolutely.
So John says, looks like it's trying to form a line now. Not quite. It's not going to go linear until much later this evening. The whole setup, that is. Storm Sings, Mike, if someone has weather anxiety, what can they do? For one, be knowledgeable as to the things that are happening around you. There's a lot of misinformation and people that are just simply trying to get your attention with hype and clicks and drama that just serve you no good in your life, number one. And then number two, you got to be prepared. Don't be scared, be prepared. Knowledge is power. I know that sounds silly, but that's so huge. Knowing where in your house, if you're under a tornado warning or a tornado emergency, knowing in your house where to go to. You shouldn't be thinking that the moment you're under a tornado warning, oh my gosh, where do I go? I don't know where to go. Where's the safest place to be? You should know that and be prepared ahead of time. If you have children in your house, do your kids know where to go in the event of a tornado, right? Do you have bicycle helmets that your kids can wear to protect their heads? Head injuries are the leading cause of fatality and injuries when it comes to severe weather in this sense. Do you have bicycle helmets spare? If you live in a mobile home, do you know where the nearest and most safe place to be is and how fast it takes to get there? That's what I would suggest, being prepared. How about this? The Dopest chimes in and says, stay prepared and aware. As my dad always said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's pretty good. St. Louis. Yeah, St. Louis earlier today had a, they had a doozy. Someone said, when I go to bed. Yeah, so the MyRadar app will still deliver tornado warnings to you. I believe that even like the native setting for iOS, that the National Weather Service alerts will still break through even if you had like do not disturb or sleep mode on. Of course, a weather radio, going to be great to have as well.
Yeah, the nice thing I like about the MyRadar app too, and this is not me even trying to give a plug, because y'all know I'm a very blunt, honest person. The reason I like the MyRadar app the best in this case is because it genuinely delivers alerts faster than the competition. I've timed it before. It averages 1 minute, 6 seconds ahead of the other leading weather app. 1 minute, 6 seconds, Mike, in a critical situation like a tornado warning, that can be life-saving. That can be a very important, crucial margin. When I'm in the field and MyRadar lets me know first, long ahead of any other source of information I have, that's a game changer. Even, get this, even ahead of NOAA weather radios, it's about 1 minute, 6 seconds ahead of the other app that we compete with, and roughly 35 seconds ahead of some NOAA weather radios, which, I mean, Mike, seconds count in situations like this. And so the fact that, I don't know how any of the coding works. I don't know what the developers have done, but the fact that we can get it out within seconds matters.
Amen to that, Capucci. I think, listen, our developers are all of like minds. Big shout out to our founder and CEO, Andy Green. We are, like, our mission statement is keeping people safe and educated, right? And I think that the developers really live that mantra as well. Everyone is just trying to make sure that we are able to deliver to you the best possible information that we can. And if we're able to get that information to you sooner, hey, that's a win. Again, if I zoom out, folks, look how this storm is just totally rogue. Nothing around it. Not great. Not great. Gabby says, I've been a loyal user for about 4 years now and tell everyone about it. Thank you very much, Gabby. We appreciate your support very much. Someone on TikTok, Capucci, says, you timed it? Wait, where did it go? Oh, no, the comments are coming in too fast. Where did it go? You timed it? Bruh, I like y'all.
Oh, yeah. I want to make sure that if we're putting out a claim, I can give a specific number. And
you are
so,
talking about a guy in Matthew Capucci who is so diligent with that stuff, even to a silly degree, some stuff that you might think is silly, right? Didn't you put like googly eyes all over stuff in your apartment? Like,
oh, I forgot you knew about that. Yeah, there was one time when I went home for Christmas and I had a pack of googly eyes. So I waited for my parents to go to bed, and then I opened the cupboard and the refrigerator and just put a pair of eyes on everything. If you go back to my parents' house in Massachusetts, the salt shaker still looks like it's sentient. It still has eyes.
All right.
They have, by the way, extended that tornado warning into the city of Carbondale now. So Carbondale, you are in a tornado warning. Carbondale is kind of red line center.
The one up north. Yeah, Bloomington is downrange of that too.
Yeah, so I'm heading towards Marion, which is one town east of Carbondale along that state road.
Oh, yeah.
And,
that's the little storm that could too.
Yeah, set to be there in about 51 minutes. And Mike, you know, what surprises me is that it's only warned for like quarter to ping pong ball size hail, but it's still up to about 50-something thousand feet. And so it, to me, looks like a very severe thunderstorm. I'm soon to cross back into Illinois in the next 8 minutes. And then pretty quickly, we'll be getting into the sort of intercept zone by roughly 6:40 p.m. Central Time. So 6:40 p.m. Central Time, we'll be prepared to intercept this storm. That's 7:40 Eastern Time.
So I'm using, again, the per station radar feature here in the app, and I selected vertically integrated liquid. This is showing us the hail core, right? So that's a big honking hail core there. But if I go to, as Capucci alluded to, the enhanced echo tops, you can see this yellowish kind of mustard color there. Shout out to Dwight Schrute. In the app, if you hover over the map legend up where the time is, now this is the Windows app. On the on iOS and Android, it's different. You just put your finger over the legend. Jack, can you just take the iPad full for just a moment here so people can see it? See, I'm dragging my finger left and right. Can you see that? And it will show you what the colors mean. We're adding an inspector tool soon where you're going to be able to place it on the map too. But for now, that's how you can do it. Jack, switch back to the Windows if you could. So you just got to find that color, and it's, again, that mustardy kind of color. 50,000 feet. That's a tall storm, boy. That's a big storm. So again,
Mike,
go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I also want to give folks an early heads up. I'm going to do something a little weird and change my course. I'm going to go back to Cairo, the town we were in earlier on, because to me, it looks like that one near Cairo or west of Cairo is set to become tornadic again. So there's a new storm near Cairo that is beginning to spin, and it already has a pretty prominent hook echo if you look on radar. So that's the one that's a little southwest of Cape Girardeau.
Oh, yeah. Holy cow. Yeah, look at that.
That's getting going fast. And so to me, you know what I think's happening? I think it's latching on to the boundary, the outflow left by the earlier storm. And so just so folks know my thought process as a chaser and as a meteorologist, my thought process is this. The storm farther north in Carbondale is tornado warned now. However, if the one to the south near Scott City, near Cape Girardeau, is able to do it, you know, the dew points are a little higher, meaning there's a little more moisture in the air, and there's a boundary nearby. And so in the longer range, I think that one may actually have a decent chance of becoming tornadic. So I'm going to go for that one, Mike.
And it's not tornado warned, right? This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Holy crap! Just as I say that, tornado warning. Here we go. Look at that. So we were on top of it, right? We were advanced of the storm now that affects advance. So this is that same path, to Capucci's point. This happens sometimes with setups like this where storms train along a line, as Capucci alluded to, the boundary that they kind of latch to. But if you think about it like a train, and boy, I know you love trains, Capucci, there are tracks that trains are on. And it's not like the tracks are just going to move. You're going to have trains on that line, on the tracks, and just keep following along.
I mean, Mike, I remember you and I were doing coverage on, I think it was April 13th? I'm sorry, March 15th this year down in Mississippi. And remember, the same town got hit like 3 times that day?
Yeah, that was the high risk day, right?
Yeah, there was one area near Taylorsville, Mississippi that got crossing tornado paths. And while I was there, I watched a tornado cross the damage path of the April 12th, 2020 tornado. Sometimes you get just little strips where you'll have one storm ride through, take advantage of conditions, and then the storm exhales some cool air, but you also have warm air from the south coming in. So there creates this like little temperature gradient, this little subtle difference, and storms love riding boundaries like that. And so the next one comes in, and once again, it's like a rinse and repeat. And so I think I'm going to choose this southern cell because the environment still obviously is plenty juicy. And B, I think it has the best access to warm, humid air. It's 70 degrees right now for the car thermometer where I am in Paducah. I'd venture to say it's probably pretty warm west too. And Mike, actually, is there any way we could pull up one of my favorite features in the MyRadar app, which is the temperature feature? And I'm just curious what the temperatures are like near and south of Cape Girardeau.
77 degrees just south of Cape Girardeau. 78, sorry. That's the Cape Girardeau Regional Airport, 78 degrees. Did we lose Capucci? No, there he is.
I switched to Wi-Fi again. Yeah, it was weird. Cell completely went dead, but then Starlink came back. So I'll be switching back and forth. But for the folks at home, we're doing everything we can to bring you important, critical coverage from a very rural area.
We might be going PDS here soon. Looks like the National Weather Service is considering the one near Lamasco. No, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. Sorry. Tornado debris signature. Whoopsie daisy. Wrong DS. My bad. Couple hours here of streaming. Okay. Man, that one blew up so fast.
Yeah, so that's why I'm changing plans quick. Oh, and then we have another tornado warning now behind the... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. That's an outdated one. My bad.
The Effingham one?
Mike.
30 minutes.
You heard earlier on. The temps are like in front of the Carbondale.
Yes, 78 degrees.
So advance.
84, by the way, south of that cell. 84 degrees in Sykeston.
80? You said 80-something degrees in Sykeston?
84 degrees.
Okay, yeah, then I bet my bottom dollar we're going to see that one go tornadic. Just because if we're able to... So, look, I mean, Sykeston, I was in the Sykeston area earlier on, and we got that strong tornado that we streamed live. If this storm is able to tap into a recovered air mass, but it's also more humid from that first storm, I see no reason why this thing won't produce a tornado. So I'm heading towards Cairo. I'll be there in about 30-ish minutes, and I may have to go a little farther west once I do get to Cairo. I might even go to the same place. I might go back to Dale-Start.
Aiden Gage, I love the app and the team so much. Just got the premium version the other day because I love learning about weather, and you guys are so good at teaching and breaking it down for people. Appreciate the support, Aiden. Thank you very much. We are. That's what we are here for. Someone says, "What's going on with the weather in general?" Boy, that is a vague question. There's severe weather today. That's very generally what is happening. Yeah, these are just the storms that just will not stop here. We've got one, two,
Mike,
3, 4, 5.
Too, we're just getting into the peak heating of the day. All day long, we've had time to bake the atmosphere. It's now 6 o'clock Central Time. we're just getting into the period when storm. So now through 8 p.m., I'd be very worried. And Mike, you know what's interesting? Like the 6 p.m. through roughly 9:30 p.m. time frame is especially rough. 7:30, it's because we've reached peak heating. After about 7:30, the sun starts to go down. So you'd think the storms would start to wane. But really, between 7:30 and 9, the decreasing juice from the sun, the warmth and the energy, is offset by an increasing jet stream. And that can oftentimes make up for the brief drop off in solar heating. And so I think these next 3 hours are going to be critical in this area, not only for the dominant storm in Kentucky, but for these new tornado warned storms that we're tracking, including the one that will be approaching Cairo and Sykeston in the next probably in the next 90 minutes.
Someone said Sykeston, protect Lambert's restaurant. So that must be a restaurant down there. Capucci might be familiar. He's familiar with all the dives all throughout the United States.
No, you know what's sad? Every time I see a storm and a warning, I think to myself, oh wait, not only have I been there, but like I've eaten lunch there, or I had chicken tenders there, or I had whatever. When you do this job and you travel as much as I do for MyRadar, I get very attached to almost every town I go to. One thing that, and I know this isn't necessarily meteorological, but it's true. So often.
Real quick, Capucci, I'm so sorry to cut you off. We've got a PDS tornado warning in Worthington, Indiana. It is confirmed damaging PDS tornado that just came in. You need to be in your safe place right away if you are in Worthington, Indiana. This is on the way to the Monroe County Airport. Sorry to cut you off, Capucci.
No worries.
Just came in north of Swit City, north of Bloomfield. You're not in range of this, but it is just to your north near the White River in Worthington. This is right on top of you guys. This is that storm cell that has just slowly tracked its way through Hunt City, Robinson, Sullivan, Duggar, Linton. It just continues to chug along. That was the storm I kept calling the little storm that could, and it is now a PDS tornado warning. Again, you need to be in your safe place. Bloomington is downrange of this, and given as we continue to talk about how favorable of an atmosphere this is, you should be starting to plan ahead. It's 78 degrees out ahead of this at the Monroe County Airport. There's so much juice in the atmosphere that you just cannot take lightly this environment. So for all the Hoosiers, I mean, they're still in school, right? I mean, they're probably taking finals right around now. There's got to be students still there at Indiana. You're not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. You're not under a tornado warning right now, but it's not far now. It's not far now. Again, PDS tornado warning. That stands for particularly dangerous situation. You need to get to a storm shelter, a basement, or the lowest floor in your home, away from the windows, away from the doors. Put as much of the interior between yourself and the outside as possible. If you are in a mobile home, you are not in the right place. A mobile home becomes mobile. If you're watching on social media, wherever you are watching from, we'd really appreciate it if you were to share the live stream. That goes for TikTok, X, Facebook, the MyRadar app. You can share the live. We really want to make sure that people are aware of what is heading to them. If we can make a difference for one person, that is the goal there. So please help us get the word out here.
And Mike,
someone's asking, where is this? This is Indiana, Worthington, Indiana. Go ahead, Capucci. I think we just lost him.
I should be back. I'm especially concerned, obviously, about Worthington, as you mentioned. Worthington is directly beneath signature. Well, just north of Westbrook, Mike. This will cross over Interstate 69 near Wayport and Dolan. So again, if you're in that area, you want to seek shelter. Now, hey, a bunny rabbit. Sorry, I'm trying to drive safely around the animal in the roadway. But in any case, yes, you want to make sure you're seeking shelter. Folks along Interstate 69, if you know anyone driving on 69, make sure they get off the highway before they reach Bloomington if they're heading northbound, or I'd say before Martinsville if they're heading southbound. Nobody should be on the highway. Do Dan.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to be able to get in a car and necessarily outrun a tornado if it's coming toward you. And again, Capucci is a meteorologist. He understands what is going on here. We got another tornado warning up in Indiana, though, I've got to talk about here. This one is just northwest of Terre Haute, Indiana. Hang on, I got to get to I got to use the Indianapolis radar here to see this. Now, this one is just radar indicated. 22 minutes to go on this one here, so this one's moving fast here. Radar indicated rotation. Oh my gosh, my guy Sean Moody is watching all the way from Salt Lake City. Big shout out to Sean, Kentucky native. Sean, I hope your parents are doing all right in Lexington. L's down. Sorry, folks. This is you know. I lived in Lexington. Got to be Big Blue Nation for life. I feel like. But Kentucky, Capucci. I mean, Central Kentucky, Louisville, Frankfort, Lexington. It hasn't even gotten to them yet, as you said. Between 7 and 9 o'clock for them is when things could get real interesting. Meanwhile, we've got some powerful winds coming that way. But all of a sudden, like a lit match, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings, one of which is a PDS, and Bloomington's still not under a tornado warning just yet, Capucci. I've got to imagine that that's got to be coming sooner rather than later with 21 minutes to go on this PDS here.
Yes, by how long the polygons are. When we see long polygons downwind, or they give them a lot of time, sign that they expect supercells to persist, and they expect that tornado threat to persist and last a while. And indeed, that is the case today. Sir, going away anytime soon. We have another probably 2 to 3 hours where I expect these things and not only survive, given the environment.
I got someone here in the chat saying that they're in Bloomington. This is Brittany that's been watching for, I think, the whole time. Brittany's been with us. Says she's 2 miles, or actually they are 2 miles from campus, that the power is flashing. Yeah. You need to, Brittany, you've been watching here for a while. You got to be prepared to act here soon. Okay? So let me look at the correlation coefficient. We've got right there, that little blue dot it's very possible that that is some debris getting kicked up, being that that is the location of our velocity scan. It's possible. And again, we know that this is confirmed tornado by spotters. Hang on, I've got to add this. Capucci, you still with us?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, cool. I just want to I'm going to add another channel here to I love that the National Weather Service went to Slack, by the way. It's like one of my favorite things. It's so great. Looking at the tornado is still in progress, by the way. This is still on the ground here. So it's not an incredibly strong one, given the fact that we're not seeing just a real, bullseye correlation coefficient signature. It is here, right? And we look at the hook here. It is discrete as all discrete storms. Troubling, Capucci. Very troubling.
Yeah. The only saving grace right now, Mike, and I know obviously tornado's bad, but the only thing preventing this from becoming a strong tornado right now, the surface winds, still not quite southeasterly, more due southerly, almost a little bit southwesterly. You'd have just much more contrast against the southwesterlies aloft. Remember, to spin storms, you need changing winds with height, and the more you get the lower levels to differ from the upper levels, the more spin there is. Oh, that's...
I had no idea. One of my buddies was watching the live stream. My dad was watching one time, said he was commenting, and I totally missed it. But I'm trying my best, folks, to answer as many of them as they can come in. We got another tornado warning here. It's for that storm east of Paducah. So it looks like they're covering their bases here. This is the one that includes, this is the one that Princeton, that's the one where we talked to Kikuchi about potentially Crawford being added. But it looks like they drew a polygon here to cover Hopkinsville as well. 48 minutes to go on this one.
Yeah, there's a long polygon. And
that's a real long polygon.
Pretty telltale sign that they have confidence in this thing persisting for a long while. And given the environment, these things will charge on. And we're just getting to the point for the jet stream strengthening. I think these things are going to be like our 3 or 4 main dominant cells.
I need to go back up here and look at this one up near Terre Haute. Little teeny bit of rotation, 17 minutes to go. I'd be surprised if that one continues, but the one near Bloomington is a big one. We still have that one down near Paducah. 17 minutes to go here. I really suspect that you're going to see this one get extended.
Interestingly, Mike, the National Weather Service actually just issued a special weather statement for a very broad area across western Kentucky, southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, to maintain intensity and strengthen. And, you know, obviously, we already have the tornado watches in effect. We already have tornado warnings. It's very unusual that a local National Weather Service would essentially issue another alert just saying, hey, things are bad, but I want to stay bad for a while. That's how you know this is a event.
Someone said it's the wind starting to pick up in Indianapolis. Yeah, I mean, you're under a tornado, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. And just as I say that, the National Weather Service just issued a severe thunderstorm warning to include Bloomington, Indiana. So this is the precursor to before, this is until 8 o'clock Eastern, so another 45 minutes. I would really not be surprised at all if this becomes a tornado warning in the next 25 minutes. Given
hey,
that,
Mike?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I want to briefly read the statement that just came out from the National Weather Service. They're writing, and this is from the Weather Service in Paducah, because we had one storm move through, more coming. They're writing, dangerous severe thunderstorms moving through the area this evening. Several intense supercell storms are occurring in southern Illinois and western Kentucky. Another alert on top of everything else. It shows they're really trying to raise awareness. And to me, that's a very telltale sign that these storms are not going to weaken anytime soon.
We've talked a lot about the buoyancy in the atmosphere. We've talked a lot about how all the wind shear ingredients are there. I mean, it's so humid, folks. It's so unbelievably humid. There's so much lift that, and the fact that you look at the storms and they're so isolated, right? There's nothing around each of them that it's ideal. It's truly ideal. Now, the only respite is that later tonight is that the storm mode will become considerably more linear. That won't occur until after 9, 10 o'clock tonight, where you'll lose discrete mode and we'll start to see things becoming more linear, what we call a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. It's just a bowed out line with kinks of spin in it. You can still, of course, get tornadoes and brief spin-ups there, but it's nothing compared to these isolated discrete storms that are considerably more troubling. Capucci, they dropped the tornado warning down here for the storm that we thought would include Crofton. They have now, though, continued the tornado warning to include Hopkinsville, interestingly, as this storm dives south and east for the next 45 minutes. That is just radar indicated as it stands right now. That cell has just not given up whatsoever. The storm that Capucci is going to is this one here that right now is pushing through Brownwood and Advanced. Bell City, Haywood City, Morley, Benton, Commerce, Blodgett, you are all under a tornado warning again. This is the same part of the world near Van Dusser where a tornado warning went through. Okay? So here you are again. Yeah, that was the tornado warning that you saw, a tornado that you saw earlier that Capucci, I think, described perfectly, referring to it as a shapeshifter. You saw a wedge, then you saw a cone, then you saw a rope. You saw it all live right here in the stream, and now there's another tornado warned storm coming your way as well. Just saw an update for the storm up near Bloomington. Let me get up to that one up here near Indiana. Reports of baseball-size hail heading for Bloomington right now. We can see that here if we go to the Integralville. The hail core is just right now between Freedom and Worthington. The very outskirts of it now starting to approach Bloomington. We'll see if it lifts northward. I think that the National Weather Service splitting the difference here at keeping people alerted here. More north and more south and east. We'll see if it hits Bloomington proper. But let's take a look at the enhanced echo tops. And if I go back, is the storm growing? Oh, you betcha it is. There's our little peak right back there. But that is upwards of 50 to 55,000 feet tall. That's a big storm. The tallest one earlier that Capucci intercepted was 60,000. But, you know, we're splitting hairs here. 5,000 feet. Things are getting going now, folks. Things are most definitely getting going now. I'm so curious to see if a tornado warning is issued for Bloomington. Okay, they about to issue another tornado warning, or it's these guys off to the west here. Things are going to happen fast now, folks. You thought things were fast before. Now we're getting going, right?
Oh yeah.
And there it is, Bloomington tornado warning. There it is.
Notwithstanding the fact, Mike, that same storm is producing 4-inch hail. So even if you're not in the tornado warning per se, which again, the entire city of Bloomington is, the fact that this storm is dropping soft balls of ice, you want to be in your shelter no matter what. So in the tornado warning, not in the tornado warning, I don't care. Get your shelter nonetheless, because if you have baseballs or even, heavens forbid, softballs coming out of the sky, that'll break all your windows. You'll be in very deep trouble.
Just as I showed it before, this is a scale model. This is a true to size model. This is a 3D printed hailstone. Capucci got this one last year in Texas that was over 4.5 inches in diameter. So this would be a little bit larger than what you could see there, but maybe you just chop the top off there and there's your baseball, like in the palm of my hand, right? Imagine something like this, you know, hitting you on the head. Not fun, right? This will hurt a lot, right? And damage your property considerably. So again, this is the hail that you could be seeing here momentarily. We've already seen these storms produce baseballs already. Many of those confirmed already to the National Weather Service. So to Capucci's point, just because you may not see a tornado, you most definitely need to be in your safe place immediately. That is a tornado shelter. I know many folks in Indiana may not necessarily have those, so a basement. I live in Florida, folks. I don't have a basement here. Our water table is too high. But my safe place in my house is underneath the stairs. We have a 2-story home, underneath the stairs on the first floor. You don't want to be upstairs. You want to be as close to the ground or, as possible, and put as much of the interior between yourself and the outside as possible. If you're in a room with windows, you're in the wrong room. If you're in your garage, you are in the wrong room. If you're in a church and you're in the chapel with all the stained glass windows, you are absolutely in the wrong room. Okay? Bloomington. Where is IU? Let me see. I know it's in Bloomington, but where in Bloomington? It looks like it is just east of downtown. Looks like it's right here in this area over here.
Hey, Mike, after this, if we could revisit the storm in Kentucky.
Let's do it.
Great, just cue me.
No, the one in Hopkinsville?
Yeah, so remember how earlier on we talked about how the storm would need more southeasterly wind in order to...
It's got it now.
Well, not only that, but notice how it's kind of taking a southward or a right turn. It's basically manufacturing its own southeasterly wind. Because it's taking a right, the wind is now relative southeasterly, and it's relatively different than the wind along. And that's why.
As a reminder, Capucci is going through some very rough cell areas with difficult. It's difficult to get his connection out there. Of course, stick with us. We'll be bringing you Capucci through the rest of the evening. If you haven't already, by the way, download the MyRadar app. It's totally free to download. That's what I've been using here this entire time here on Windows. You can download it on iOS, Android, everywhere where you can download an app. MyRadar is there, and it is free to download. Of course, the per station radar feature that I'm using here for more in-depth storm tracking is a premium feature. Capucci, I hear ya. Nope. No, I don't. I heard him in my ear momentarily. Gosh, it is fast and furious here. Meanwhile, again, real quick, Dallas is under a Dallas is under a severe thunderstorm watch. There's a cap there. We'll see if it breaks. Someone asked, is the app available on smart TVs? Yes, John, it is available on Apple TV. If you're talking about like Roku or something like that, there have been some discussions about that. If that's something that you guys would want to see, let me know in the chat, and I'll talk to our developers. But it is available for download on Apple TV. I was using it yesterday to watch Erica's streaming, which was awesome. It's really cool. You can have it right up there, and you control with your Apple TV remote or with your phone too. It's really sweet. As a reminder, again, if you live in Bloomington, Indiana, you need to be in your safe place. Yes, Capucci.
Already, but new PDS, it is radar confirmed. My apologies, I went through a complete dead spot. And we have a debris ball on reflectivity directly over the highway.
Oh, yeah.
Extremely dangerous south of Marion. It is
crossing
over the interstate. Yeah, look at that purple splotch on radar. Simply stated, as a meteorologist, that is a terrifying signature. It is heart-sinking. It basically means not only is a tornado on the ground, but it's lifted so much stuff that there is so much volume of just stuff in the atmosphere that the radar looks at it like hail because there's just that much stuff in the air. And the fact that it's passing over the interstate, I believe that is Interstate
57.
Yes, I actually drove that earlier on through Marion. I know exactly where it's passing. And oh gosh, a new scan just came in. Mike, it's a really a terrifying signature, just a heart-sinking signature to see that.
So what Capucci is talking about, the correlation coefficient, it's this blue dot here. And that would be the most...
reflectivity too. Yeah, I mean, it's on correlation, but it's on reflectivity too.
Yeah, right here, right? So just so you understand, right? Like looking at the correlation coefficient product, we haven't seen a debris signature like this tonight. This would indicate that not only did something touch down, but it's kicking up quite a bit of debris. It's a large debris ball crossing an interstate presently. It's again, as Capucci alluded to, it's one of those feelings where, you know, we're looking at it here, and meanwhile the people on the ground are, you know, could be having the worst days of their lives, right? To put it super bluntly. If you live here along Interstate 57, you need to be in your safe place. This just crossed the interstate in the latest scan. It's now east of State Road 37, north of Market Road, and west of Route 166 there, south of County Road 13. Golly, they just extended the tornado warning as well, Capucci, to include, as I pull it up here, Southwest Williamson and Southern Saline County. This is now a tornado emergency. The first one tonight, a deadly tornado, it says now in the hazard. A deadly tornado.
Wow.
Troubling. This is the first time tonight we've heard that kind of language used. The National Weather Service is very, very selective over their choice of words. Very, very selective. So when you start seeing words like deadly, emergency, life-threatening situation, mobile homes will be destroyed. Complete destruction is possible. These are not, you know, words that are thrown around. Boy, boy, boy. All right, so let's stay on this one here. Meanwhile, you know, we've got several other tornado warnings, including the one up near Bloomington. I don't want to forget about them as well.
And Mike, I'm worried because Carrier Mills, which is the seat of Salem County, Illinois, is home to about 1,600 people, close to 1,700. And so that's not really that small a town. Carrier Mills is red line, center line. So if you live in Carrier Mills, I hate to say this, but this is a life and death tornado, life or death tornado. Hopefully your actions allow you to survive the tornado. If you live in Carrier Mills, 1,700 people live there. Unless something changes, you have a significant, probably EF3 to EF4 plus tornado heading towards you in Carrier Mills. It'll be there in about 12, 13 minutes, if that. And so Carrier Mills, treat this like the tornado that you've been training for your entire life. Every time you've sheltered before, every time you've read about tornadoes, heard about tornadoes, heard folklore about tornadoes, it was to prepare you for this moment to shelter, because the next hour will be crucial, and there's a chance that your community forever looks different compared to how it does right now. So when this tornado comes through, this could be a life-altering, life-changing event, both for you and your community. We pray that you're taking this seriously, because this is a personal plea to shelter.
I mean, I couldn't say it better myself. Folks, again, if you are watching on any of our social media platforms, I implore you to please share the live stream to people that live in this community. Look at the size of this debris ball right here. That blue color there, that is the tornado on the ground, right? If you zoom in, those are little singular houses. Look at the size of this thing right now. I implore you to please share, whether it's TikTok, Facebook, X, the app, that being MyRadar, YouTube, wherever you're watching, please share it. You never know if you know someone that knows someone that knows someone that lives here in Carrier Mills. Gotta get them in the loop here. Tornado emergency. Again, this is a step above, you know, your PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado emergency. Okay? This is, you know, quote, the one, as Capucci alluded to, the one you've been preparing for your whole life. We're not mincing words either, right? Haven't seen a debris ball like this tonight. We've seen PDS tornadoes so far tonight. This is a big tornado here, a super duper significant one. Cannot implore you enough to take it very seriously and to get to your safe place immediately. You are running out of time. Let's see here. Again, this is until 7 o'clock tonight, but we know that it is confirmed a deadly tornado. I'm looking at the... Oh, no. Okay, so according to local fire department in the area, multiple houses leveled in Marion. Ambulances are on the way. Again, this is emergency management stuff, you know? Ay, 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 ay. I'll keep you guys in the loop with any other updates. This is the tornado right here. Okay? Crossed the interstate, 57, not long ago. Let's look at reflectivity. This is our debris ball. This is the tornado, this bright red splotch here. Okay? Not much to do for these folks other than to keep them in your thoughts. They are going through it right now. Nashville, Indiana. I'll be real quick. We'll look up at Bloomington because you're right. I don't want to forget about Bloomington. No debris ball, no debris signature there. You've got rotation. You know, you need to be in your safe place. Yeah. I got to get back to the tornado emergency. We got to come back down here. Capucci, I know you're driving, but I'm just a Trying to keep an eye on multiple things here.
Yeah.
I don't want to forget the folks up in Bloomington. No, you're good. You're good. Louisville. Folks, those of you in the chat that are asking about all these locations, I will try my best to cover as many as they can. This is a tornado emergency, right? This is as high as things go for folks here in Carrier Mills that is out ahead of them here. In Illinois, right? Boy, oh boy. Yeah, as Capucci touched on, 1,600 people live here. That it's a rural community, but it's not, you know, not insignificant. It's right here. You guys can see my mouse cursor. This thing is immediately to your west. Immediately to your west. Carrier Mills, Illinois. Kelly. We are looking at Illinois here. If I zoom out, right? There's Evansville. There's Owensboro. Cape Girardeau to the southwest. We are in Illinois, Carrier Mills, Illinois. It is running parallel to State Road 13, north and west of US 45. Okay? It already jumped the interstate, 57. Capucci, is this the one that you're going to?
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second. I'm on the one that's going to be approaching Mounds. So right now I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to be crossing into, like if I should go on the west side of the river or the east side of the river, because there are no other river crossings.
This is the debris ball, folks, right here. Remember that the correlation coefficient product, normally you see red because that's rain. Rain is very similar shaped to the radar, but these are objects that are foreign, that don't look like rain. There's no way of us knowing what that debris is, right? But the radar tells us that it shouldn't be there, right? Let's look at spectrum width. We haven't done that in a minute. Just showing you chaotic movement, motion in the atmosphere. And again, coincides with the location of our tornado. But the debris signature is very troubling. Capucci, we were streaming. I got to switch my AirPod here. Hang on one second.
It was so bad it actually went out. Let me restart it and you'll see it again.
Capucci,
right.
I got you.
My stream is back.
We were streaming, Capucci, when that tornado hit Barnsdall, Oklahoma. That's one of the most, like, eye-popping debris signatures that I had seen in a very long time. I'm not trying to say that this compares. This is a large one, though, right here.
Yeah.
Look, it's right here, folks. This is our tornado, right? This is pieces of homes. It's parts of roofs, trees, a car, who knows? This is debris being kicked up into the atmosphere. When you see a debris ball like this, we're talking the minimum is an EF3 tornado, right? Minimum.
Oh, easily. And Mike, one thing I noticed too is how tight it is. In other words, the tornado is weakening, the debris can kind of filter out of the tornado and be centrifuged out. If it's a strong tornado, you have a really tight vortex signature and a tight debris ball. This thing's tight. This to me suggests at least high EF3, like you were saying. I'd be confident that it probably has winds approaching 200. Whether or not it hits anything at peak strength remains to be seen, but at least earlier on, I'm sure it was a very tight vortex. And I think there may be a second one trying to form to the north along the sort of the shear zone along the RFD punch.
It looks like they're considering extending the tornado watch as well to cover more of the region. The National Weather Service. Oh yeah, there you go. Lexington. All right, so Columbus, Cincinnati. You guys are now under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the morning. That's what I was telling you guys. It's going to go overnight. 3 a.m. for Lexington. Eastern Kentucky, you guys are under the tornado watch. And by the way, that doesn't start until 7:15, until 3 o'clock in the morning. So they're getting way ahead of this. Ashland, Kentucky, you guys are under that until, again, 3 o'clock in the morning. Going to be a long night. You need to have ways to receive alerts. It is not a suggestion. It is, I would argue, a requirement. Download the MyRadar app. I'm not saying that because I work for the company. Download the app. You need to have multiple ways to receive alerts. Multiple ways.
And truth be told, and Mike, put bluntly, You'll get them first from MyRadar. That's not even an infomercial pitch. I mean, I've timed it. It's 1 minute and 6 seconds faster than the competition and 35 seconds faster than NOAA Weather Radio. And in a situation where seconds count, you want whoever is fastest, put bluntly. I'm getting worried about the town of Mounds, too. The same place where I got to earlier on that had gotten baseball-sized hail. I'm actually approaching Mounds right now. I think I'm going to stay on the east side of the river just because, to me, it looks like this thing, there just aren't really any road options to the west. And so I'd rather be east so I can follow it. And then I can get back on the highway and get the second cell that now has a new tornado warning near Poplar Bluff. And, Mike, the line is starting to form, but here's the thing. It's not forming fast enough, so things aren't merging. There's still a lone, discrete, isolated supercells. And one other thing, too, and I hate to sort of sound very morbid, but if you're a rescue worker near Marion along the highway, you can't.
What'd you say, Capucci? You said you might, and then we lost you.
Supercell is likely. Can you hear me again? Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2.
Gotcha.
Test 1 2.
Gotcha.
All right. So anyway, if you're in Marion and you're heading out to be a rescue worker, as horrible as it sounds, I consider waiting simply because there's another supercell coming in. It's already over Carbondale, about to produce some hail, and it's rotating too.
Sean, by the way, on Facebook, Capucci suggests that you might want to go east of the Wabash River.
I don't know where that is.
Nor do I. Offhand, at least. Triple R Exotics. Honestly, MyRadar is definitely my most accurate weather app. Hey, thank you very much for the kind words. We appreciate it very much. Hey, TikTok, there's a lot of you in here now. We'd really appreciate it if you would please share the live stream. We want to make sure that people that are under a tornado emergency here in Carrier Mills, Illinois. This is, a tornado emergency. A powerful, deadly tornado on the ground right now. We need to make sure that the people of Carrier Mills are made aware. We're talking, this thing is 5 to 10 minutes away from.
Oh, not even. I'd say 2 or 3.
2 or 3 minutes. We would implore you to help us make sure that those folks hear it. And hey, follow us here on TikTok as well if you're watching. We'd really appreciate your support. Of course, hurricane season begins in a couple of weeks. We will be continuing to stream live until the weather decides to quiet down. So much going on right now. Our evening rolls on. My name is Mike Linden, meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, I'm joined by meteorologist Matt Capucci. He is in the field chasing these storms. We have been streaming now for about 4.5 hours. Big shout out to Jack behind the scenes directing the live stream too. We will be with you until things begin to improve. But as it stands right now, it is a super active situation, a tornado emergency. Oh my gosh, this thing is just west of Carrier Mills right now. Real quick, how are things up there in Bloomington? Golly, there's 4 tornado warnings there now.
Observed tornado with one near Benton, the one that I'm on off to my west. I can't see it. It's interstate my west, but I'm trying to get into a position where I'll be able to see it. There's going to be some rain. It's tough. There are just no real roads. I'm hoping to be able to see it, or if it cycles, be in a position to see it in the next, hopefully, 10-ish minutes. But I'm still pretty far to the east.
The one that Capucci's talking about is right here, Commerce, Benton, Morley. It's the same area that saw a tornado push through earlier today that we streamed to you live.
Borderline down to the mile. And once it passes the highway over there, I forget what the north-south one, it might be 55 near Blodgett, it will pass over pretty much nothing for a little while before it gets to areas south of Commerce and eventually on the east side of the river into southern Illinois. So just given the road network, I have to play the Illinois side, but you folks are going to sort of be with me for the entire life cycle. We'll start the forward flank downdraft where we get the rain and the hail, and then the rain and hail will lift and we might be able to see the wall cloud and perhaps a tornado. So this storm is about to sort of give us everything where I am. I would anticipate them extending the tornado warning somewhat soon.
All right, here we go, Carrier Mills. Jack, Sean says on Facebook, thanks, Jack, for being there. Big shout out to Jack behind the scenes. Even though he's wearing a Saquon Barkley jersey, and I hate the Eagles. I'm sorry, all you Eagles fans that are out there. But I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. All right. The rotation is just now approaching Carrier Mills. Oh my gosh, it is right there. Just trying to give you guys the best look at it here. Oh boy. All right, so let's see. That storm that Capucci's on, by the way, the one near Morley, golf ball size hail on the ground there. Thank you, Jeremiah. Appreciate the support very much. Thank you. Lake Egypt. Let me see here. Oh boy, yeah. That was the that's the storm we're looking at here. Sirens going off in Indiana. Yeah, I mean, you guys have just a ridiculous amount of tornado warnings up there right now. Again, I'm trying my best to cover everything, guys. You've got spin here near Westport and Millhouse in Indiana. That's radar indicated. All of these are radar indicated, right? Radar indicated, radar indicated. This one near Taylorsville and Clifford, radar indicated. The one near Bloomington, that's a PDS. Still, the tornado just passed south of Bloomington. It's possible that there were impacts there. And again, just radar indicated beyond that, as the expectation is that these are going to be long-lived and lift its way toward north and east into Nashville, Indiana, Taylorsville, and Clifford, and potentially then cross into Ohio. This is kind of the border there, like Napoleon, that's Ohio there. All right, we're going back down here. Oh, boy. All right, so all we can do for the folks of Cedar Mills right now that are under, or Carrier Mills right now, rather, is keep them in your thoughts, folks. They are under a tornado emergency right now. And the good news is that the debris signature isn't as pronounced. But it ain't good. It is right over the top of them right now.
I'm getting an incredible amount of lightning here where I am too, Mike. I'm just east of that tornado warned cell that will be soon crossing the river into extreme southern Illinois. In the town of Mounds, there's not a tornado warning yet, but we'll see one issued in the next 5 minutes as this thing continues eastward. So, I mean, a pretty alarming situation for Mounds, which dealt with a tornado warning earlier on and likely is about to again in the next 25, 30 minutes. It's crossing right now south of Benton and north of Blodgett. I believe that's Interstate 55 south of Cape Girardeau, south of Scott City. And it's also producing some big hail. So Tams and Commerce probably dealing with hail to maybe, I'd say tennis ball size, if not a little bigger. And I'm kind of on the edge right now, so we're just going to keep holding the shot because eventually there will come into view. It might not be for another 15 minutes, but it most certainly will come into view.
Sorry, I'm just trying to keep an eye on everything that's happening here. Again, another warning for Bloomington. Yeah, there's more storms firing up to the south, or to the west, rather, of you, just to the southwest of Terre Haute. Bloomington now no longer in the tornado warning. Nashville is, though. Indiana.
Oh, I'm under a tornado warning now. Can you hear it?
Yes. Oh, gosh. Yeah, the one that you're on, Capucci. Benton Commerce there, moving toward Mounds.
Yeah, I'm in Mounds, and I'm actually at the airport in Mounds. I was looking for a good wide open space. Obviously, it's not oh my gosh, did you see that lightning? The positive lightning jumping out of this thing is unbelievable. It is still an observed tornado warning. It's located near Benton, moving east at 50. That's why I had to position so far east, simply because, I'm only about 15 miles away from it. It'll be here in 20 minutes, if that. But, it's just moving so fast, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Man, these National Weather Service chats are just lighting up. There's so much happening. Kuchi, someone asking on social media here, why was today not a high-risk day?
It has to do with aerial coverage, and so there were a couple factors. Number one, even though we're seeing a number of severe storms, you'd need more people to be affected for a high risk. That's not to say what's happening right now isn't severe, isn't a high-end event. It most certainly is a very high-end event. But for a high risk, you need not only high-end impacts, but also widespread impacts, which, we'll sort of assess after how widespread this is. I know there was consideration given to a high risk, just given the dynamics at play. The other thing they do too, through something called Project Omega, they try to look at how fast the upper level system is moving. There's research to show that when a jet stream or a jet streak, the most intense part of the jet stream, is swinging past at more than 40 meters per second, that usually is worthy of a high risk. This one's doing so at 38 meters per second. Sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Basically, it was on the cusp of how fast it needs to move, or the upper level disturbance needs to move to warrant a high risk.
Really interesting discussion happening here, Capucci, from the National Weather Service Louisville office. The cap at 700 to 800 millibars has eroded as seen in latest soundings. So they are talking about over the next couple of hours, the low-level jet will begin strengthening, moving east over southern Kentucky. One limiting factor with tornado development with the lone supercell near Todd County are surface winds from the southwest.
Remember we talked about that earlier on a couple times?
Yes, yes. Someone said, don't be ignorant. When you hear a siren, you take shelter. Sirens should not be your sole source of alerting. I mean, if you lose power, those sirens ain't working, right? This is why we implore you to have multiple ways to receive alerts, whether that's the MyRadar app, local emergency management and local media, a weather radio. You got to have multiple ways to receive alerts.
I don't think I've ever seen more lightning in a supercell. Oh my goodness. This is like a scary amount of lightning. I'm actually genuinely, I'm terrified of lightning. And this is a scary amount of lightning. It really is. Oh my God.
You guys can see Capucci's feed. We got it pulled up right here. TikTok, TikTok, we can show you. Jack, can you show it to TikTok? They should be able to see it. Let me know in the chat when you guys can see it. So we'll keep an eye here. This is near Cairo. You guys can see it? Cool.
Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry. That was so close to me. Are you guys able to see or hear this?
Can't hear it, but we can see it.
Goodness gracious. It is a... Oh, sorry. That was so close to me. It's a fine amount of lightning. Are you guys able to see or hear this?
Let me turn the lightning on.
Can't hear it, but we can see it. Oh, that was close.
Don't even worry about it, Jack. We don't want to hear the double. It's fine enough seeing it. Did you? Is it super blue again? Do you need to? Is it the white balance or is it just me?
I'm switching it right now. It's just sometimes when I put it in manual mode and change the white balance, it has issue, or rather put it in auto mode, which does better with the auto white balance. It also trips up the focus and white balance together.
Oh, there we go. That looks great.
Yeah. If it starts to rain super heavily, then I might have to switch it. But for now, it looks pretty good.
Someone said, yeah, that was a loud boom right next to Matt. Oh, so you guys could hear it. I can't hear it on my communications with him, but I take your word for it. So this is this tornado warning that Capucci is on here. This is a confirmed tornado. It's not a PDS. We got to go check on our friends here.
I'm just beginning to see the base of this. And is that a funnel?
Right here, Carrier Mills. This tornado warning has shrunk considerably. It's still a PDS. It is no longer a tornado emergency, but a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Carrier Mills, moving east at 55 miles per hour.
Oh my goodness.
This storm has a history of producing severe structure damage and can produce another strong tornado at any time.
Oh, shoot.
You okay?
Close. Yeah, I'm sorry. The lightning's just genuinely terrifying. I also see what I think may be either the wall cloud or something very close. Or actually the first of several wall clouds. I gotta get out. Oh my goodness. I need to adjust my camera, but I don't even know if I can get out of the vehicle.
Probably not a good idea to get out.
Can you hear that?
Can you guys hear it in the chat? Can you guys hear it? Let me know.
Oh, shoot, that was close.
They can or can't, Jack? They can't? Okay, so let's mute him. Let's mute him in Zoom. I'll mute and then mute me, Jack, and then take his audio for a moment so they can hear it, okay?
Just go through his camera a couple seconds later. So
let's mute him.
Audio for a moment.
This is the craziest lightning I've ever seen in my life. Oh my lord. This is insane. Oh my gosh. Yikes. Oh, fudge. Oh, okay, sorry, that hit the flagpole next to me. Oh my gosh. Oh, shit. Oh my gosh. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? I have three within 500 feet. Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh. Can anyone hear me? Now I have no audio on my end.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. That hit the building behind me. Okay.
Usually, yes. Oh my God. I'm the only one that doesn't hear it. That's okay though, as long as you guys can hear it.
This is unbelievable lightning. The crazy, like when I blink, I'm just seeing lightning strikes. You're also seeing a bowl-shaped lowering in front of me. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yeah, so that may go tornadic soon. So that's one of several circulations, but yeah. Oh my goodness. I have never in my career seen this much lightning.
You're going to take over for a minute. I'm just going to use the restroom while we're moving the lighting.
Yeah, so most definitely. We're taking a live look. Oh, that was close. Oof. We are taking a live look right now at a bowl-shaped lowering near Mounds. So I'm on the tornado warning near Mounds in far southern Illinois, right near the Illinois-Missouri border. And we're definitely seeing what appears to be a lowering. There are multiple lowerings. It's kind of tough to tell what's going on just because the rotation is still a little bit broad, but has been at random intervals pulsing up and tightening a little bit. So again, I'm kind of on the fringe of the storm. I'm seeing some rotation both to the right. Oh, that was in the field next to me. And I'm also seeing something behind those trees over there. It's tough to tell what is down there. I'm going to tilt the camera down. Can you all at home see this? you know, if we're able to zoom in a little bit, there's something a little mischievous happening down there. I can't tell if that's the edge of a tornado or what. Oh my goodness, it's very tough to tell. What I may do is see if I can honestly just drive a little bit around in a circle, and we'll see what we can get. So I'm just going to literally drive around this loop at the airport and reposition just so we can see from all sides. But yeah, most definitely. There are several circulations within this broader tornado-warned storm. Oh, that was close. I don't know if y'all saw that one. Oh, fudge. Okay. Oof. That was super close. And yeah, we may have a developing tornado to my north. I mean, here's the whole thing. Y'all can see that lowering right there. So we are watching for a potential tornado any moment now. Can't quite tell if that's on the ground. We'll see. Let's zoom in a little bit. We'll autofocus it too. So I can't quite tell if that is on the ground or if that's just getting close. But there are multiple areas of circulation with this tornado warning. And again, for the folks at home, we are near the city of Mounds. Near Mounds in southern... Is that something in there? I can't tell if that's something, if that's a tornado, if it's trying to go rain-wrapped, what it is, just because there are multiple circulations. It may be worth me trying to get on the interstate and drive north towards Mounds soon. I mean, obviously this whole thing is the rotating wall cloud. We're still having winds out of the due south where I am, so we're clearly on the south side of it. Let's see what we can get from a picture standpoint. Y'all, I'm sure, saw that crazy lightning there moments ago as well. Sometimes I actually use the camera to try to ascertain if something's on the ground because it's a little better contrast than just the naked eye is sometimes, as crazy as that sounds. Still the rotation itself is kind of broad, kind of diffuse, but I do believe we may be looking at a tornado right there. So let's treat this as a tornado. Sheltering now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, a vehicle, or outdoors, you want to be in a site-built location, protecting yourself from flying debris. So it's unclear if that is a tornado, but I do have to reposition momentarily. So let's see. That's very suspicious looking, is it not? Yeah, I'm going to reposition farther north and try to get on Interstate 55. So let me just reroute my map for the folks at home. And we're going to try to reroute and see if that is something. It looks to me like it might be a circulation either trying to touch down or a little bit rain-wrapped. It's quite tricky to tell. There's a lot going on with this storm, obviously. The rotation's not quite as tight. Yes. Hello?
Can you hear me? I'm back.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, definitely. I can't tell if that's about to touch down, if it's a little rain-wrapped, what's going on. It's a confused storm is what I'll say.
A confused storm?
Yeah, so there are multiple areas of rotation within it, but it's still kind of broad and kind of diffuse. So it's tricky to tell. I'll broaden out once again. I wonder if it's almost becoming a little outflow dominant, but then I also see something to my left that's a little sketchy. But yeah, so to me it looks like that might be some spin in there. But I presume it's getting rain wrapped. I'm intrigued too if the National Weather Service is still calling this a confirmed tornado. They said it was observed as of 6:54 p.m. northwest of Cairo. I had seen a lowering earlier on that made me think there may have been a tornado, but I didn't see anything that would have allowed me to confirm it as a tornado.
Lewisburg and Russellville, by the way, in Kentucky, now under tornado warning. It's radar indicated as it stands right now. This is a storm that, for miles and miles, that moved through Crofton, right? So the National Weather Service kind of split the difference here, putting the severe thunderstorm warnings on the north side and then the tornado warnings on the south side there.
Oh, is that...
Got a lot of mileage covered.
I can't tell if that's a tornado in there. Let me stick my head out the window and check. I keep seeing brief glimpses of what appear to be silhouettes, but it's very challenging to see. Whatever's going through Mounds right now is ugly. but the storm itself isn't super tight.
As soon as he stuck his head out the window, we lost him.
I'm still here.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, your shot getting a little more obscured, right? Looks like it is wrapped up.
Yeah, I mean, whatever's in there, you're not going to see or hear it coming, which is why we tell
It's
folks.
still radar confirmed.
That's what surprises me. I don't see anything
As
on
of 5
radar.
minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't see anything on radar that would allow me to confirm it, but that's just me.
So I want to thank you for giving me the time to use the restroom there. The lightning, that was crazy.
Yeah. That lightning was the scariest lightning. I mean, we had 4 strikes in rapid succession, all within about 500 feet. Never in my life seen anything like that. It was honestly, terrifying is the right word. It was extremely scary. I genuinely thought there was a good chance a vehicle would get struck. Now the winds have fully changed direction where I am, so I'm on the backside of the storm, it would appear. So now I have to figure out if I want to go east, if I think I can reach it again, if it's still looking rain-wrapped, which it kind of is. Crossing the river is just a very challenging ordeal. All right, we're going to try going to a 3rd supercell.
I just shared some video to our X account of the tornado emergency storm.
We were all here watching it together, and we were in the right
Jack,
spot. So.
they couldn't hear us that whole time. I just unmuted myself. You guys should be able to hear me now. Capucci? Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. We're good now. Thanks. All right, cool. Jack, if you can take the let's just for a moment while Capucci is repositioning, can you pull up the web browser computer, please? This is video from Christian Eden. Okay, this is our tornado emergency earlier today in Illinois with that crazy debris signature that we saw. You guys can see this? I think taking it in full covers the crediting, and I don't want to do that. I want to give him credit. Look at that thing. So that's the one that went through Marion, where we had reports of leveled homes, where an ambulance was dispatched. The ambulance services, I should say. All right, Jack, if you want to flip back, let's go back to the let's go back to radar here. So shout out to Christian there for that video. If you guys want to see it, go to our X page. You can see it right there.
And Mike, just for your awareness, I'm actually now dropping south to a 3rd supercell that is going to be along the other interstate, the tornado warned one southwest of Sykeston.
Near Benny?
Correct, yeah. I'm going to see if that can do anything. It has a nudger, but we'll see what becomes of that.
Why not stay on the one you are now?
That requires crossing the river, and there's no easy way to cross the river.
Gotcha.
If the storm motion's, yeah, it's tricky. The storm motion's 55 east. Crossing the river is usually about a 15 to 20 minute ordeal. And it's just tricky. Once something passes the river, we can't do it again. That's the reason neither Jordan or I could get Lake City, Arkansas.
Real quick, though, I want to talk about this tornado-warned storm up in Indiana, just south of Terre Haute, that is really wrapping up here. Got a BWER south of Prairie Creek, east of Fairbanks. 24 minutes to go on this one here. Radar indicated. Again, as a reminder, what a BWER is right here. See this green color that's kind of enclosed by the yellow? That is our little donut hole on radar, BWER, a bounded weak echo region. And what happens there is that the updraft of this supercell is so powerful, so strong, that the upward motion is suspending rain mid-air, where that rain would normally fall through the downdraft. It is not able to do so given that the updraft is so powerful. Neat to see on radar. Doesn't necessarily guarantee that we have a tornado, but look at that rotation, right? Green is representative of winds going toward the radar, which in this sense is the Indianapolis radar. And then this bluish, reddish, purplish color is wind going away from the radar, right? So that just gives us the indication that we've got tight spin occurring there. Let me see what folks are saying here about that storm.
Wow.
And we don't have anything, well, actually a little bit there near Prairie Creek, correlation coefficient. This is still right now, it's a little one. This is our like smallest supercell of the day, but good golly, look at this one here, east of Nashville, Indiana, west of Columbus. This guy here, PDS. Okay, as I thought, just from looking at it here, look at that.
And again, it has the debris ball. Look at that.
Ay.
The tip of the hook, that purple on reflectivity for the folks at home, that's not hail. That's so much stuff being picked up by the tornado that it looks to the radar like hail. And we plotted those craziest colors, but in reality, that's unfortunately debris once again. And that is heading towards the interstate. I got to see which interstate that is, but I know it's a very major one that passes between Louisville and that's Interstate 65. Interstate 65. So if you know folks, give them a call. Make sure they're not on Interstate 65. Have them get off before, if they're heading southbound, have them get off before Edinburgh. If they're heading northbound, have them get off before Jonesville. This thing is
So Capucci's going through some rough cell areas here, as I'm sure you can imagine.
the one that
there he is.
has the EDS.
By the way, this thing is heading for Columbus, Indiana. Not a small community. 50,474 people from the last census. It's a lot of people there. This is a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. You can see the debris ball right here. This would be indicative of an EF3 minimum, right? This is a powerful, dangerous, large tornado right here. Okay, it is west of I-65 to Capucci's point. Not safe to be traveling on that right now. Look at how tight this rotational couplet is. Your Aunt Brandy just said, please tap, if you're watching on TikTok, tap the screen, share the live. That's great. I mean, we'd really appreciate it if you would help get the word out. We want to make sure that people are aware of what is coming to them, whether they're watching on TikTok, they're on Facebook, X, wherever they're watching, in the MyRadar app, YouTube. We'd really appreciate you helping us get the word out there. Golly, I mean, you got minutes here, folks. Not much time at all if you live in Columbus, Indiana. Again, a particularly dangerous situation. This is our debris down here. This is, again, a very powerful tornado on the ground here. This is not a tornado emergency. This is a PDS, still very, very serious. Man, this part of Indiana cannot catch a break. And then you've got that one off to the west there. Capucci is watching the ones down near Paducah. We'll stay up here for a moment. Again, there's your debris ball right here. This is your tornado. You guys can see my mouse cursor, right? We are adding telestrating tools to the app coming very soon. Timothy asking, what street is this? It's west of County Road South 550 West. It is west of County Road West 200. Goler Road, it is just to the south. And it is to the south of County Road 46, west of I-65. Hope that helps. This is, again, not Columbus, Ohio. This is Columbus, Indiana. Got to make that very clear. I see people on TikTok asking about Lexington, Kentucky. Lexington is under a tornado watch this evening from 7 o'clock. Now, rather, I lost track of time. Apologies. From now until 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay.
And Mike, one of the tricky things too, and you can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So Mike, even after these first storms pass through, Lexington, Frankfort, Louisville, we still have the storms over Arkansas and Illinois that will eventually merge into a line that I know we talked about. We call it a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. It's like a squall line with damaging winds and tornadoes. So even if you get supercells now, this is just the first of several different acts in this whole big episode. So Mike, sometimes severe weather wanes when the sun goes down. That will not be the case tonight. Folks have to remain in a heightened state of awareness and stay vigilant all night, really into the wee hours of tomorrow morning. And above all, have a way to be notified. That might mean the MyRadar app. That might mean weather radio, your phone, whatever. And make sure you have settings such that whatever you use can wake you up, because tonight's the night where there will be warnings issued for a lot of folks. We hope that people take them seriously.
So, some insight here from the folks at the National Weather Service for this tornado, this PDS we're watching for Columbus. This was a minute ago. They're saying that the south side of Columbus are going to be hit by this in the next 5 minutes. They're noticing a slight weakening trend, which I'm seeing too. Notice down here over where the debris ball is, there's no purple anymore. Excuse me. But they're not going to remove the considerable tag, that being the PDS, right? So it is still a PDS. We're talking 5 minutes if you live in Columbus, Indiana. You need to be in your safe place. That's a storm shelter, or that is a basement. If you don't have a basement, the bottom floor of your home. Give me 1 second here. We're good. All right. Okay. I'm seeing people on TikTok saying some wild stuff. I got to double check that. Knocked over the iPad. Golly. All right. So that one south of Terre Haute, a teeny little supercell, radar indicated. Someone was saying something else. Let's see. You got your rotation. I am not seeing anything to suggest otherwise of what that person is saying, that there's a tornado on the ground. This is a tornado warning for sure. This is like our smallest supercell of the evening. Just goes to show you that small but mighty. But we're going to go back to this guy here, our PDS, that's about to impact a community of 50,000 people. Okay. Still, again, definitely a weakening to their point. Look at the bright white green there. So there's your weakening just as it's approaching Columbus, Indiana. All right, Steven, that's how you earn getting muted, my friend. You got putting time out. Two minutes away from Columbus, Indiana. Someone saying, remember, it could be recycling. This is very true. Tornadoes also, we saw this during, oh my God, I keep getting it mixed up, Capucci. Was it Helene or Milton, where we had the tornadoes in Port St. Lucie? Oh my gosh. I can't even recall. But tornadoes can bounce effectively. Milton?
Yeah, Milton produced a slew of tornadoes, something like 39 of them. I forget the specific number, but many of them were significant. And in fact, one was among Florida's most powerful tornado in years. Yeah,
tornadoes can bounce, right, where they touch down and then lift and touch down and then lift off. And that can often happen from a hurricane. And we saw that during Milton. And to Capucci's point, that tornado that touched down in Port St. Lucie was an EF3 and killed several people at a nursing home. They are terrible. By the way, a couple of months ago now, there was an EF2 tornado in Central Florida, 15 minutes from here, that hit my wife's workplace while she was there. Capucci, I don't know if I told you this. One of the meteorologists that worked there, he was working, obviously, and his car was like totally damaged and wrecked, and they got him a new car.
Brooks?
No, not Brooks. TJ. If you know who that is. They're all fantastic over there. So I thought that
Del
was
Santo?
so cool. I don't know his last name, actually.
Yeah, DJ Del Santo?
He's awesome. He's a cool guy.
Oh, I know him.
Yeah, poor guy was working and then goes out into the parking lot and his car was messed up. All right. Gosh, look at that little one south of Terre Haute. They've extended the tornado warning now, by the way. Still radar indicated, but now Clay City, Freedom, and Spencer are now under a tornado warning. Again, look at how discreet this is. There is just nothing to the south, right? You got storms more to the north, and to Capucci, your point that you and I have brought up over time, you're starting to see that linear trend kind of happening now as we get away from the prime heating of the day. The example I like to give when it comes to like how the ground kind of gets cooked from the heat and how that can persist long after the prime heating of the day. I know, Capucci, you're not a culinary expert here, but for those of you at home, have you ever made homemade pizza? Do you know what a pizza stone is, or a pizza steel? You put it in your oven and you heat your oven to 500 or so degrees, as high as it goes, like an hour ahead of making pizza, and that really, really heats up that pizza stone and gets it ripping hot to last for when you eventually lower your oven temperature. I like to think of the ground, now water holds temperature better than the ground, land, but the prime heating of the day in a situation like this is just cooking the surface, right? Keeping things buoyant and juicy for an environment like this. Now there's no sun, but the ground is still very, very warm. And the environment is very favorable for the development that we are still seeing. I guess I'm also very hungry. That's where the pizza stone analogy came from. There's another BWER right here. Again, the bounded weak echo region, the little donut hole there. Remember what that is? It is when the updraft is so powerful in a storm that it suspends the rain that's trying to fall in the downdraft in the storm. This is the little supercell that could right here. So over here now, our PDS tornado watch, or warning, is moving south of Columbus, Indiana. I mean, the rotation is kind of right on top of it here, but it's on the southern side of downtown. Good news is I'm not seeing like a considerable debris signature like we saw earlier, like right there. Golly, look at that. Look at this scan from 17 minutes ago. Holy cow, man. And now notice we take it to where we're at right now, and you do see the considerable weakening. Lee Russell asks, what is Ohio going to get? Where in Ohio? You guys are parts of you are under an enhanced risk, part are a slight risk, and you are under a tornado watch through the evening. So if you live in Columbus, Westerville, Delaware, Chillicothe, shout out to Athens, Ohio, home of the greatest college in the world, Ohio University. Portsmouth, you're all under a tornado watch tonight, including Cincinnati. I mean, shoot, Cincinnati's about to get in on it right now. Same with Dayton, Springfield, Sydney, Bellefontaine, you're all under a tornado watch. Newark, by the way, that is until, unless they extended it, until 3 o'clock in the morning. And I believe Ashland down here in Kentucky is the same. Yeah, till 3 a.m. But things are going to go very linear at that point, where you're just going to see a well-organized line bring in straight line winds. You won't see the discrete storms like we're seeing right now. The dopest, are you able to... Oh, you're responding to somebody else. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Bryce and Clay, how does Paducah look right now? I mean, yeah, Paducah, great point. Let's go down to Paducah. You are under a tornado warning. That one snuck up on me there. This is radar indicated, which is good. Capucci, that's not the storm that you are. No, that's not the one that you're going to. If we still have him. We might have lost Capucci. Rough connectivity down there. Yeah, Paducah's under a tornado warning, but as it stands right now, it is not... it's just radar indicated. That's just the kind of the hierarchy of how I got to tier these, right? You can definitely see a line forming, right? Here earlier, this was what time? This was about an hour ago. Things were considerably more discrete. But now look right here, right? West of Advance. Look how that line kind of starts to fill in a little bit, right? Considerably more linear, which is good in terms of the taking away from the discrete mode where you have the storms that are individual, right? Southwest of Bowling Green, this storm here, how much, we don't have much time on this. Yes, 7 minutes to go. That one's still radar indicated. Let's go back up to Indiana, boy. Indiana. The sneaky tornadoes up here today, up in Indiana, man. Indianapolis largely have avoided any of that tornadic development today, at least. Now, is this one still PDS? No. Okay, so they took the tag off. Okay, so the storm that moved through Columbus, Indiana, is now no longer a PDS. In fact, it is not even radar confirmed anymore. It is just radar indicated, which kind of checks out, right? If I go back here, look at this. Look at that, right? This is reflectivity, not correlation coefficient. This was about a half an hour ago. There's your tornado, right? That's a debris signature on reflectivity. Even more so right there. And then as we advance it out, just before arriving in Columbus proper, it weakened pretty considerably and is now kind of merging in with all this mess out ahead of it. Same thing up here near Connorsville, Indiana, as well. Everything is becoming very messy and very muddled. Now, out west, the little supercell that could continues to trek its way eastward. That being said, though, you look up north and east of it now, and you're starting to see what were discrete storms early today, right? Like, look at this. Early in the scan, this is 6:30 this evening. Look how discrete everything is. You have like one storm cell here, another one there, another one there, another one there. And as we advance it out, things now have become considerably more linear. Of course, the strongest storm, the little supercell that could, is on the southern side, which, again, you look behind it, there's nothing there to kind of take away from it. But right there is the strongest that storm has looked tonight with the hook. That's what prompted and extended the tornado warning tag. But now, Freedom, Spencer, you guys are under the tornado warning now for the next 20 minutes. We'll see if that gets extended, although this is becoming quite linear up here west of Indianapolis. Let's go back down here. So Bowling Green is now under a tornado warning. They have now chosen to extend that one. That was for the one here near Lewisburg. So now Bowling Green proper. For those of you, I think, on Twitch were asking about this. Y'all are under a tornado warning now for the next 49 minutes. Okay? So this is Bowling Green proper, Plum Springs. I know there's people on Twitch that have been watching like all night. You are now finally under the gun. We told you it was likely going to happen, and here we are. People asking about Lexington, Kentucky. You are under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the morning. I would say it's mainly straight line winds and some kink in the line spin ups there, whereas the more isolated, discrete stuff is considerably to your west. Okay? But if you live in Bowling Green, Kentucky, you need to be prepared to act. The tornado, the rotation is back here, east of Lewisburg, west of I-65, and northwest of State Road 68. If we look at the correlation coefficient, there's nothing that jumps out at me to suggest that there's anything on the ground right now. But if we look at the velocity scan, you can see again within that kind of line that there is rotation there. Let me see if I can get it on another radar site. Yeah, so like right here. Now, the velocity product that I'm looking at here, right? Red is representative of winds going away from the radar. Green is representative of winds going to the radar. So when you start to see this happening, where they start to kind of blend or swirl, that's that indication that that you're getting rotation. Someone says, my dad's family lives in Bowling Green, already updated them. Got to keep people informed. That's the key. And hey, by the way, on TikTok, there's more than 300 of you in here now, which is awesome. We'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us and remember to share the live stream. I want to make sure that particularly for people that live in Bowling Green, Kentucky, Plum Springs, if you live near the airport, even Oakland, Smith's Grove, pretty much right there along the I-65 corridor, please share the live stream. We want to make sure that people are aware of the situation that is coming from their west. I mean, you're about 10 to 15 minutes away from a tornado-warned storm knocking on the doorstep. Again, Bowling Green, Kentucky, not Ohio, and I know it's confusing because there's a lot of similarities and crossover with the severe threat today. Bowling Green has a lot of people, right? If you guys remember the viral video of the Corvettes falling through that sinkhole, the Corvette Museum is in Bowling Green, right? It's a larger community there in Western Kentucky. So we'd really appreciate it if you would be so kind as to follow us here on TikTok. And of course, share the live stream, tap on the screen, let us know that you appreciate the content. Again, we really appreciate it. And that way you'll always know whenever we drop a new TikTok or, of course, whenever we go live. Hurricane season starts June 1, folks. So we'll be streaming live through the rest of severe season and right on through hurricane season. You bet your bottom dollar. All right? And again, let me just re-rack it from the top. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, MyRadar being the weather app. I got it right here on my shirt. That's the app that you're seeing in front of you right now. I'm using it on Windows. You can download it on iOS, Android. I mean, anywhere where apps are found, MyRadar is there. We're coming at you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. You can see on the screen, not on TikTok because he's driving, but you can see on the screen that's meteorologist Matthew Capucci's live stream. We've got storm chaser Jordan Hall out in the field as well. It's been a very active day with a moderate risk for severe weather. What I will say is that we're getting to that time in the day now where you're starting to see things becoming considerably more linear. What do I mean by that? It's becoming more lined up, right? Earlier today, if I go all the way back, look at how these storms were very isolated, little dots all over the map, right? When storms are isolated, when they're discrete, they, who's pinning the comments on TikTok? Please stop doing that. When storms are discrete like that, they are very, the propensity to grow stronger is there, being that they don't have to share the available energy with other storms around them. But now fast forward to where we're at now, we've lost the prime heating of the day, and now things are really just coming in and blowing in and becoming more linear. That does not mean the tornado threat will diminish by any way, shape, or form. There is a tornado watch. You can see those yellow boxes there. I'll fill them in for you here momentarily. Stand by. I will fill them in so you can see them. Those yellow boxes represent tornado watches. All the way down, by the way, into Jackson, Mississippi now. That is new. I missed that earlier. Memphis, Tennessee, part of that as well, until 2 a.m. Central Time, so 3 a.m. Eastern, which is what all the other ones are under. Columbus, Chillicothe, Ashland. Well, Ashland's Kentucky, but Chillicothe, Columbus, Cincinnati, Maysville, Portsmouth, Athens, Ohio. Not Parkersburg, West Virginia, but darn close. Y'all are under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay? But down here, In Kentucky, Lexington, Frankfort, Cynthiana, Paris, Stanton, Irvine, Pike County, Owsley County, London, Corbin, Williamsburg, Harlan County, Pikeville, y'all are under a tornado watch until 3 a.m. Okay, but things are going to become very linear. There's our first severe thunderstorm watch for for central Kentucky, by the way. The state capital now part of that severe thunderstorm warning. That's set to expire in 13 minutes. We shall see what becomes of that. But now Lexington getting involved. You got some isolated storms there. This one here near Bonneville just catches my eye. We'll see what happens. That's west of Campbellsville. Beautiful, by the way. I've been to Campbellsville. But down here near Bowling Green, again, I asked y'all to make sure that you can share the live stream with people that live there. This is quickly becoming a situation that is developing and is still radar indicated. But I want to make sure that you understand that, you know, this is a larger community that is at risk here, right? Back here, this is our the hook echo here. The leading edge becoming a bit more linear with that cell over Bonneville, but it's this little nudge out right here that is the reason for the season. Okay? Let's go back up here and look at this storm approaching Owensboro, Kentucky. And that is a tight rotational couplet. Let's see. This is a confirmed tornado, okay? I mean, I took one look at it here. So if you live in Waverly, Corydon, Robards, you live west of I-69, you need to be in your safe place immediately. Let me get some more info here on Waverly. This is... we in Ohio? No. No. Yeah, this is Illinois. Wait a minute. Why am I so thrown off here? What's going on? Stand by. No. Yeah. It's not right. That's not right either. Oh, it is now a PDS. PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. Passing south of Waverly and south of Corydon. It's Indiana. What am I doing? Okay, Corydon, this is a very small community here. Very pretty. Here along State Road 60. Okay? PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. You see the Louisville office probably talking about it here. West of Robards, southwest of Corydon. This is in effect for the next 25 minutes. Let's see what else we can see here. You've got a little bit of a debris signature right here south of Waverly. Again, this is the correlation coefficient product that shows us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere, okay? Red is representative of normally just rain because rain has a very consistent shape. We know, radar knows what it looks like. But the blues and the greens here is showing us objects that don't necessarily belong in the vertical profile of the atmosphere. So when you start to see that kind of fill in, that is where you begin to see the debris. Now, again, notice that kind of went away, which is good, but it still doesn't mean that the tornado went away, right? You can see damaging tornado. It's a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. You need to be in your safe place. That is your basement. If you don't have a basement, storm shelter is even better, but if you don't have either of those two, lowest floor of your home, okay? Put as much of the interior between yourself and the outside as possible. For me, I live in Florida. I don't have a basement because the water table is so high. So for me, it's under the stairs in the first floor of my home, effectively a crawl space. Me, my 2 dogs, my 2 kids, my wife, it's tight, but, you know, will save your life, right? If you're in a room with windows, you're in the wrong room. If you're listening to me now and you live in a mobile home, Mobile homes become mobile, let alone become lofted by a tornado, but even just a tip over with you in it. Okay, I see all y'all asking about Russellville and asking about Bowling Green. Bowling Green as it stands, as we just talked about, it's just radar indicated rotation, but I've got a PDS, guys. I've got a, again, particularly dangerous situation. I have to give this one the focus for right now. Okay, so that is a troubling scan here. Yeah, that is a troubling debris field there. This would be indicative of an EF3 minimum. People asking where this is. This is Indiana, southwest of Morganfield, south of Waverly, on its way toward Robards. You are downrange of this thing. These are very, very small Indiana communities. Robards is Kentucky, mind you. So this thing is, oh, there goes, what am I looking at here? So Robards right there. So we're talking the border from, oh, Waverly is Kentucky as well. We've already crossed into Kentucky. This is that part of the world where everything merges all together. Golly, man. I don't know what y'all are talking about in TikTok, that there's ones with 4 warnings. I'm not talking about severe thunderstorm warnings. We're talking about tornado warnings presently. This is a particularly dangerous situation. And this is that's a biggie there. I know it's scary. Mike is just one guy. Trying my best here. You know, you got to kind of give priority to the more extreme circumstances, right? North of Indiana. What are you talking about? There's 1 tornado warning. The one north of Bloomington. 1, not 4. But I got to come down here. West of Robards. Someone said Jordan is on the storm near Waverly. Thank you, Sean. Jack, can you pull up Jordan shot too? Thank you. Got it. You got it now, Sean. Thank you very much, Sean. You've been with us like the whole evening, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, Capucci.
One thing I'm noticing about the storm near Waverly is the rotation is both strong and broad. Broad in that it's not super tight on the current radar scan, but strong that the whole storm's definitely spinning and spinning a lot. And so in a recipe like that, you tend to see not necessarily long-lived tornadoes, but brief, strong tornadoes with a lot of quick cycles. And so this environment might be one of the times when you see a tornado drop, it does quick EF2 damage, it lifts like 2-3 minutes later, and a new one comes down. Anytime I see a storm like that, that's a healthy storm that has broad but strong rotation, that's the case. So I don't even know if there's a tornado on the ground right now, but I do know that if I were in Robarbs, I would definitely be seeking shelter because this storm has the propensity to drop a stronger tornado at any point, just given the magnitude of the rotation.
Everything becoming a bit more linear before our very eyes, though, Capucci.
Yeah, and thank goodness. But yeah, it's a catch-22. Linear cuts back in the strong tornado risk, but we'll still have a lengthy squall line that will impact a lot of people with damaging straight-line winds, which at times could approach 80 miles per hour. And then in addition to that, the threat of some quick spinning, quick spin-up tornadoes. It's typical of QLCSs or these.
And, straight line wind damage potentially, 75 miles per hour. That ain't slow.
Yeah. I mean, that's bordering on hurricane strength. And so these storms tonight will have the ability to sort of reach up and grab a jet stream momentum. The jet stream is slicing overhead. It is roaring up there, Mike. Very fierce jet stream winds. So any of these storms that are towering to 40, 50,000 feet above the height that airplanes fly at, can basically reach up, grab some of that wind energy, and mix it down with these strong gusts. So that's why tonight the concern is really ramping up for a damaging wind event that could knock out power to a lot of people. And even like right now, the line is very healthy in eastern Indiana and Ohio. It's a solidifying line right now, and wind damage is a threat up there. But obviously, as you said, the priority goes to tornado warnings. There are 4 right now, and the most concerning one is that PDS warning just south of Evansville, Indiana.
You see the one, we got 3 minutes to go on this one northwest of Bloomington. I suspect you that's going to get extended to Steinsville and Gosport.
Yeah, I would definitely anticipate that being extended. It has very healthy spin at the mid-levels.
And the rotation is tight.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
3 minutes to go. We'll see. I would expect that to get extended. But yeah,
well, here's the thing.
Go ahead.
So that when we look at low-level rotation, there's something called side lobe contamination ongoing. And so the radar is sort of mapping velocities from higher up in the storm, lower towards the ground. So I think the National Weather Service is wondering, hey, the radar showing spin, is all that spin actually at the lowest levels? This is kind of a radar artifact. Regardless, I would say extend the tornado warning because you know the thing's spinning. Better safe than sorry in this case, anytime you have a radar artifact like that. And so if I were in Ellettsville or north of Bloomington, I'd probably seek shelter because if a tornado warning is going to be issued, it'll be issued soon. But nonetheless, can't go wrong seeking shelter. Nothing bad ever happened to anyone who did seek shelter when they didn't need to. But certainly bad things have happened to people who didn't seek shelter when they should have. We are now seeing so Mike, they extended a severe thunderstorm warning all the way east towards Morgantown and Nashville in Indiana. Looks like they're opting to not go with the tornado warning, perhaps because of that side lobe contamination. Still, we'll have to watch closely and see what goes on with that because it could pulse back up again rather quickly.
Thank you, Capucci. New tornado warning here. South of Poplar Bluff. This one is way far back to the south and west. This is super linear here. I would say, Capucci, that we are looking at our first QLCS tornado warning this evening, given that everything up to this point has been very discreet, but this one is 100% part of this larger line here, right? The kinks in the line. I mean, this is as straight of a line as we have seen tonight, stretching from Paducah, perhaps maybe a little semi-discreet up here near the radar, but beyond that, through to Matthews, Parma, Maldine, Campbell, I mean, and all the way southwest to Franklin and Cherokee Village. This is our first very, very linear tornado warning. Let's take a look at it here. 16 minutes to go. So again, it speaks to just how fast these things, so this was issued 4 minutes ago. Has, a 20-minute warning here. Radar indicated, but this is part of this line that, as you've alluded to, is just going to blow through, bringing hurricane force winds potentially, and larger hail too.
Yeah, in about 25-ish minutes, I'll be in position to potentially intercept that warning. And I'm also watching a new area of rotation near Parma, west of New Madrid, west of the highway. So if you look northeast of that tornado warning, there's a new area of circulation that's trying to get going up by like Malden, Risco, Tallapoosa.
Yep.
It's a little sketchy on velocity. They haven't issued a warning for it yet. It's actually technically not even under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's right outside my window, actually. And I can't see anything because whatever's in there is likely rain wrapped. But I mean, there's definitely some tight circulation with that heading towards New Madrid.
Let's go take a look at Bowling Green briefly here. Bowling Green it's still radar indicated, which is good considering that that's another beefy population center. And as it stands right now, the rotation is very broad here, right? Green representative of winds toward the radar, red away. So rather than seeing like a tight couplet, which, you can see right down here, right? But look at this big line of green here. It just shows you that we're switching the storm mode here from the more discrete to the more linear, that this is a very broad velocity. Unlikely, I'll say more unlikely to produce a tornado, but it's got this storm out ahead of it here. But let's just see out of curiosity. So like that storm didn't even exist when this was pushing through Crofton when Capucci called it out. That's the second time the storms went through Crofton, by the way. But then you
Hey,
look
Mike?
at, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I hate to interrupt, but
No.
I think we should just tell folks if they live in New Madrid or Marston, they probably should seek shelter now. There's no tornado warning, not even severe thunderstorm warning. But if you look at the Memphis radar along Interstate 55 near New Madrid, south of Sykeston, the signature just has lasted a couple scans, and I could see there being some quick hitting spin-offs with that. So it's definitely kind of sketchy. Let me know if you see it too, because I'm curious how it looks on your end, but it's definitely looking sketchy to me near like Risco, a little bit north of Tallapoosa.
I'm trying to find it here.
Yeah, so it's northeast of the existing tornado warning. And I can actually see, I see a lowering where I am right now. You know what? I'm going to pull over and try to get a look at this. Yeah, definite, oh wow, definite lowering in the wall cloud. How do I get off the highway? Wish I'd gotten off a little sooner.
Oh, gotcha. I see what you're talking about. Risco and New Madrid. I see it. Okay. Unwarned. It's like the only part of the line that's not warned, too. How about that? Just east of the Malden Municipal Airport. Yeah, it's the only part of the line that's not warned.
I'm actually backing up into a rest area, and very soon you'll be able to see the wall cloud, because I can see a wall cloud, and I don't know if it's going to do anything, but it's definitely pretty sketchy.
All right, we'll see that momentarily from meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Someone says, "Where is this at? In Ohio?" No, this is down in Missouri. This is a very large severe weather event, folks. So we're jumping all over the place. Okay, so we'll come back to Capucci there. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Things have calmed down in Indiana, and thank goodness for that, because it was just so lit up before. Poor Michigan can't get a frickin' break. I mean, how many people still don't have power in Michigan? I mean, let's turn on the power outages layer in the app. Go to the go to the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards on the toolbar, and we're going to turn on power outages. Look at all the power outages up here in Michigan and in Wisconsin. Michigan, there's still crews are working, right? They're at 195,000 customers. When we started, it was like 220-something thousand customers without power. Indiana, by the way, here, Indiana now up to 119,000 customers without power. Missouri, 107,000. Maryland, by the way, where we saw a tornado-warned storm earlier this evening, 89,000 customers without power. 80,000 in Virginia. So, yeah, I mean, look at all the people without power here. It's a lot, let alone, down here in the Gulf Coast. This is all related to the severe weather. All these, let's see, you can click on it. Like here's Greene County in Indiana. Oh, hang on one second. Greene County. There we go. Whoopsie daisy, covered it up. So this will give you an idea of the number of customers without power. 39% of the county, 5,500 customers without power there.
Mike, when we can, let's take my stream if we can.
Let's do it. We've had it up the whole time here. A lot of lightning again there. Oh, I see the wall cloud on Capucci's shot. Jack, let's take it.
A bit of a funnel. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a funnel trying to tighten right there. I'm honestly a little surprised the National Weather Service does not have any warning on this, but yeah, I mean, the funnel's definitely in there.
Where's your location, Capucci?
West of New Madrid.
All right, so what you're seeing there right in the center of your screen Do you see how like there's that drop, that lowering at the base of the cloud? That's a wall cloud. And when you see that sudden just like lowering, that's where you see the tornado spawn. To Capucci's point, we might be seeing it right here, right there. You guys can't see where I'm pointing. The funnel, yeah, I think Capucci's right. How is this not warned at all? I mean, it's the only part of this line that isn't warned. Not even a severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, it's surprising me. Maybe it's just far from the radar.
Jack, real quick, can we pull up Jordan's shot just for a moment? We're not going to go away from Capucci entirely. Jordan is droning what looks to be a crazy thunderstorm. Can you take Jordan's for a moment, Jack? We'll come right back to Capucci. Just switch the two if you can. Look at that shelf moving through for Jordan. Look at all the lightning in there. You can take it on TikTok too, Jack.
Wow.
Holy cow, look at that. And this is that linear storm mode you are seeing in action right there. Jordan is at the leading edge of it there. Crazy. All right, let's switch back to Capucci's, see if we can get a funnel cloud here. Oh, it's going behind those trees, huh?
Yeah, give it 1 sec.
Jack, if you want to leave Jordan's up on the bottom too, please.
I'm sure we'll see it better in a moment. It's going to be tough to see because it's passing right behind those trees, and then we will likely lose it into the rain. But whatever it is near like, oh yeah, that's tight near Howardville. Radar showing circulation, so maybe it's just a case of us seeing something the Weather Service isn't, but I definitely see a wall cloud and a possible funnel with this near Howardville and Littleborn. Not even a severe thunderstorm warning, but definitely a peak in the line circulation. And I'm actually going to, there's no one around, so I'm briefly going on an unconventional route in the parking lot, but
Jack,
fortunately no traffic.
Let's switch just momentarily back to Jordan.
You'll be able to get a good view in just a sec.
Look at that shot.
Oh. All right, well, here's my obvious circulation.
Jack, or Jordan, what am I trying to say? Jack, can you pull up Capucci's shot on the bottom there? Just leave it up too. We can jump back and forth.
Whatever it is right in there. Oh, here come the winds and the rain.
So if we look really closely on Jordan's shot there, not only can you see the advancing shelf, which are amongst the most photogenic of the clouds, look at the rain following it. You can literally see the rain shafts just dumping rain with all that lightning.
I'm now getting winds of 60
man.
to 70 miles per hour.
We've got Capucci shot up. We got Jordan shot up. Capucci is just wrapped up in rain there. Jordan's drone is about to get mollywopped here momentarily. And if you have been following us for long, for our TikTok can see both. Oh, they can see both. Jack, that is awesome. I mean, the chat is covering part of it, but that's cool as hell that we can show both. That's true, they can. That is cool, man. Thank you, Jack. I didn't even know that we had the technology to do that. So Jordan is about to get soaked, I'd imagine, here momentarily. And then Capucci, I think, is driving, so we don't want to show that, Jack. Someone's asking, where is that? Jordan is in western Kentucky there. Capucci is chasing an unwarned storm that... Anything yet, Capucci? I mean, it looked like you're pretty wrapped up in rain.
Yeah, so on the south side of Kink and the Line circulations, the rain comes in very fast. So whatever's in there is up near Howardville, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some brief touchdowns. I saw at least a funnel heading towards New Madrid. So if folks live in New Madrid or they're on Interstate 55, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a brief circulation in there somewhere. But at this point, from my vantage point, it's rain wrapped, and there's no real way to catch up, unfortunately. But now we're driving southbound, and it's kind of cool. You can see the edge of the shelf from the backside. We're in something called the whale's mouth. If you're able to pull my shot up real quick.
Yep, Jack, he's landing his drone anyway, so switch back. There you go. Oh, you're driving. Oh, there we're good. Thank you. Go ahead, Capucci.
Yeah, so you're seeing something called the whale's mouth, which the outflow boundary, the leading edge of the cool air exhaust from this storm is pushing through. And we're on the backside of that, so you see that weird rugged appearance up above where the air masses are mixing. They really have to issue a tornado warning for New Madrid. I mean, it's an obvious kink in the line circulation.
It's a severe thunderstorm warning now.
To me, that's not good enough. I mean, let's pull up velocity from the Memphis radar.
Yep, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. It may not look as good from Paducah, but actually, no, it looks decent from Paducah. All I'm saying is, if you live there, you should probably seek shelter out of an abundance of caution, because whatever's in there was definitely circulating, definitely rotating. I mean, we watched it all live together. Whether or not it produced, who knows? But you know, it's good to shelter if your gut tells you should. Don't always wait for a warning. Warnings are pretty good, but
let's swap them again.
You know, sometimes it's good to shelter.
Yeah, no, Capucci's totally right. This is why, you know, I mean, there might be other things going on with the National Weather Service missing something like that. But yeah, they got the severe thunderstorm warning eventually. But to Capucci's point, if you look at, you know, I've got it up on the screen there, that is most definitely rotation west of New Madrid there. Oh, looks like Jordan is landing his drone there. That was incredible, that shot there. Let's swap them again there, Jack, so we can get back to Capucci in the whale's mouth. The blue whale's mouth.
I don't like having all these semis nearby, because the semis, you know, they're the first things to tip in big wind. It amazes me how many semis are willing to continue driving even in adverse conditions. And obviously, we love truckers and all, but I'd say if you are a big long-haul trucker and the winds are expected to get high, probably a good idea to get off the roadway, lest you become a hazard not only to others, but also if you're in danger yourself. Because trucks will go in winds of 65 to 70 miles per hour, especially if they're empty.
Hey, meanwhile, Capucci, it looks like you might get a... No, you're a little too far south. Northern Lights are coming for the northern U.S. today.
Are they?
So I'm reading this wrong here. Weak, but looks like they'll be there. We had that crazy solar flare the other day. Still have never seen them, by the way. I know you have.
It's only a G2 warning, so unless you live in extreme northern Minnesota or northern Maine, I'd be very surprised if anything was naked eye visible. It's mainly a Canada event this time around.
Golly, some of the video of St. Louis earlier today is wild.
The apartment building that lost its top floor, that's insane.
Yeah, I don't know what I can share yet and what I can, but we'll work on getting that video. That is wild. I mean, we caught that so fast when it was happening. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, so let's jump back. Let's look at the tornado warnings. We got a couple here. The one south of Evansville now, south of Owensboro, I mentioned that one. This guy here, really similar to the one down here near Fredonia that is not tornado warned, but whatever. We'll go up here to this one for Owensboro. South of Owensboro, so Whitesville, Robards. This was that one that Capucci alluded to, that it's still a PDS. Why, though? Why is it still a PDS? Well, forensic meteorology, folks. So broad, though.
Those are my thoughts. Like, it's spinning a ton, but I almost wonder if the boundary layer is too cool or if there's something at the surface preventing it from tightening it up. It may just be the fact that we don't really have strong enough southeasterlies to really get that inflow cranking.
Almost looks like a little bow kind of behind the precipitation shield over Owensboro there. But it's all becoming super linear. But that's like the most discrete-y kind of part of that line. Whereas, like, gosh, everything behind that now is just crazy linear.
Yeah, it got linear fast.
All right, so here's Indiana again. I thought it was over for y'all. Okay, this is our most discrete storm of the bunch right here. All right, this is a teeny little tornado warning. 13 minutes to go. Radar indicated. This is discrete. Everything else is more linear. Lexington is dealing with a severe thunderstorm right now, but yeah, this guy here. Let's dig into this one. So there's our rotation. We're using the Indianapolis radar. Let me go back to their chat. Let's see what's going on there. The Mattis there is beautiful. Some people are sharing there. But, oh, no. Oh, man, people are sharing stuff from this chat. I don't think they should be doing that. Oh, no. Post office in Bloomington looks like it just got totally wrecked. Oh, they said you can share it. All right, so I'll share it for y'all. Hang on. Stand by. I'm going to share this so you guys can see it. Stand by. Oh no, can't share it. Sorry, folks. But it's a damaged building, right? So let's go back here. Super broad out ahead of it, but it's this teeny little bit back here is the reason why this thing is tornado warned, southwest of Morgantown. This is another area here that is, it's just part two, but this guy is very discreet by itself here. Everything else, let's go check on this guy near Bowling Green. We'll come back. It's now moving past Bowling Green. This one's kind of semi-discreet, southwest of Campbellsville. Now, if you notice, though, out ahead of the supercell earlier, look at how that storm kind of blew up over Bonnieville, Campbellsville. This is what Capucci has spoken about earlier, where it's following kind of the boundary. And you see that by the storm firing up near Stanford, Danville, Perryville, Lebanon. Notice how everything just kind of explodes like little pop rocks or little popcorn kernels. So you're starting to see this storm here near Bonnieville kind of reach out and kind of grab onto the supercell to its south and west, right there. Right? It's like the Bering Strait of storms right there, which could help to sap a little bit of that, the upper bound potential of that away. But down here on the southern side, not yet. This new tornado warning, 39 minutes to go for this one here, including the Glasgow Municipal Airport and the Glasgow, Kentucky. This is, again, radar indicated. It's back here. There's your rotation. Oh, poor Jordan is getting soaked over there. Storm saying, can you report stuff to MyRadar? We do not have a storm reports feature. It's something that we have considered for a very long time. Oh, this person on X. I mean, of course, it would be on X of any of the platforms asking about silly stuff like that. Yep, Sean, thank you very much for the tip there. You know, we're talking about the tornado warning that was just extended. Someone asking about Alabama. Not talking about Alabama, sorry. Hey, thank you very much. Someone said, I love your professionalism in this stream. 2 big thumbs up from me. Thank you very much. Informing the public and having a direct connection with your teams out in the field. Hey, you got it. All right. Is Evansville, Indiana good? I gotta get my bearings. I mean, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but everything is kind of now pushing west of you, east of you. Jeez Louise, east of you. We're going linear fast here, folks. Let's go back up to that storm.
It's funny. In our forecast video earlier on, we said 8 or 9 o'clock, the linear trend would start. It's 8:07. I think Mother Nature took that quite literally down across the Ozarks and
Central time, where you are.
Yes, my bad.
But yeah, either way, either way, Capucci, you got it covered. Either way.
By the way, I hate to deviate things, but can we take a look at the Dallas radar just quickly? There's a baseball-sized hailstorm directly over Erica.
So when you say over Erica, what do you mean?
Erica lives in Ennis. Ennis is literally getting baseballs right now, southeast of Dallas.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
There's a destructive warning, perfect supercell.
Well,
It's
Erica,
for
if you're
Ellis.
watching, you are obligated to, when it is safe, to go and secure a baseball-sized hailstone.
She texted me earlier on and said, I need your helmet. I didn't respond, obviously, because I've been driving. So if Erica can hear me, Erica, let us know, upload some pictures, keep us updated.
This is a destructive storm for eastern Ellis County. Baseball-sized hail, yeah. Oh, no. People and animals outdoors will be severely injured. Yeah, look at that hail core, huh? There's still the cap there in place. They are under a severe thunderstorm watch, but there is a cap holding firm there in Texas. Did we lose the tornado warning in Indiana? We did, and the way it goes. What happened? Huh. Because it's still off alone. Perhaps because the rotation is very broad now? Let's go down here, shall we? South of Owensboro and east of Bowling Green, these are our the only 2 tornado warnings right now. All right, so we'll keep an eye on things. Folks, I hope you've had as good of an evening as I hope you've had a good evening. Again, as a reminder, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Thank you very much for taking the time to hang out with us today. If you haven't already, I suggest that you download the MyRadar app. It's completely free to download, whether it be on Windows, like I've been using here, on iOS, Android, the Amazon Alexa platforms. You can download it, on your Xbox. I mean, everywhere where you can find apps, you can find MyRadar for the most part, and it's completely free to download. right? There's premium features, the per station radar as I'm using in here, the hurricane tracker, historical radar. These are premium features. The Routecast, which gives you turn-by-turn direction around bad weather that you can take into Apple CarPlay-enabled vehicles with Google built in as well. Those are all premium features. If you would like to give the premium features a whirl and track storms like this, if you click on the settings menu in the app and then you go to premium subscription, I have it unlocked here, but you can activate a free 3-day trial, which will get you through the weekend. And then from there, it's either monthly or annually. And we're adding new stuff to that all of the time, including an AI assistant named Gale. This is in beta right now in Windows, but will soon be available to premium subscribers on iOS and Android, where you can ask it weather-related questions, weather-related questions about really anything you want. Someone in the chat, let me know what you want me to ask Gale. Again, it's got to be weather-related and not totally silly. And I will show you the power of Gale here. This is one of my. I've worked for MyRadar now for like 6 years. This is one of my favorite things we've ever added. Just because where I know it's going is just so cool. The stuff you'll be able to use it for. So let me know in the chat what you want me to ask Gale. Otherwise, I'll come up with something. Capucci, you can hit me with a question too if you got something. Someone said biggest storm system in history. That's a little vague, so that's a good. How about this? What was the widest tornado ever in U.S. history? If anyone knows in the chat, bonus points. It's coming up, by the way.
I know.
Of course.
Pick me.
Okay, so what was the widest tornado ever in United States history? Someone said 2.6 miles. Someone knows. Someone knows on TikTok. They know. You guys are smart.
There was a wider one, but it happened at night and no one talks about it. Mulhall, Oklahoma, May 3rd, 99. I think it was Storm B, which spawned over 20 tornadoes, became an LP supercell, then at night produced a tornado. And the tricky thing is, we're still not sure how wide the tornado was, because I think the 110 mile per hour winds reached out like 4.1 miles or something absurd based on Dow data. But it hit such a rural area that it didn't get surveyed as 4.1 miles. So it's hotly contested. 2.6 miles for the El Reno one is technically the biggest. Everyone kind of thinks Mulhall might have been bigger back in 99, but we can't confirm it. So
Yep, so Gale knew it. El Reno, right here, on May 31st, 2013. How about this? What was the most recent EF5 tornado to occur in the U.S.? Does anyone know the most recent EF5 tornado? Anyone know in the chat? Here it is. Moore, Oklahoma. Just a couple weeks before El Reno, mind you. I mean, a week. I mean, shoot, it was 11 days.
11 days.
Before El Reno. I remember I was working in Washington when that happened. That was crazy. Anywho, that's Gale, available to premium subscribers. I can't begin to tell you how excited I am about some of the stuff that's coming for Gale. And again, if you are
hey, Mike?
if you're a weather weenie, you know what Gale is. Yes, Capucci.
Just for awareness, I'm going to dip off for about 12 to 15 minutes. I have to refuel. I'm only at 40 miles left of gasoline.
Go do your thing.
I'll be with you by the bottom of the hour, but just want to let you know I'll be hopping off. I'll keep the stream going, but you won't hear me for a little bit.
Go do your thing, man. You're all good. We're going pretty linear here pretty quickly, although we do have a new tornado warning here. It's for this storm south of Owensboro. Someone had said in the chat, Owensboro's under a warning. You are not under a warning. But Whitesville, Fordsville, you are under a tornado warning. This one here, radar indicated. It's just an extension of the previous one here. But again, look, this is semi-discrete in the sense that, like, it is kind of by itself. But if I go back, you can see that we went from really discrete storm mode there to now everything kind of filling in the gaps a little bit. Wait until you're going to start to see all this mess in here kind of begin to get filled up. Right in here, all these little gaps and valleys. This is where Jordan, by the way, Sabri, Sabri, That was that crazy drone shot that we had earlier. Oh, Sean asked a question. I'll ask Gail the question. How many tornadoes does the U.S. average each year? I mean, you can also ask it like, what's a good day to go to the beach, this week, using your location data. It'll tell you. So you can plan your day. Or your trips. The United States averages about 1,200 tornadoes each year, making it the country with the highest number of tornadoes annually. The actual number can vary from year to year, but this is the typical average based on historical records. There you go. Neat, right? That's one of my favorite things we've ever added. All right, let's go back down here and check on this guy east of Bowling Green. We've got another 28 minutes to go. This one's radar indicated as well, dipping south and east toward Edmonton, which is not part of the tornado warning. Glasgow is, or Glasgow, apologies, for any of our Scots in the chat. Sean says, looks like it's starting to form a line instead of popping up here and there. Yes, I mean, we're switching from the discrete storm mode to linear storm mode. And you can still get spin-ups in linear storm mode for sure. I mean, you will see that tonight, right? You will absolutely see that this evening. Someone said, is Bowling Green clearing up? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing over Bowling Green. Right now, you've got this line coming in from the west. So it's kind of like you're in the eye of the hurricane. Don't let your guard down by any means, because you got the winds coming in from the west. By the time this line that's right now pushing east of Paducah, when this line arrives in Bowling Green, who asked that question? I missed it. Lost loving soul. You're going to see this big honking Boeing line move in from the west. I have not showed you guys model data even once. Stand by. Let me show you kind of how things are going to develop. Stand by for just a moment. I've just got to pull up the correct model that I want to show you. So that's a little tight there. I got to find a region. Stand by. One's all right. What about this one? No, that's not going to work either. Not northeast, not north central. Certainly not that. Nope. Stand by. I guess east is kind of the... No. South central. No. Yeah. All right. Jack, switch to the web browser computer for just a moment. Courtesy of our buddies over there at Weather Bell. You guys can see this. So I'm using the HRRR model, right? The high resolution rapid refresh. This model, particularly the one I'm getting, gives me data in 15-minute chunks. Okay? So this is generally where we are right now. But as I advance things out, pay attention right here, pretty much through Arkansas. Okay? Do you see how everything right? Oops. How everything right down in here? You guys can see my mouse cursor, right? If I need to... Oh, shit. It's kind of diminishing returns here with the zoom. That as I advance things out, look at that line that forms, right? Now you see this shape over here near Kentucky? That's that Boeing line right here pushing into West Virginia. That's like, again, the example I gave you before. Shout out E-Man, where you pull back on the bow and you bend the tops and the bottoms of the bow. It's just, this is where you're going to find the strongest winds. Diving south and east toward like Owsley County, Kentucky, there toward Pike County. If you guys ever watched the TV show Justified, that's, or the Dukes of Hazzard, right? They're talking about Hazzard, which is in Pike County, Kentucky, eastern Kentucky. That's where you're going to find really strong winds tonight, and large hail. But if I keep pushing this out, do you notice how we start to see this big line? You do get some supercellular development, by the way, out ahead of this in Tennessee, interestingly enough. But that eventually all becomes rather linear as well. And just look at this big line. Even on the backside there near Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana and Georgia. This is overnight, right? And then you're going to see it dive toward the south and east and eventually begin to lose its oomph. Okay? So that's kind of what we're in the midst of right now. You're seeing everything become very, very linear. All right, Jack, you can jump back to the you're so fast, dude. I can't even, my brain isn't even keeping up with your switching. So we just have the 3 tornado warnings here. I mean, we may wait for Capucci there, and we'll see how things stand from there, Jack. No, I just Erica just posted a video here. Let me pull it up on X. So Jack, switch back to the web browser if you can. Here's meteorologist Erica Lopez at her. She's visiting her family in Texas. I don't see any baseballs, but boy, that's a lot of hail. Thank you, Erica. Here you go. 1 1/4 to 1.5 inches size hail. All right. So we've got 3 tornado warnings left. Again, good news for Lexington, Kentucky. Jack, if you could switch back. Still under a severe thunderstorm warning, not under a tornado warning. Someone said, how fast is the storm moving? I'm in Louisville. Loaded question. Which storm, right? Are you talking about? You're talking about like the line as a whole? That's what you're talking about? I mean, the storm to your west there near Jasper is moving at roughly 60 miles per hour. And that's one thing also, this squall line and this Boeing echoing line, or this Boeing bow echo as part of this larger squall is going to race eastward. Storms are picking up in speed here from 50 to 55 to near 60 miles per hour in forward momentum there. So they're going to come through fast and loud. Someone on TikTok there says, I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. Do you think I'll get anything? No. Although you got Keith Lee in town. You guys should tell him that if he's going to go to Cookout, he should get Cajun fries. I don't know what he's doing getting the regular one. Not even get a banana pudding milkshake. What are we doing? What are we doing? The guy that was with him should be ashamed of himself for not steering him right. You had one shot. Shame. I am hungry, folks. Talking about Cookout. Why don't we have cookouts in Florida? I remember when I was moving from Pennsylvania to Florida, we stopped at the last Cookout in Georgia. My wife's a big fan. Don't have them here. How has he never had Cookout? Keith Lee? I mean, I don't know. Well, I know his brother, Kevin. I mean, he's from Detroit, right? So they don't have Cookout in Detroit. And then he was an MMA fighter based in Las Vegas. There's no Cookout there either. So I get it, but yeah. Keith Lee is here? Yeah, Keith, come on now. Come on, you're on TikTok. You got to know. Your For You page isn't local. I live in Florida, man, and I knew that. Come on. Someone says, what's Cookout? Cookout is great. Cookout is a fast food establishment. Some people say you should only go there when it's late at night. It's definitely that kind of stuff, but like, it's fantastic. It's great. Cookout is wonderful. If you're in anywhere in the South, the Carolinas, Georgia, go there. Get a lot of food for not a lot of money. Got to get the hush puppies though, and a banana pudding milkshake. Have to get a banana pudding milkshake. You're not living if you ain't had a Cookout hot dog. Not my thing. They're good. I like the chicken sandwiches. Those are really good. Cookout's great. I'm so hungry. I'm sorry, Jack. Keep talking about food. Let's take Jordan Hall's shot here while we're talking about food. Looks like Capucci's eating something. Oh, no. Did Jordan's shot just freeze, Jack? He had a lot of lightning there for a moment. The sky getting lit up. Pardon me. Someone said Cajun chicken sandwich and onion rings. Now that's an order. folks at Cookout, you get the tray, right? And you can get like a sandwich or whatever. And then you get 2 sides, but those sides could be fries, a corn dog, a quesadilla. It's crazy. It's crazy. Someone said, someone get this man some dinner. Amen. I'm hungry. Yeah, Cookout's dope. But if you're going to get the fries, which are good, you got to get the Cajun fries. What are we doing? All right, so they extended this one, too, to include Fordsville, right? Unless I'm completely making it up. No, that was issued 10 minutes ago. So, yeah, I'm making that up. Is it this one? Yeah, okay. My brain for a second. All right, so this tornado warning is new. Again, we have Glasgow here, but Edmonton now part of this tornado warning as well. This is, again, in Kentucky. Another 48 minutes to go. This storm moving at 45 miles per hour, a little bit slower. It is on the southern end of this kind of small line here. And it's diving south and east. We kind of have the winds. I got the whole chat on TikTok talking about Cookout now. This is until 9:15 Central Time. Cookout corn dogs are not my thing. Corn dogs. My wife loves corn dogs, but I love my wife. I've been married to my wife almost 10 years now. She peels all the exterior off and eats them separately. Like what are? It's my wife, who I'm married and had children with. You know. Anyone else eat their corn dogs like that? That's strange, right? I don't know. So it's the only way to eat them. What are you talking about? No, it's not. No, it's not. All right. So again, here in Owensville and Fordsville, 2 minutes to go on that. You're going to see that one expire here momentarily. But that's got to be super broad rotation, right? Yeah, I mean, I see what they're seeing in here. Again, green toward the radar, red away. So I see what's going on, but it's just so broad. I mean, this is just your standard kink in the line. I mean, it's not even really a kink in the line. It's becoming a line. But yeah, notice how it's all filling out here, right? If I go back, it's all filling out. Someone said Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Later. You're not even under a tornado watch, dog. You know? Doesn't mean you should ignore things, right? But odds are you're going to get some thunderstorms. You're under an enhanced risk. Going to get some thunderstorms along with some powerful winds. Do you think anything will hit Winchester or Lexington? Mike, I used to live in Lexington. I got married in Lexington. Big shout out to Chris Bailey and all the folks WKYT. Shout out to Jim Caldwell. If I didn't say him either, I feel like he'd get upset. So shout out to Jim, to Chris, to all the folks WKYT. Shout out. Things are clearing out there now, which is good. But boy, if you're heading south toward Buc-ee's there, of course they open a Buc-ee's after I leave Kentucky. If you're heading south on I-75 toward Berea, Corbin, the home of the original KFC, mind you, you got this big line moving toward you. In fact, on the southern side is tornado warned. So I know Chris and Jim probably covering the heck out of that here. Edmonton and Glasgow here. Again, this one 45 minutes to go. This one on the backside here for Glasgow is set to expire in 15 minutes. This is, I guess, one of the more discrete storms. You got the main line off to your west. You have this up here pushing up toward Mount Sterling and into Bourbon County up there. But then down south here, pushing into the I-75 South corridor toward like Rockcastle County. This is where our tornado-warned storms lie right now. Carlos says, what are the chances of tornado forms? You got to be more specific, Carlos. Where? Someone said, do you think we're going to get a tornado warning in Ohio? Where? Got to be more specific, guys, if you're going to ask me a question. Someone said, getting really loud up here in Salem, Indiana. I mean, you got severe thunderstorm warnings up here. should I drive home? I need advice. I work in Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee, or we're talking Nashville up here in Indiana, right? It's Indiana. Not making that up. Let me know. Cookie, you're asking about Lebanon, Ohio. You're talking east of there, right here? It's off by itself. I mean, let's use the Columbus radar. I guess not. Let's use that one. It's broad. I think you might get a little kink in the line here. Of course, Xenia, Ohio, famous for an incredibly powerful tornado many, many years ago. Nashville, Tennessee to Lebanon, Tennessee, that person is asking. I'll look at that in a moment. That could be something to watch there in central Ohio. Nashville, Tennessee. Not much happening in Nashville, Tennessee, man. To Lebanon, you're not under a tornado warning. Get off at 9. That's in 30 minutes, right? You're good for now. We've devolved into that part of the evening, Jack. Hang on. Oh, what am I doing? I can do that over here. All right. Okay, got a lot more questions here coming in. What do we got here? Are the storms going to die down by the time they get to far eastern Kentucky? You're talking like Pike County, that part, Owsley County over there. No, they'll be quite strong with winds, but in terms of any kind of tornadic development, you just need to have ways of receiving warnings, right? So the MyRadar app, I would obviously highly recommend you download the MyRadar app and make sure that if you have to go, that you know where to go. Someone says, thanks in advance. I don't think my Prius is built for tornadoes. No vehicle truly is, you know. So you're all right. You probably get excellent gas mileage with your Prius. Oh, Capucci's in the waiting room, Jack. All right, Mr. Capucci.
So,
how are you?
doing pretty well. Got some gasoline, got myself a half caffeinated coffee. I am ready to drive another.
Did you say
3.5
half?
hours
You got
tonight.
a half calf?
I did.
Whoa, this is breaking news.
I know rarely do I consume caffeine, but I have another 3.5 hours to drive tonight. I won't be getting in until midnight local time. I've already driven actually over 600 miles today, so I have a lot of driving to do.
So, Capucci, we are going to, I'm going to ask you a quick question. We've got the 3 tornado warnings. I've kept a close eye on things. Little cell up there in central Ohio that looks pretty beefy that actually could be putting down some, let me see, some decent hail. Erica posted a video, by the way, of the hail. I shared to X, by the way. But I have a question for you, Capucci. This is a very important question, okay?
Sure.
Have you eaten at a cookout?
Yes, I went with a colleague of mine from a neighboring TV station about 2 years ago. That was my first introduction to cookout.
It's great,
The food
right?
was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so good. I had never had it. I was along Interstate 81. We were coming up from Southwest Virginia, and I think we were near Charlottesville. It was so good.
What'd you
I
get?
didn't know what to expect. I got something chicken. You know I love chicken.
Yes. Y'all, I see. I grew up in New York, so the fact that I like say y'all like in just casual conversation now blows my mind. I never thought I'd be that person. But listen, yeah, I lived in Kentucky for so long. It's just what you do. Someone said Matt doesn't even touch coffee and he got a caffeinated beverage. That's what I'm saying, Sean. I was very surprised when I heard half caffeinated. I was very surprised. Capucci, I'm not trying to put him on blast, but I'll put him on blast a little bit. When we were in Texas and we were with Kyle Weatherman, the NASCAR driver, well, before that, a colleague of ours and Capucci, we went to what is now a Michelin-rated barbecue restaurant in Austin, Texas. Now, I don't need to tell y'all that if you're going to a barbecue restaurant in Texas, what are you going to eat, right? You're not going to get ribs. You're not going to get pulled pork. You're getting beef, right? And what did Capucci order? Chicken. Not even the pulled pork or the ribs. My guy got chicken. What are we doing?
I wanted tendies, but they didn't have tendies.
Like, what are we doing? But anyway, I'm glad that Capucci and I can agree. Cookout is awesome. So, big fan. I'm very hungry, as you can tell. Cookout, if you are listening, if there's any of you listening, Cookout, any of your corporate people, this is not a sponsorship, but we'll take it. Open in Florida. Why are you so scared to cross the Georgia line? Come down to Florida. We will embrace you with open arms here.
I mean, y'all told me the same thing about Florida, but I was afraid to cross the Georgia line.
All right, so back to weather here. This is really the only tornado-warned storm that like makes me raise my eyebrow here. West of Edmonton, Kentucky. This tornado warning has 37 minutes to go. It's radar indicated right now. Look at this little notch coming out of it here. I mean, if you're gonna get anything, it's gonna be in there. But if I recall, the velocity, oh no, so that's tightened up a little bit. It was super broad before. So we actually have a little something here west of Edmonton. Someone said tornado-warned storm near Dallas. There is a tornado-warned storm near Dallas. Hang on a second.
That's Erica's storm.
I guess we are affectionately referring to this as Erica's storm. What up, Erica? This is off by itself here, too. 21 minutes to go on this one here. It's discreet. Not much getting in the way. This one fired through the cap then. Set to expire in 20 minutes.
I mean, it looks pretty good. It looks healthy. And the biggest thing, it looks tall. I'm seeing storm heights around 50+ thousand feet there.
Yes. That is correct there. You are correct, sir. We're losing it slowly here. Yeah, this was Erica's storm. How's the hail core doing? Shrunk a little bit, but it's still there. So it gave the hail to Erica and then has slowly begun to lose its oomph there. All right. But that just shows you how big this risk is here. Wait a minute. New tornado warning north of Hopkinsville. Crofton again, Capucci.
Wow.
Did I miss this?
I mean, some
This
places.
is 8:30. No, this just came in now. 20 minutes.
Jeez, they just cannot catch a break. That one looks really messy to me. I'm looking on velocity, and I mean, I can see a very brief spin up. It looks to me like the storms are kind of almost running into the old boundaries. So if something happens, it'll be a quick spin up, very quick. But I don't see anything long lived out of this one at all.
Joe just said Cookout should be the official fast food joint of MyRadar. That'd be dope. That would be awesome. Hey, if any of y'all know, now I know Capucci, he's very, very what's the word?
Picky.
No, not picky. That's not the word I'm looking for.
Beautiful.
Not prone to. What the heck am I trying to say? He is Capucci loves Waffle House, right? So if we're gonna have any of these restaurants, sponsor the team, I would think Capucci would fight for Waffle House being top of the list. I think Cookout is better
100%.
than Waffle House. No disrespect.
Waffle House and I love each other.
Yeah. Capucci has a Waffle House name tag that they sent him. Pretty cool. Someone said, who doesn't love Waffle House? I'll plead the fifth. So radar stations at every cookout. Now we're talking, Caitlin. Now we're talking. I think I get the club-style chicken sandwich. I think that's what it is, like grilled chicken, bacon. It's great. Got to get the Cajun fries, though. Got to get the Cajun. And a banana pudding milkshake. I cannot believe Keith Lee went to Cookout and the person he was with did not tell him to do it. Or even the peach cobbler one. What are we doing?
They have a peach cobbler milkshake? That sounds amazing.
Dude, Cookout is, as we've talked about, top tier.
We need to get them closer to DC.
My wife goes crazy. She'll get a cheesecake one, but then they'll let you mix in whatever flavors you want. So she'll get like Oreo cheesecake or peanut butter cheesecake.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The eggnog one is pretty good too, by the way. I only do that during the holidays.
One random point too. I'm sorry. I just thought of this. In northeast Arkansas and south of Paducah, everything's obviously lined up. I'm concerned about flash flooding. I think somebody is going to wind up with a lot of rainfall because these things are just moving so bloody slowly.
Yeah, let's look at the precip rate here, right? So the pinkish color there is, you know, you're not going to see 8 inches totally, right, in that one particular area, but it's just showing you that 8 inches per hour, that purple color, to Capucci's point, pouring rain over a very narrow area here like Mayfield. The yellow color, by the way, even more, that's 9 inches an hour. And we can actually see, if we go to the storm total accumulation of precipitation, to your point already, those darker blue colors there, they've already seen 8 to 9 inches of rain, right? So all of that water is just not going to be able to be absorbed by the ground. It's like dumping water onto a sponge. It gets to a point where the sponge can't hold any more water, and then it runs out, right, and floods. Someone said, "I have returned. Where's Capucci's bus at?" Let's. We're not doing this. We're not doing that. Oh man, that totally like threw me off. Then we got this one off here near Edmonton. Another 32 minutes to go on this one. Tightening up a little bit. Let me see. I told you, by the way, that the storm up near Campbellsville was going to reach out. You got that little Bering Strait right here. And you can see...
Wait, did you just call it Bering Strait?
I mean, that's where my mind first went. It's like the Bering Strait of meteorology.
That.
There you go. Well, look at how they're like the two land masses, you know, reaching out.
Yeah, I love that. I'm going to have to borrow that. I've never heard of that, but that's awesome.
Well, there you go. I mean, shout out to a meteorologist I used to work with, Chief Meteorologist Chris Bailey in WKYT. In Kentucky, microclimates are super weird there, but we would so often see when these storms would go linear as they came through Kentucky, being that you most typically saw, you know, the Cape being the highest out west, you know, over southern Indiana and Missouri and whatnot. So you see kind of these storms being that they follow that boundary and train, that they kind of form that little like umbilical cord or the Bering Strait, right? And then they start to kind of fill in all the little gaps. And you're kind of seeing that a little bit, particularly right here. It's not a perfect science, right? But notice how you have like this super long line stretching from Richmond, home to Kentucky's Buc-ee's, all the way down now, connecting to that larger supercell down south. So it all started with that little Bering Strait right here over I-65. There you go. You can steal that one, Capucci, for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to have to borrow that. It's a Mikeism. I love it.
A Mikeism, yes. All right.
I have little Capuchisms, but yours are going to be called Mikeisms.
I'll take it. Hey, Erica Storm is down in Texas. Little bunny rabbit down there. It's still spinning there. I don't know if we're going to get anything out of this. Let's see what that Hailcore...
Yeah, I'm surprised it went tornado warn.
Hailcore picked back up again.
Yeah, and you know, the reason it looks like a bunny rabbit with that little gap between the ears is because it has an overshooting top and the jet stream's literally bifurcating around it. And so you have winds out of the southwest, the mid-levels, very strong. There's a little bubble at the top of the storm where the air is rising so quick that it splits the jet stream. Really cool to see and really neat to think about.
Indeed. All right, let me look at one thing over here. Pretty good. Okay. Going back to look up here. All right, so folks, here's what we're going to do. We are probably going to wrap up our coverage here. Capucci has a significant amount of driving. We will have a lot more coverage that is going to persist over the weekend from meteorologist Matthew Capucci. We will very likely be streaming again on Monday, being that that looks to be somewhat active. But Capucci, do you want to give folks a preview of what they may expect this weekend?
Yeah, so the storms today are going to feed off a boundary that tomorrow will likely be draped across Texas. I'd say North Texas has the greatest risk of some hailstorms. Could be an isolated tornado somewhere around the DFW Metroplex, much like tonight, where most of the storms in Texas are just hailers, but then we have one or two that pop a tornado warning. So something to really watch for folks along Interstate 20 and Interstate 30 as well, near and east of Dallas up towards southwest Arkansas, and then even into Oklahoma as well. Better chance, though, down towards the Red River. Then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we have an outbreak sequence across the southern plains. And Mike, I got to say, it's reminiscent of some of the big plane setups over the past. I mean, we really haven't had any big plane setups since like 2012, 2013. This is probably the biggest 3-day stretch of classic Great Plains severe weather I've seen in years, where we have an upper level low park over the Rockies, induce a surface low in the lee of the Rockies. We call that lee cyclogenesis. And that surface low just breathes north warm, moist air. So you juice up the air mass over the southern plains, and you have a dry line, the leading edge of bone dry air from the west, impinging on the moisture. The clashing air masses will brew storms Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, somewhere between like the 100th meridian, so like the western Oklahoma border, central Texas, west central Kansas, and Interstate 35. We'll have a few scattered ones on Sunday, probably better chance up in Kansas near like Hayes, Great Bend, Hoisington. Monday, that's the real deal. That's everybody involved. And then Tuesday, the threat shifts a little farther east, probably into Missouri and Arkansas again. So Missouri, I know you're beleaguered. I know you're tired. Once again, you guys are dealing with it. And it's rare that I use this verbiage 3 days out, but I'm expecting damaging winds, large destructive hail, baseballs each and every day with the strongest storms, and tornadoes, some of which could be strong. And, you know, only 40% of folks will see them each and every day, but there'll be some very mean storms, and we'll get about 3 hours of chasing craziness over the plains, Mike.
Capucci, before we say goodnight, I'm sharing. Jack, can you take the web browser for a moment? This is a photo from a collection of photos from the St. Louis Police Department. Here's a look at the storm damage there. Boy, oh boy.
Ugh, you hate to see it.
I mean, this is a highly populated area, right? St. Louis.
And parts of St. Louis were hit. I mean, they were hit on the Pride Day outbreak as well. You and I were covering a number of tornadoes that impacted the St. Louis metro area. They've just
missed the airport too.
Yeah, and the airport was hit back in 2011.
Hey. All right, so folks, listen, there are still active tornado warnings out there. A lot of these are going to be, you know, those kink in the line as part of these the storms as they go linear. This is going to persist until 3 o'clock in the morning, as most of you, if I pull up the yellow boxes again here so you guys can see the tornado watch, that yellow outline. Jack, if you want to take the app again. This is our tornado watch, and as actually now Chattanooga, Knoxville, Nashville, you guys are under a tornado watch now as well. That has changed until 3 o'clock in the morning. That goes all the way north up to Dayton, Ohio, Columbus, Ohio. So you need to have multiple ways to receive warnings, being that this threat is going to persist through the overnight hours. So don't go to sleep all panicked, right? But know where the place to go is in your home if you do awaken to a tornado warning, right? That is going to be your basement or the lowest floor in your home, centrally located, right? No windows, no door, no windows, no view of the outside, no go. But you're in a mobile home, nowhere to go, right? You have minutes to act in these instances. The MyRadar app will give you a buzz. The National Weather Service will give you a buzz. Even if you have like do not disturb or sleep mode on, these are weather alerts that can help save your life, right? A weather radio, make sure you have it turned on if need be. And of course, we will have continued coverage over the course of the weekend, as Capucci alluded to, with forecasts in the MyRadar app. So if you live in any of the affected areas, make sure that in the settings menu, you have the notifications turned on. So you go into the notifications menu, or the settings menu, looks like the little gear on the toolbar. Go into the settings or notifications and make sure you have live stream videos toggled on. That's what it looks like on Windows. It might look different on iOS or Android. But what we do, it's really neat. We're able to draw a geofenced area, and to all of the MyRadar users within that area that have that turned on, we're able to send them a forecast right to them when it's relevant. You don't have to wait until 5 or 6 o'clock to get the story. No shots at our friends in local news, but you don't have to wait. We'll send it right to you. You watch it on your own time, and there you go. And you are in the know with all the things weather-wise that are happening. So be on the lookout for those forecasts coming this weekend from Capucci. Of course, he'll be driving all around the country covering all of this. And we will be around if you need us. But remember, again, to download the app, it is completely free to do so. Capucci, anything else you want to mention before we wrap things up?
It's going to be a long week for a lot of people. I know you're going to hear us talk about tornado warnings a lot, give the same advice a number of times. The reason we give it is because it's like being on an airplane. We want this to be muscle memory for folks. Every time you get on the airplane, they give you the same spiel, put your mask on first, then help others. We're trying to drill into people to get these tornado warnings, to take shelter, to do what they need to do. There will be a lot of warnings issued over the next 96 hours. This next stretch is going to be a pretty unbelievable weekend. So hopefully folks in the plains are ready for it.
All right. Folks, big shout out to the MyRadar developers working behind the scenes to make the app what it is today. Of course, big shout out. None of this would be possible if it weren't for Andy Green, our founder and CEO. Big shout out to Andy. And of course, Jack, the unsung hero of our media team. And of course, Mauricio as well. But Jack right now is behind the scenes. I don't think his camera works back there to be able to show you his battle station back there. But big shout out to Jack, who has been marathoning this right along with me and Capucci, making sure that everything looks good and sounds good. So Jack, again, 2 big thumbs up from me. Folks, that is going to do it. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. Stay safe and stay alert. Stay weather aware. From all of us on the MyRadar team, stay safe and stay dry. We'll catch back here for the next one. Good night, guys.
We're getting inside of it! We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here! We are in the tornado! In the tornado! In the tornado! We deploy the lines are coming down! Stop it right here! Stop right here! We gotta back up! Back it up! Back it up! Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Category 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. So you can see power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't